never thinks about anything that isn't herself. But she's an awful bore. There's nothing to say. She's not interested in any books, in any landscapes, in any works of art, in any literature, in any other people. She's a awful bore. More, on the other hand, she would be interested in all those things that are supposed to be not herself. The more of a colorful personality she becomes. So the goal is to get away from these ideas of the individual as finding his individuality and uniqueness through independence, but rather finding his individuality and uniqueness through being related. Well, you see, that's what makes it. Look at the word relation from another point of view when we talk about our friends and relations. I come across some individual who I can't make out what kind of a thing he is. I can't make out where he came from. His accent isn't American, it isn't British. It isn't particularly Middle Western. It certainly doesn't have the overtones of New York or New England. He just talks flat. And as to his style of clothing, it's utterly nondescript. Well, I think this is pretty much a before. What I like to see in an individuality, in a physical individual, is ways that I can relate him to his ancestor. Who has this little subtle accent or this mannerism or this eccentricity or whatever it is that connects him with a great background. You see? But it's his connection with his background that makes him so significant. If I can't see that in him, he becomes uninteresting. So, no, in this approach to devalue the individual, what really does devalue the individual is any kind of religious or political philosophy overstresses his isolation. This is something that Californians in particular need to take note of. Many people feel, you see, that the development of technology and of centralized government is a direct threat to the value of personality. But in some ways it is. It's only because technology is being developed from the old individualist, cash activist point of view. The same. So then you see, this is then the illusion created. The individual is operating all by himself. That actions and thoughts and deeds proceed solely from inside his skin, so that we can say, there's where it started. You see? Well, that's the game of praising and blaming. The game of who started it, who can we give candy to, who can we bang on the head. In other words, somebody has to be it. As in the farmer in the dell, you know, and finally you'll get the end, the cheese stands alone, the cheese stands alone. I own the dairy, the cheese stands alone. But why? Who started it? The group. Well, another fear about this is that it absolves people of responsibility if they see through the illusion of separateness. The matter is, actually, no philosophy of history has really succeeded in making anybody more or less responsible. In other words, let's say that you are a Christian, a Catholic of the old-fashioned medieval type, who believes that you've got an individual soul with free will, and that you're under responsibility to God to obey his law, and that if you don't, the most disastrous consequences imaginable will befall you. You will fry in hell forever. There's no evidence whatsoever that believing in that made people any more virtuous than they are today. None at all. The clergy who believe in all this own poorhouses and all kinds of things. Um, they were just as contemptuous of law and order as anybody could be now. And part of the reason was, of course, that the threat of hell was an unimaginable penalty like the H-bomb. It's just too big to think about. And really brings justice into disrespect. Well, it uses such crude and clumsy methods. You know, it's like using a steam hammer to drive in tacks. Responsibility. It's a thing like my face, which you either have or haven't. Certain backgrounds, certain awarenesses of relationship create responsibility in some human beings. And they live that way, not because they're giving themselves sermons and telling themselves all the time that they ought to be responsible. It's because they're intelligent enough to see that being responsible makes things very much easier for everybody all around. That's all there is to it. And of course, that's all is a big all. But you won't, in other words, what I'm saying is people who are frightened that other people will abandon responsibility never did have any way of thinking that would guarantee that people would be responsible. There's no such guarantee. If there were, we should be automata.
One more pack. Hey, let's go. Origin form Calcio V-Star. Super playable card. Challenge completed. We got to rip some packs and open some mystery bags and got some awesome hits.
Now, I want to switch to another aspect of illusion. Of the hand deceives the eye. That is, of course, the great illusion of what we call matter. Impenetrability, opacity. I find it hard to talk about the illusion of matter because I'm a materialist. That is to say, I like material. As though I may seem to you to be quite self-contradictory. For example, a wine has a body, pure alcohol doesn't. And it's terribly important in human character for there to be a blend of materialism and mysticism, in sensuality and spirituality. People who are purely sensuous and materialistic get very boring. You can fill your lives with all good things, with Alfa Romeos and hi-fis and wonderful cameras and girls with beautiful bodies and crisp crafts and dry martinis and Chanel #5, you know. And after a while, if that's all you've got, it gets sickening and the bottoms begin to feel like plastic and the martinis taste like medicine. And somehow get a distaste for life and even for mountains and trees and waters. And then on the other hand, the purely spiritual approach to things is too rarefied, too earnest, too abstract, too purely Euclidean. And the people who are intensely spiritual and don't have any sensuality are always desperately serious, colorless, lacking in humor, and never are able to meet one as man to man with a kind of friendly leer in the eye. That's terribly important. They live at the level of its intensity. I see these two extremes need each other. Say that spirituality needs a deer and a loud bird, and sensuality needs a rough blanket and a hard bed and a cold night with the stars. No to wonder about. The sensualist as such, the materialist as such, has no wonder, and the mystic, the pure mystic, has no body. He is pure. So, if then one could say that material is an illusion, it seems to be selling out for the spirit people and for the mystic. So Christian scientists are, generally speaking, as personalities, totally lacking in materials. And their prophecy and lacking in color, and their churches are very, very disagreeable. They're all reading guests, and they're too bookish, and they have no ritual, no ceremonies, no service. You see, it's all circle. And likewise, when people get the wrong idea about Hinduism or Buddhism, they go into this same ultra mysticism. They start disbelieving in all material pleasures as crutches. It's very bad to have crutches, you see. You shouldn't take aspirin when you've got a headache. You shouldn't wear glasses. You shouldn't put dependence on anything. You mustn't like your food too much because that's becoming gluttonous. So you eat very plain food, which is not spiced, and you eat it out of a sense of beauty. And it's the body functioning. You drink only water because other drinks might cause certain dependencies and give you too much pleasure. And because the idea is, you see, you've got to hold your mind absolutely calm, still, so that you're not dependent on matter. That's altogether the wrong approach because, well, I mean, it is a game you can play. It is one of these possible things. I mean, you can play the Jehovah's Witness game. You can play the three seed in the Spirit Baptist game. All these are various things that you could play, just as you can take up a hobby for bridge or fishing or something like that. But what happens is, you see, that the notion that the material world is an illusion is turned into a judgment of value. If it's an illusion, therefore it's bad. I ought not to be under this illusion. Well, the reality of the matter is that if you see that the material world is an illusion, you can enjoy it a great deal better than if you think it isn't. A true materialist, therefore, is one who knows that material is an illusion. Then he's not afraid of it. Then he can enter into the dance of material with real depth. Because you see, if you're a false or a fake materialist, what's happened? You borrowed money to buy yourself a Cadillac, an impressive house, ranch style with a picture window and a patio and a swimming pool, and you bought a lot of stock, and you somehow wangled the money and borrowed it. You keep lying awake nights wondering if you're going to make it. The point in that at all. How can you possibly enjoy all this jazz? That's the kind of jazz you want to enjoy. You've got to worry about whether you pay for it or not. You get hopelessly involved, you get commitments here, commitments there, and finally you have a nervous breakdown and shoot yourself. The only way to enjoy material is to disbelieve in it, just as one can disbelieve in money. Then you can have a best for it, I think. Otherwise, it's much better to be poor. I mean, if you have no taste for this kind of life, and no real interest in it, but feel that somehow you ought to have it for status reasons, it's much better to stay poor. To not have any of that stuff at all. So, and this is the important thing I'm trying to say. Material is an illusion, but a great illusion. And the point is to string it and not to run away from it on the one hand, or to get stuck on it in the other. And you can play with it. It's like a wheel going round. The wheel is too loose on the axle, it wobbles all over the place. If it's too tight, it won't revolve. If you kind of sit loose, you see, to this thing, not too loose though. Now, in what way then is the material world an illusion? We know a lot about this now from our physics. We know that what we call solidity is force, containing force. The agitation of particles or wavicles or whatever they are at such an immense speed that they become impenetrable to other agitations. So that when I put my foot on the floor, the reason it doesn't go through the floor is that the floor is coming into existence and going out of existence so rapidly that there is no interval through which my foot can penetrate. Like an airplane, you can't put your foot into it without getting it chopped off. If it were going so faster still, it wouldn't even cut your head off. It just would be like banging your head against a brick wall. And it has to be going faster within an extraordinarily small and restricted space. The airplane propeller is whizzing around through a considerable space in relation to the size of the head. But if it were going much faster, but through much smaller spaces, you see, then it would be like banging your head against a brick wall. So what we've got in our so-called physical objective world is a behavior of energy where matter arises from it through its behavior in restricted spaces. Density is a quality of space rather than a quality of matter. You see what I mean? I gave the illustration of the airplane propeller to try and show that. So that all this is an electronic diaphanous world, very similar to other creations of electronic patterns, the dance of forms on the TV screen, the rainbow, the aurora borealis. It's all fundamentally like that. Only we are the same kind of jazz, you see. Our bodies are this dance. It feels real with it feels solid because there's something of the same kind. If we were on a different wavelength, we'd walk right through it. In the same way as radio waves come right through the house. Are of such a nature that they can penetrate the spaces, the interstices, or in some way jazz signals through. And we are on the same wavelength, you see, as the wall, and so don't go through it. But nevertheless, the whole cosmos is therefore a function of energy, or you could say of light, something like light. And therefore, we and it are all diaphanous. Now, it's easier to see that if you live in a medium where things aren't so dense. One other creature as intelligent as man, and this lives in a medium that is less dense, and this is the dolphin. Dolphin is a mammal. And many millions of years ago, it seems that dolphins were living on the land. They are very clever. And they decided that the land was no place to live. getting food was difficult, and you had to lug yourself around. And there were many, many bad shows about the land. It had very curious changes of temperature. It became unspeakably cold and unspeakably hot, and you had to, in fact, work. No sensible person ever works. Well, I get paid for playing. And everybody should know that. That's the mark of an educated man, is that he gets a job where he's paid for playing. And a worker or a proletarian isn't necessarily a poor man. Lots of I mean, a poor man like, say, Sadie Morgenrath or Eric Barker around here, they're not proletarians. Proletarian is a person who is fettered to the process of work. That is to say, for doing chores every day that he really doesn't like and that aren't in the least interesting in order to go on living. So the dolphins decided this is ridiculous, this land existence, and they went back to the water. And it's pretty easy to fish. You see, there are plenty of fish in the water and things to eat, because we know the ocean is the greatest food supply in the world. And when they've eaten a few fish or whatever they need, they decided just to have a ball. So the dolphin can get abreast of a ship, get one of the wakes coming out on the side, can set its tail at an angle of 26 degrees, and be pushed along by the ship. And it's not going anywhere. No reason to go along there. As it had to get to another part of the sea is pretty much the same all through. They're just going, boom, and they chatter and dance, and they're really highly civilized beings. And so, please don't anybody ever kill dolphins or be unkind to dolphins, because they're exemplary, high-minded creatures. And we shall soon discover this. As soon as we can set up communication with them, they will tell us all about it, and we will then invent a new style of civilization based on phonic. But you see, they dance in the mode of water. Now, human beings, as Toynbee has pointed out, as their civilization progresses, they begin to lose their roots. And they are less and less tied to the land. They go into the air. And what's going to happen as if man develops without blowing himself to bits, we can get over the hurdle, you see, that dangerous point, is that gradually all roads are going to disappear. And the earth will have centers of human habitation, see, but no roads. They'll be as obsolete as railroad tracks, because everybody will fly. And once the medium of air is much more fluid than the medium of water. And as we fly, you see, on the land, your values are all values of permanence, stability, firmness, architectonic, in the sense of great stone structures, pyramids, and things like that. But in the air and on the water, like white throats and other migrating birds migrate by the star. Imagine. Once you start relating yourself to the stars, you realize that you're living in a universe where directions are all relative. And you become a being capable of existing in non-solidity. And that's why Buckminster Fuller believed that all techniques and really all culture came from the sea. The men who first learned to sail were the wise men. They had the fantastic idea that there were initiates, the great priests who were shipwrecked, and that although some of their humble seamen didn't know all the secrets, but these priests were the first people who knew that the world was round, and that is one of an entirely different theology, you see, than if you believe that the world is flat. And, so from the priests of the ocean. The landsmen learn how to use cranes, tackles, how to build, what a good house and overturn made. Today, a cathedral has a nave as its central auditorium, nave on that harvest ship, showing the connections between groups and the first temples. The fellow goes on to say, now if you're a good architect, the ancient architects learned from the ocean. The first thing you should do when you get through architectural school is go and work in an airplane. And understand the beautiful thing that man has made in a fine, fine airplane, which is as great as a bird in some way. Because that's the architecture of insecurity. But he really lives with insecurity. Well, let's have an intermission. And then listening to Alan Watts, courtesy of the Alan Watts organization. And today's podcast was produced in conjunction with the Ram Dass Be Here Now.
Other magazine, then food is phenomenal. That's a mess. Go to the club to eat some food. They said, you're not the first person I heard to say that. There's a lot of people that said, they like their chicken wings or something. Yeah. Oh Lord. See, look at Shay. Yeah, I'm like, I've heard that from a lot of guys that say that. I'm like, oh God. Okay. I think that's just an excuse. But now the ladies are saying that maybe it's not an excuse. I'm not going to repeat that line. Anyway, is there anything else on the news today? Apparently not, First Lady. Oh, okay. I guess. Oh, Sunday.
Do his racist black accent from the conservatives room when I was there the other day.
What?
what are you talking about?
Let's hear it.
Do your voice you did in the Trump room the other day. He was talking like black people without education. Good.
I never. What are you talking about? I'm from Jersey, dude.
That's New Jersey. That makes it worse.
Yeah, how am I gonna do a Southern accent? You want?
How are you gonna do Southern? I said black.
I'm from Georgia.
You can't even lie. I didn't even say Southern.
Southern.
I didn't even say anything about Southern accent.
Correlating black people with the South.
No, I thought that's what he said.
It doesn't matter. You can do a racist black accent if you grew up in the North.
Dude, they need to replay, dude.
Well, they didn't record that, although I wish they had. But Sam, did you want to talk on politics?
Yeah.
He sounds like a young Al Norman.
What's your take?
I'm not the way to read it.
Sam, I bring up one conversation with Candy, but on the real thing, my second too. Sorry, Rob, it's good.
Wait, why would you do that?
I'm just gonna get us back.
Why would you do that?
Joke. That's all I like to do. I was gonna say you could get us back on the rails. He should build them because I was gonna. You left.
Oh, I remember you. I remember you. Yeah, you stopped because I was calling out some of your stuff that was so stupid in that room.
Like what?
Dude, you're a moron. Seriously, in that room, I remember you. You were doing that pseudo intellectualism, trying to drop big words, and it was just a bunch of word salad of just big words, and everybody was calling you out on it.
Repeat some of the big words.
I don't know, you know how word like I don't know, just just drop big words. I mean, nothing. They just want to sound like there's these intellectuals are just pseudo intellectualism gobbledygook. He went on and on and on. People in the chat were just like, "We got enough." I remember this.
You mean in the Trump house?
Yeah. Oh my God! I even wrote in the chat when you were talking. I'd rather be in prison than listen to this guy.
Yeah. When I think of arbiters of intelligence, I definitely think of Rome.
Okay, if arbiters, no, tell us what that is.
Judges.
You're the arbiter of intelligence.
If you got me off again, I'm gonna stop.
There you go, folks. See, I told you. He's a clown.
2 minutes on you.
No, that's me.
Why is Sam big?
Because I placed him in. I'm feeling.
Oh, I apologize.
Excuse me.
I just said I apologize.
No,
I apologize. No, you don't have to. Did you fart? Is that what you said? Excuse me.
No, I said no worries.
Oh.
What you cute, so far. The women don't fire, we food. You think I got the energy in your brain? This motherfucker looking weird ass. No. I need to. No, because that's the reason why he even in it. Then here comes this African. Right? This nigga was born in Grady Hospital, and he is mother. Yeah, the audacity.
Go in the factory. Go back to your factory.
That's fine.
Yeah, go back to that shithole ass shit in New York.
That's fine. You'll be deported, so.
The great thing is don't get deported back.
Yeah.
There you go.
You don't know what's going on in the courts, huh? And courts are existing and shit. You might not have to be right before.
You can't go nowhere.
Your birthright before. Voted for it.
That's fine. I got money. I don't need it. You don't have no money.
You don't have
anybody. You don't have no money. You don't have no money. So these little children ain't got no money.
Let me just be out. What?
I had gold card on that.
You got
My gold card.
You got it. You got it. But this I got a serious question. What is it about people on the internet that the first thing they go to is other people's finances that they never do before?
So this is a bunch of people talking, but they ain't got no. Why you insulting me? I'm insulting you. You're poor. That's what I'm saying. You're really poor and you're insulting me. That's lame. I would expect. If I was back when I was poor, I ain't do this. I'm poor.
Pause.
Poor.
Okay. Next question. I just don't know. I don't understand how people make assumptions about everything. Like, I don't make assumptions based on somebody asking.
You don't even know what France is.
Wait a minute, sir. That's your second time. You about to get kicked in the audience. Welcome. I don't.
Give him a credit. I don't give him a fuck. I can't be a troll. Do what y'all do.
You need to be always strange. Nobody did. So like I actual work. I might say all the bad things, but I love my African people. I love y'all. Joey, no. Yeah, why might call you? Well, he's not again. It's okay. But people to talk. People talk. No, it's okay. It's okay if we quiet for a minute. It's alright. It's okay. That's okay. I don't have nothing to talk about. I don't need to stir it up. Something to talk about. Listen. What's your BMI, Brooklyn? No, why would you say like, wait a minute, like 45? Why not? I'm a person that's 666 pounds and 5'3", like 50, 65. I don't fucking know. It's high. What's the point? Have you got a husband yet? That's the question. Have you started your new weekend? Listen, yo, listen. I just want to know. Listen here early. I just want to know. Let me tell you something. Listen, you're doing stuff different right now. And you're not just be your daddy. I just want to know. Is my mic on right now? Work on that thing. I'm trying to tell you that Patty's house was reported. And something should happen. And she could get in trouble. So I'm trying to eliminate and try to avoid crash outs. This is about to turn into a full crash out. What else was looking for? It's all right. I don't know. Exactly. She didn't give me everything, but yeah. So I just wanna, just keep that in mind. I made an announcement a couple times this morning, but I was gone for a little bit. But yeah, so I'm just trying to keep the peace. I understand, like when we get back and forth with real stuff, but let's not just go. You know what I mean? That's all. And sometimes people like to do things just so that they can. You know what I mean? You get my drift? So I get it. I love, especially when people say, "Let's give them something to talk about." That's somebody seriously just trying to get you to go. You know. Well, so somebody just came here and it might go left. Or we'll see. Oh, come on, cut it out. Thank you. Um, yeah, we'll just, we got it. We can do this. All right, so we don't have no news. It's funny, I really wanted to know about the air fast work fucking nuclear family. Just want to know. What is wrong with you, young lady? What's wrong? They go up to Brooklyn for the day. No, I'm gonna go in the audience. I'm gonna go in. It's really bad, Brooklyn. Really bad. You really hooked right now. You gotta step away. It's bad, Brooklyn. We had moved on from Anne. We brought her up 3 times. It's bad, girl. Did we talk about the Trump slush fund that's being created? Listen, how many slushies? I think ices. This says ABC News reported. Me too, a slushie. Now I want one, first lady. Right. ABC News reported Thursday that Trump is expected to drop his $10 billion lawsuit against the Internal Revenue Service in exchange for the creation of the $1.776 billion fund to be used to give settlements to individuals who claim they were wrongly targeted by the Biden administration. What the hell? Wow. What? Damn, man. Just Jesus Christ. So this article. I mean, well, let's dig in. Let's see what was problematic. I know what it sounds like on the surface, but let's look at it closely. Go ahead. What did it say?
Yeah, it says top Democrat on the House Judiciary Committee on Sunday blasted the potential fund to compensate allies of President Donald Trump, calling it a political slush fund that he said is illegal and constitutional. Only Congress has the power to appropriate money. Congress never voted on creating this $1.7 billion political slush fund at the Department of Justice, and Congress will never pass that, Jamie Raskin said. Um, oh my God. Can this actually be done, y'all?
I don't know, but I'm glad you read that
What's
because
that?
the Congress saying about the money, like, where is he? So, oh, but wait a minute. He's saying that he's going to drop the lawsuit. So he's saying pay me separately, and then I'll take that money and then give it to the IRS.
Yeah.
IRS can pay the people out.
Yeah. Is that? Oh my God. What?
He's not bring his own money to pay stuff off.
Oh my God. How is MAGA going to defend this?
Oh, because he's suing them. He's saying, oh, I'm willing to drop it, but take that money and pay back the people who were impacted by Biden. What's the thing on Biden?
Yeah, it says that your mama says that's not what it explains more in detail. Wait, I haven't even read this. What he's planning to do? But yeah, firstly, isn't that crazy? Did y'all hear about? We hear about this?
I mean, that's not what it is. So what is
Let me read the actual creation. But he wants them to apologize. I'd almost forgotten why he was suing the IRS first lady. Like
so he's not going to use the money. That's why that's on Congress appropriate money because that would be the IRS appropriating money to use for settlements or like a settlement fund for people who were quote unquote targeted by the Biden administration that were hit out.
but has this been done before? Like, and what does quote unquote targeted by the Biden administration even mean?
Correct. Because I was targeted.
Me too. We about to get a little bit change up in here.
Wait a minute.
Trump reparations is funny.
What is that?
And says J6ers, if those motherfuckers get $1 million payouts, I am marching on Washington my goddamn self.
Wow.
You gotta be freaking kidding me.
No way.
Oh, he trying to buy votes. Oh my God. This mother sucker. Oh man.
Look at Keisha, me too. No, get out the way. Me first.
The implications of this would just be insane. I can't imagine that they are going to allow this to happen. Can he demand that?
We gotta see how they're gonna go about doing it. I mean, clearly the way things have been, everybody would say no, but who knows what they've got in the background. So I don't know.
That's what the article says.
Right.
They would have the authority to settle claims which could be brought by the nearly 1,600 individuals charged in connection to the J6 attack. So Ban is correct.
Oh,
Raskin said compensating the now pardoned J6 rioters would be a violation. If he gave those motherfuckers $1 million each, that's the amount. Oh my God. What? Just when you think that this man can't do anything else. Eduardo, my mouth is wild. That's because I was just being quiet earlier. That's really, I'm sorry. I need to touch grass. This has pissed me so much off. Jesus Christ. Just the fact that it's being discussed, though, just the fact that he's suing the IRS. I haven't really gotten incensed by anything Trump has done in a while because I said that I was just gonna chill on that because you'll just run up your blood pressure. As Amari pointed out, I'm a big girl. I gotta monitor my blood pressure. I'm a black woman in America. I just cannot believe this. I mean, he was suing them for $10 billion. P. I just is this? Can he actually get away with this? Where's the legal part? Your mama, if you knew about it, I just I don't. I'm so sick of this man, y'all.
All right. So when was this announced?
This was announced the 15th. So this interview with Ras
Friday.
was Friday.
Okay. Oh, no. So on Friday, this came out. Well, because everybody's paying attention to China, China, China. Just distracted.
It's not finalized.
Right. It's just he requested that this be done.
It's a settlement.
So
Calling it a settlement.
yeah, okay. Requested a settlement. But
Yeah.
so okay. So I was
On the everyday American, like I shouldn't be upset about it. What real world effects?
Well, one real world fact is that it corrupts our institutions. So the IRS is paying presidents, political allies, and supporters. Where do you think the $1.7 billion is going to come from?
I mean, also, this that's a crazy precedent. So if he wants violence come election time, he can, he can say, yeah, I compensated my people the last time they were violent, disrupted government institutions, etc. So go ahead and do your dirt so we can get you paid this time around. Crazy.
Look at this, y'all. The settlement terms are expected to prohibit Trump from directly receiving payments related to those three legal claims. However, entities associated with Trump are not explicitly barred from filing additional claims. This? Oh. He got 50 million and 11 goddamn entities.
People don't have to feel exact states for it to be bad for the country, for democracy, for the constitutional order, etc. I probably wouldn't feel the effects of a president bribed or lots of other things, but as a new president, she bribed. So I don't understand the question.
Well, I guess where I was getting at is this is something that I think God's answers are fine, but I think that there's more things that's happening that has actual effect on pretty much the entire country that Trump is doing that thing right here, and I don't think that it.
So the room was quiet, and Reform just read a news item, sir. We talk about those things all the time. But again, people come in once a week, once 2 weeks, if you don't talk about the things that they want you to talk about the way they want them to talk about it, then the shit you talk about is not. Bro, this is insane. The lady didn't. It was quiet in here. She just read a news item. The other day they was talking about Jamal Bryant's wife's dress. You watch a movie. Movie came out. Are we not allowed to talk about that either because it doesn't affect everyday Americans? Like, what's going on? These kind of conversations are these kind of comments are so stupid.
It definitely impacts. I mean, if this thing goes through, it definitely has an impact on everybody. But
Yeah, I mean, we could say that about practically anything. Somebody could say, well, does it impact me if Trump is going to China? I don't understand. And clearly, and Kenny, honestly, I'm surprised that you were a Trump supporter. I had no idea.
You should listen to these people speak. You can always tell. I mean, I don't care if my neighbor's death is drinking. That doesn't affect me, so I guess I shouldn't care about abortion. We should discuss.
Right. And the average American should be concerned about this. Like, how is this okay? It's not okay that the president of the United States suing the IRS for $10 billion. Did you know that he was suing the federal government in 3 lawsuits at least? Did you know that? Yeah, I don't think that that's a problem though. You don't think it's a problem that a sitting US president is literally suing his own administration? You don't think that's a problem? What do you mean by suing his own administration? He's so it's okay. Okay. One other reason because I thought it was a fact that um that his tax documents were in fact leaked by an IRS contract. Okay, so again, whether or not I think it's okay, I mean, I'm just talking about it is the fact that illegal he has to because he's the president, just like bite the bullet. Is that the argument? Well, you can wait. Well, one, you could have done at the time before you were president, or you can wait. There's all kinds of things presidents can't do while president and after the presidency. Presidents can't drive. What is so? How can you be Marco and the chief executive of your own entity that you're trying to get $10 billion from? I actually, I'm, I actually kind of surprised by that question. He can sue when he's not the president. Why would the president sue an organization that he's the chief? He does the hiring and firings. He could have sued 2020. There's another hint and another. This is. I can't. I'm sorry. I was speaking. I couldn't hear what you said. What'd you say? That's fine. That's okay. Go ahead. That's fine. Can we get a thought? Well, let me respond. Mara says, is it illegal? We actually, the legality of it suggests that it probably wouldn't go through, which is one reason why they're going to settlement. If you actually read about it, the parties can sue themselves. Like, anyway, Donald Trump can do all kinds of stuff, and people like Kenny Omari and others who voted for him can. Hunter Biden sells a painting and is corrupt because he's the president's son. He's suing an entity where he hires and fires the people. You can't wait to sue. Why? How can you have impartiality if you're the boss? So I'm going to go. So the IRS, only the lawyers. Sure. If you're anything business, and you are the CEO of the business and you do something unstanding in the midst of pursuing some economic gain or some profit, then you're actually done. That corporation is completely out. And any assurance or insurance adjuster will tell you, you sue DC, you're not suing DC. Actually, you're suing the insurance company. And I'm very, very familiar with that procedure from my attorney, Dr. Attorney Malik Sulu Shapar, who schooled me on enough to say something about some of this. Once Donald Trump has been discovered for impropriety or some inappropriate function, including potential derelict of duty or some form of deception against it. You know,
He's going several times at the mic. What the remainder of the day, you have to put the dirt and plant them in the head. The funeral service done on Jet Nasser. You have to place the dirt on it. So I'm awaiting the rest of America to place the dirt on. I think after enough at the mic, my associates, including Judge Al Green and John Lewis, who was passed, may God please bless him. He impeached Trump on the first day in office. A lot of people quick to forget that. He brought nearly it was more. Matter of fact, he had more than 1 million women, predominantly black women, on Capitol Hill today during the eulogy of Donald Trump. People remember the plan. It's just follow up with their congressman. They don't fall in with John Lewis. They don't come in. Congressman, representative. Green, Texas, and Harris County, Texas, down a little slightly below Houston. Sheila Jackson Lee attempted the same thing to tell you those messages. The public didn't chime in. Mind you, John Lewis and Sheila Jackson Lee and John Conyers and others, they tried to follow. And didn't let them die without getting the political substance. Their journey, you don't use that juice skillfully and effectively against them. If you saw them doing it, yeah, certainly you should be doing at least something that they were doing to indicate that the good holy book Quran said that they don't speak of good service as they. No, they. But yet you perceive them. You don't treat them as a living document for reparation. Don't treat them as even though Thompson preached the funeral at the goddamn impeachment himself. We didn't get behind. So we're not. All right, Uncle, you say you're going to be in the party. Yeah, somebody, but we're just not following with our own congressional representative, and we don't demand that the GOP also have a form of congressional office in order to balance the scale. Just saying, as we always do. Well, I wanted to respond to any way, shape, or form, and I don't think I was arguing, you know, that either. I do think that if there's a legitimate grievance and we're going to have a principle like, hey, presidents should not, there's a conflict of interest, and presidents should be able to enter into settlements with agencies that they have control over. I think that that is reasonable, and I actually agree with that. The problem is I try to look at things from like a realist, pragmatic standpoint. So I think I can show my, but is there a way to actually make that no other technically so I think we put things in place, like one, we can have like some sort of independence. I know a lot of conservatives they argue that it's basically going to be like a warfare. Saying in the chat box that you know think that you're forthcoming, you know, honest and truthful on your statements. Not to be so. I'm just saying what they are. Sometimes, very rarely, quote what they say, but that's what they are saying about you, sir. Oh, I'm saying, sir, do you know that even Donald Trump himself said it's interesting because I'm the one that makes the decision, right? And you know that decision would have to go across my desk.
It's awfully strange to make a decision where I'm paying myself. Trump even acknowledged that he's literally paying himself. And did you also realize, sir, under the terms of the potential settlement agreement, Trump would actually have the ability to remove members of the commission without cause. And the commission would be under the commission would be under no obligation to disclose its procedures or decision making process for awarding more than $1 billion. Are you
Yes,
are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? So no, I'm not done. Just because is there a law that says the president shall not consume a child in the middle of the freeway at 4 o'clock p.m. on Houston on Christmas? Does that mean that it's legal for him to do it? Y'all kill me with this shit. Y'all literally kill me. You are the reason that there are so many damn laws in the first place. Because you and your substantiation of the foolishness of this man. Did you have a father in the home when you grew up, or what? Did a white person take you in as an orphan or something? I'm sorry, First Lady. I'm sorry.
she was job.
I retract that last statement. The point is that this is it legal? Is it legal? Y'all would have been the people sitting around saying slavery was right because it was legal at the time. Like, what? Where do y'all get this from? It is. It should piss everybody off because I just don't understand how you're trying to substantiate what is going on. First, you're trying to say it wasn't a big deal because it shouldn't impact the average American. Then you tried to say that as average Americans, we should be worried about other things that should be more prominent or concerning that Trump is doing. Then you tried to say, well, is it illegal? Now you're trying to say, oh, we should prevent it from happening, but it's okay that it's happening now? Brother, you all over the goddamn place. And my joke is going to come out. Anyway, whatever.
So I'll answer the question. Yes, I did have a father in the home. My late father actually passed away in February. He's a great man. To the second part, I do think that what I'm saying ultimately is that you have two issues. You have let's prevent presidential corruption, right? Right. Now you're saying, well, we should just hope that our presidents don't do things. Well, obviously that's not working. So if the grievance is, well, we need to, presidents shouldn't do it. Well, I'm saying, well, we need to create laws or Congress to create guardrails to prevent it. The problem with those guardrails is that by preventing, presidential corruption, especially when we're talking about, you know, um, agencies. My argument is that I think that potentially is going to open up the door for um, unelected um, unelected bureaucracies enter into a space where they're unaccountable themselves. So I think ultimately, I actually don't really know how to feel about this issue. I mean, I don't like that he's suing the IRS, obviously, but I don't really care about that. I'm more practically okay. If I'm serious enough about it, where I think something should be done, and it can't just be, well, he should stop. Should we appeal to Congress and say like there should be laws preventing this from happening? Are you saying, sir, that Mama Jim is not allowed to play with the big boys of the active report first? The active report in one step? That's being good. Come on. So, Kenny, when did you learn about this? When I learned about what? What are you talking about? You're breaking up. I don't know if I hear you, but say it again. Yeah, I don't know. You're breaking up. I don't know if you're saying. When did you learn about the topic? I learned about the thing. Yeah. No, the settlement. Oh, the settlement thing. Oh, I just heard that today. So let me ask you a question. Who are the parties? Well, I would assume the IRS is one of the parties. Okay, I mean, I don't know why I'm doing this like this. So there's a concept when people sue each other, they have to be in what's called adverse relationship. So if you go on Judge Joe Mathis, although it's not really court, you're in an adverse relationship with somebody. Donald Trump is not in an adverse relationship with himself because he'd be suing himself and defending against himself. Do people understand that? Do you understand? The law, because you were saying, "Oh, we don't know if it's legal," though, but it's not. It's legal. I guess you were saying. But I don't want to say what you were saying because if I don't say exactly what you say, word for word, you say that I'm being bad faith. But in fact, let me how you speak. Let me speak in general. I just gotta stop speaking because people get annoyed when I speak. The point is that no one knows what this would have been because he would be suing himself and defending against himself. That's the problem. Otherwise, if you allow this, what would stop presidents from doing this all the time? Or other people? That's why you can't sue yourself. But hey, if it doesn't, if it doesn't affect the everyday person, then it doesn't. Murder up the street. There was a murder in Chicago last night. Didn't affect me. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. There are children hungry all over. My children are well fed. Doesn't affect the everyday person. Doesn't matter. There are 700 some homeless people in California people want to talk about. Doesn't affect that regular person outside of California. Doesn't matter. So we can only have conversations based off things. So that basically, I guess that would be gas. We can only talk about gas, I guess, and maybe prices. Doesn't matter.
And the short and long of it, you certainly can't quadruplize or quadruply jeopardize yourself, suing yourself 3 or 4 ways. He has stopped, he's moved to stop a major payment that was authorized by a judge, a few million in there that was going to the justice in several of these cases very recently, and people are again doing a drive-by. I don't know why, with all of the bureaucrat lawyers that are hanging around, stuffing themselves full of hors d'oeuvres and filet mignon at this hour. Just very inquisitive to me why those judicial processes not start being. We have such a genuine Supreme Court, 3 or 4 major players selected by Donald John Trump himself, and don't forget the depository of which Clarence Thompson and others who listen and they don't talk, they don't speak, they don't act, and we wonder why are they Supreme Court justices at all. He's made the point very good. You cannot sue yourself in a court of law and bring this weight in a lawsuit such as you have to prevent from paying taxes or paying your bill, being as being caught liable of a lawsuit, paying your bills, to do your own personal housekeeping is not the purpose of the Supreme Court, the local courts, your Solicitor General, or any other valuable person around this judicial system. As I land my plane on the facts, as we all know them, just by saying my, it looks so terrible for a story to tell the captain today. My.
The United States blew up a school with 187 girls with a Tomahawk missile didn't affect the common person in America, doesn't matter. Just give them 1.7 billion. And the crazy thing about the settlement is that it wouldn't go to him. In a strange way, I would feel better if it did go to him, as opposed to what they're trying to set up. I mean, I would feel best if it went to court and the courts solved this issue. Now, the court will probably have to sign off on a settlement, so they'll probably be involved. I don't think this is going to go through. To be honest with you, I don't think it's going to go through. But hey, if it does go through, and it affect the everyday person, it doesn't matter. You know, who cares? There was a recall on food. Most people don't eat that food. It doesn't matter. Let the people get salmonella. It doesn't affect the everyday person. So it doesn't matter. Let's talk about something, according to Kenny, that affects the everyday person. So we should change the subject. Kenny, would you like to offer the topic of the room a topic that affects the everyday person? Since this one doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think we should definitely get off of this topic because
What you got?
I think that how do you guys feel about feminism?
That doesn't affect the everyday person how I feel about feminism. It doesn't matter.
Really? How does it affect everyday person?
How I feel, you asked me what I felt about it. How I feel about it doesn't affect the everyday person. So it doesn't.
So, yeah, I'm actually like, can you prove that?
How country of 300 million people feels about that. How I feel about it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but we're moving away from that though. I thought we moved away from that.
You just asked me how I felt about feminism. I said it doesn't matter how I feel about it.
It doesn't matter how you feel about it.
Correct.
Doesn't it matter?
The everyday person.
Yeah, but I'm asking you about it.
But it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter if I'm asking you specific.
Because it doesn't affect the everyday person. That's the standard you set up for the room. So whether you got it.
I didn't set up any standard for the room.
You did. When it first brought it.
Strike the last.
Not only but using it as a guiding principle for the conversation. Are you listening? I think you're entitled to your opinion. I'm following your lead. You're a strong black man. You believe in the black family and the black woman should submit. So we're gonna follow your lead. Some men need to submit to other black men. So we're following your lead. What's happening?
No, I actually don't believe that.
Okay.
I know you don't know me, and I know that's what
Yeah.
you've been knowing pretty much since I've been in there.
I got you.
Follow my lead.
No, you just said you don't believe in that, so we're not gonna follow you.
No, I said women. I do believe you should follow my lead though. So follow my lead like you said.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Go back on mute.
Actually,
don't. Okay, yeah, I know you're not. Cause now, okay, so like I said, I actually don't believe that. I don't teach that. I actually teach the complete opposite. Now, you probably believe that yourself, and that's why you're projecting that on me. But I don't teach that men should leave the home. And I don't even believe the Bible teaches that, by the way.
okay.
You got something else you want to try to project on me?
No, I think you're an idiot, Kenny. I'm gonna be honest.
I know you do. Well, you should have said that from the beginning.
I didn't think you were.
You were pretending. You were pretending.
No.
Yes, you were.
May I respond, sir? May I respond?
No. I want you to go back on mute because you said you were going to follow my lead. So go back on mute. You, from the moment I came on this stage, you pretended as if you wanted to have some sort of intellectual conversation. When really what you wanted to do was project something on me. And you just did that by alluding that I believe or that I posit that women should submit to men when that's not even what I teach. And all of my opponents on this app know that. And I argue with them every single day. Now you can speak.
Thank you, Kenny, sir, reader, submission lord, smart man. So I did not bring you up to have an intellectual conversation. We don't really do intellectual conversations on Clubhouse. There are no intellectuals on here. Maybe there's a hidden one. Maybe Steve. Schools. A lot. The rules though. Reform was literally reading stuff that was popping up on. That's, you don't want to have a conversation. You don't have to have a conversation. I don't know how we got talking feminism, but if you want to talk about feminism, we'll follow your lead, sir. So go ahead and your questions about feminism. We're actually gonna follow your lead, sir. What would you like to discuss on that? Somebody speaking?
No.
Okay, Leader Penny, excuse me, my leader Penny wants to know what you all think about feminism. Because there's a talk about, you know, possible corruption, tax dollars, people that got pardoned for Trump, they're pardoning. We can't talk about. Go ahead, Mike. Who wants to say something about that?
Um,
What feminism is, sir? Since it's your topic, why don't you define what feminism is so we have a shared language? If you don't,
Actually, don't have a definition for it. I'm curious what your definition is for it.
well, I didn't bring up the topic, so I don't have a definition. I'm just going to follow your lead.
There's
So how do you understand? Your question? Yeah, answer the question. May I answer the question? So since people have a thank you, sir. People have a competing definition. Maybe we should use the master definition. So we're all on the same page. That's one way to have a good conversation. Since you brought it up, I'll let you provide a conversation. All right.
I guess we could define feminism as women being treated unfairly because they're women. And feminism responds to that and says that that's a wrong, that women should not be treated unfairly. They should be treated like a human being. That's how.
Any response? He wants to know how we feel about that definition. This is a scintillating conversation. The conversation that Reform brought up doesn't affect the regular person. We should shut the fuck up. So this is a scintillating and tantalizing topic. He gave a definition of feminism that even Wollstonecraft herself would be proud of. Thank you, Kenny. Anybody like to discuss this wonderful and important topic that the teacher brought up? Because remember, he teaches.
You're doing a great job. Good job.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Sorry to interrupt you guys. Really was Ben was talking about very important thing affecting our daily life. I'm sorry, Kenny. No one cares about your condition because your shit your ass every day. We need to hear something. The fucking gas is $6 here. What the hell are we talking about? He was really talking about very important thing, and you're as curious about feminism. I don't give a fuck. There's a ton of gay people. They are fucking each other in the ass. I'm sorry to be very clear. They don't give a fuck about feminism.
not sure why AWS got in there or how it got in there, right? But so yeah, you suggested something, it didn't work. Um, so we're just gonna move on. Yeah, we're gonna move on.
Wait, birthday is.
Yeah, I'm here. Can y'all hear me? Am I breaking up? I'm here. Am I breaking up?
No, you are not just that. Can you hear me, First Lady?
I can now.
Okay. So, First Lady, you're saying that the man that told us our conversation was shit, but it didn't affect their average person. The teacher, the man who teaches about households, even through the Bible. You mean to tell me he offered a topic and no one's interested in it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it appears to be that way.
Okay. Okay. You was saying, okay. Okay. Can we now go back to presidential corruption and the fucking reason why we have the United States? In part because of corruption of the sovereign or the executive? Or does anyone talk about feminism with arguably the worst single definition of feminism I've ever heard in my life?
I think everybody want to finish what you were talking about and give Katie and Kardashian.
It's a deep conversation. Yeah, perhaps maybe we can swing back and to that conversation later, but we're gonna move forward. Okay. The corruption. So I don't understand why people don't see it. Yes, he was done correctly. The real question is why couldn't he wait another year and a half?
Or Super 4. Because he had a year and a half to Super 4. He got back in office. And he specifically waited until he was in office. That's the issue. I want to belabor the point because presidential corruption and the corruption of our government doesn't affect the average person. I'm only going to pay for the $1.7 billion.
I don't think it makes sense. Why would you wait to actually, like, if you can actually ensure that when it gets the outcome that he wants, why would you wait? Like, if he actually wants to win the suit and he can be in control of the negotiation process because he's heading the executive branch, then why would he wait? If his goal is to actually win.
So if he can do something, so as the head of our country, if he can do something illegal, unethical, immoral, and we don't know if it's illegal or not, why wait? That's right. Why not be corrupt? Why not steal taxpayers' money? If you have the final say on it and you're the boss of the people who are going to give you the money, that's a great point. Why wait? We should have local officials do the same thing. Why? They should be stealing money from the municipal workers. They should do all. Why wait? When you're in office and you're in charge, go ahead and steal. Just go ahead and take, because you're in charge and you get the outcome you want. That's right. Get in power so you can take taxpayer dollars. This is the intellectual conversation I wanted. This has been
Yeah, I mean, this is what white men have done for ages. New information. Why not do it?
Yeah, exactly. Why not?
Right,
And we should just roll over and take it. We should talk about it. So what do you think of feminism?
I don't know. I'm just. Omar, why are you giving him a 100? That's what I want to know because I don't. To be in office, to have the control over that office, you're the boss, and I don't see how y'all don't see where that's a conflict. I don't understand.
I think Omar was saying that he's corrupt. I think Omar was actually
saw that he put that in there, but he did 100 on the boy when he was saying something else, when Kenny was saying something. I'm like, why are you saying that? What are you doing?
Well,
I didn't agree to.
black male Trump supporters have to do everything to find ways to justify. Oh, everybody's not able to do it too. They're trying to normalize. They have to normalize Trump, so they have to do it. Totem Pole is the only one with integrity so far that's really come through. I at least give him credit for.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I'm still. I mean, I'm
He breaking up, but is he breaking up for you?
It doesn't matter either way.
It does. Because Kenny, we can't hear you, Ken. Kenny, we couldn't hear what you said. I want to hear what you have to say. But is it possible? Because when I'm sitting here and I've been listening, I haven't said anything, haven't interrupted, haven't did any reactions, nothing, zero, different things. But I continuously hear you use the word opponent. Do you think this is a game? I want you to really think about that tonight when you lay your head down. Is this a game for you?
This is for blacks. You're not welcome here, Malcolm. You called me a nigger 4 times the other day. We'll call all us niggers. You're not welcome here, bro. You didn't leave on your phone, and they'll lose you. So you can do what you want to do. You call it all niggers. You didn't want to talk it. We were talking about. So you can either leave on your own, or we'll just boot you. We'll give you a few seconds to decide. All right, First Lady. This is the man that called all of us niggers the other day because he came in a conversation that his mobs were having. And in the midst of that conversation, he didn't like it. He said these niggers are taking over the space. He used niggers several times. So we'll see. Okay, he's still here. Bye. Block for life.
As you said,
Bye bye. All right, sorry for saying.
No worries. No. So
That's an N-word execution right there. That was a good one. He set it up good.
you know, I just, what does that mean? Why are you continuously speaking as if
Hello?
this is a game, like you're fighting on a side, my opponent?
I'm actually not following.
You don't follow it. I'm asking you a question about your use of the word opponent.
Oh, but my use of the word opponent was directed at Van because
Okay.
for some reason Van deems me as an opponent.
I don't.
He used that word?
I didn't use that word. I said I want you to know how.
Well, functionally,
No, wait a minute. No. It was quiet in here. Reform was reading the back of a Brownie's mixed botany 2A. She was done. I said, "Oh, I think Kenny done." And I thought it was working with my point. It's not a debate divide. I'm talking about
For what? They don't know I asked for what's the phone for this. Yeah, go ahead. Okay. One second. Oh. I got it. I don't.
Hello, guys. This is why blocking spam call. I can't even understand it. Is that big point?
No, it's not true.
What I don't necessarily tolerate is, am I bringing up or something?
Yeah, the whole time.
Yeah.
We've been trying to tell you that, but you got it.
Um, Kenny, okay, so let me, I was trying to stop you, but then I just went on and let you go because I didn't want you to think that I was trying to.
Well, regardless, irregardless, let him let him go. I've never heard someone correct themselves after saying regardless with irregardless. I've never heard that. I love this ad. I hear things I never hear in real life. He said regardless and then corrected himself by saying irregardless. I heard that. That was interesting.
All right. So Kenny, I was saying or asking about the opponent piece because I was relating that to the fact about how you're not taking a moment to look at the case and understand your argument. You're arguing and saying, well, why wouldn't he do this while he's actually there? Well, because it's supposed to be America first. So, you wait and have it litigated by people that you're not the boss of. That doesn't mean he's not going to win. He's definitely probably going to win. I mean, if he was wrong, he was wrong. So, you know.
So I guess, let me try to tell you why I said that, right?
Okay.
If if I posit that Trump is a fascist, right? And I know I'm not saying you're doing that, but that's typically the narrative. Maybe you agree he is a fascist, but he's a narcissistic fascist.
I don't put titles on
No, but
people.
I know, but the majority of individuals, that's what they
Now you're projecting on us. I thought you didn't like when people project.
I'm actually not.
Now you're projecting.
Hold on for a second, man.
You just said the majority of people do that. The majority of people don't do that.
Yeah, so let me clarify. You're right. Let me clarify what I mean by that. So the majority of his opponents argue that he is in fact a dictator, narcissist, fascist, all of those things, right? So what I'm doing is I'm taking that to its logical conclusion. In fact, that's what he is, right? Why would he wait if he is a corrupt fascist? Why would he wait when he gets his weight until he actually gets power and then sue when he actually has control over the negotiation process? So I'm asking you guys,
You already lost.
Well, just because a person is a thing doesn't mean that it's okay to go ahead and be that thing.
When will you fight?
You all make changes or
Okay, you are pathetic.
you're thinking,
You're
you're saying, accept
Make it 0.01%. You're $1.
the thing that we all know is wrong. That is upside down thinking.
He's his wife, First Lady. We know he beats his wife. Why talk about it? Let him beat his wife. He's a wife beater. Doesn't affect the everyday person.
Better willing your fight to win.
Well, why needs to beat his wife? This is the wife beater. And
Exactly.
doesn't affect the everyday person. Just beating one woman. Who gives a fuck? Let's move on to talk about Saturday.
Yeah, and that's why here I was trying to lay out if we're gonna have.
Hey, Kenny, you brought that 150?
1 second, let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's why I basically laid out is that if I'm gonna have a particular grievance with this, which I don't necessarily like, I mean I think it's problematic, but I don't take grievance with it, meaning that I'm gonna go towards something. My point was that if it's something that we feel like should not happen, then Congress could easily just create guardrails preventing this to happen. But that's not a part of the conversation that I've heard. I haven't heard individuals when they're discussing it. It's only a way to say Trump is evil, Trump is bad, he's corrupt. Which okay, I agree with all of those things. If that is the case, though, we could easily create trails to prevent things like this from happening. And that was that was my suggestion. Somehow because Van deems me as an opponent.
Yes.
He wants to continue to reduce the nuance of my position down, try to make it as if I'm derailing the room. when he brought me on stage,
Jimmy, I'm trying not to let it fall out.
Listen to Kenny's logic. Congress could easily pass a law curbing Trump. I want people to hear that. Congress could easily. That's what he just said. That's
not what I just said. That's not what I said. Don't
say that.
Don't say Congress could easily do it. You don't even realize you're doing it. It's so clarification.
First Lady, did you just say Congress could easily pass a law doing X, Y, and Z?
Yes.
Yes, he did. That's not what I said.
Yes,
I said
Okay, well maybe he meant something else. Let's just go. Okay, yes, that is what he said. It sounds like he wants to say something that's not the interpretation he's trying to get. Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, so that's actually not what I said, guys. I didn't mention anything about Congress passing a law to curb Trump. Congress can't do anything at this point to curb Trump. They really can't. What I was saying is that there's issue in regards to the argument is Congress could introduce um, guardrails to prevent these types of things from happening. Conservatives are this is the actual argument of conservatives. If Congress were to do something like this, all it would do is create a fourth branch of government. That's what I said earlier. And for some, because ban
Wait a minute, slow down. There you go. There you go. Slow down.
Yeah.
Slow down. Let's just get to the. You just told it again.
No, it's okay. You guys are missing it.
Okay, all right.
Now
One more time for me, because I'm slow.
Trump is already doing the IRS.
Yes.
He's already president. So what I'm referring to is in the future, not right now, because Trump's already doing it. Okay, he's already in control of the executive right now. I'm saying to prevent things like this from happening, not to curb Trump, to prevent things like this from happening in the future, Congress could introduce guardrails. That's what I said. Nothing about Trump. Because Ben, again.
Okay, but Kenny, stop doing the meta. Stop doing.
I'm sorry. I want him to crash out. That's right.
I know, but why? Like, so.
Because this is fun. I'm having fun.
Okay.
What does that mean? Congress could introduce guardrails, and if it's not a law. And then the second question is, what would the fourth branch of government that conservatives say that will be created from said guardrails? I don't even know what that means. Break that down. That makes absolutely no sense.
Sure, I can explain it to you, man. Okay, so
I can't understand because that just makes
Guardrails.
Explain the guardrails that Congress could create and how do they create it?
Sure. One, you could require an independent special counsel or some sort of federal judge to approve settlements involving a city president, right? That could be one potential guardrail. A second guardrail, you could straight up ban presidents from financially benefiting from settlements that are being negotiated while they are in control of the executive. Irregardless of any of those things, the argument from conservatives is that is a fourth branch. It's going to have a fourth branch problem because all of these individuals would be unelected bureaucrats essentially. And my point is, if I were to take the position that, hey, this is wrong and we should prevent not just Trump, but every president from ever being able to do something like this, regardless if they have a grievance or not, they should be able to do something like this. Then I believe that you have to be on the side of, hey, Congress should introduce what I just laid out for you.
Okay. How is a federal judge a fourth branch? So of the people he named, federal judges were one of them. How would that be a fourth branch? Why would conservatives be upset with federal judges doing things when federal judges are quite literally Article 3 of the Constitution? That doesn't even make any sense. Secondly, on the independent counsel, there's already laws on the books regarding independent counsel. Thirdly, depending on the settlement, there's already laws that judges have to approve of them. I don't Irregardless, it doesn't make any sense to me. It's all Greek to me, as Casca says. I don't know, man. People swear they know what they're talking about, and it's hard to have conversations with people who suggest that federal judges would be a fourth branch of government. They're quite literally in the Constitution in Article 3. I don't even understand. Irregardless, um, that makes no sense. I don't know, First Lady. I'm not going to crash. I got 10 seconds left before my next set. I'm gonna use every 10 seconds. I got 5 seconds left. I'm gonna just say irregardless until I'm done. Irregardless, 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 irregardless.
Gosh. Um, yeah, you just trying to trigger that boy. Now you know that ain't right. Kenny, did you want to respond?
No, because he didn't. I mean, I don't disagree with anything he said. He wasn't arguing against my point. I said conservatives argue that it's fourth branch. I agree with it's not a fourth branch. But that's what conservatives argue. Like that's what a lot of people argue. Like I said, so I don't necessarily disagree with what he's saying. Again, but the problem is that ultimately you have to take a side. Like, okay, so you don't have to take a side. Let me rephrase that. You could just say, hey, what Trump is doing is wrong, and you can complain about it, right? In my opinion, I think that that's fine. I think complaining about it, stating your grievance is wrong, it's corrupt, et cetera, et cetera. I think that there's another side of individuals who are saying, hey, we should prevent anyone from ever being able to do these things. Because if in fact he's doing it right now, he's doing it. We all agree
listen,
that.
but
That's
listen
the
to this. But
my point is that if you're going to have, if we're going to have another conversation that we can have that can be centered around, okay, is it imperative for Congress to prevent things like this from happening in the future? And I think that it is, because if they're going to argue and debate about it, I don't think it should just be centered around Trump is corrupt. I think it should be centered around, hey, this should be something that's possible.
well, let me just let you in on something. I need to rewind the tape real quick because you know people go about different ways to have conversations. When we were in the middle of having a conversation, you butted in and said, "I don't think we need to be talking about this." You don't remember that? So, you know, yeah, we can have the conversation. We can get to that. If in fact that is the idea. But part of the problem, and nobody's necessarily focusing on the corruption more than understanding that we're breaking laws and norms that we all have been used to. And once those things are broken, it's hard to go back to that. So you're saying, and what you're suggesting is, well, just go ahead and let him do it. Go ahead and let him do it, and then we'll fix it on the back end, right? That's what you're saying. That's your suggestion. Is that correct?
I'm saying, yeah, I'm speaking from a realistic, not saying you guys aren't. I'm saying that he is doing it right now. He's going to continue to do it. So he is in fact suing.
Okay, so you're saying don't fight this battle.
I'm not saying, okay, hold on for a second. Okay, again, I don't know how much clear this. I'm not saying, I'm not giving like some sort of prescription for what everyone else should do. I am saying that what Trump is doing right now is that he is suing the IRS. I personally think that is a conflict of interest, and I believe that it should not be something that's able to happen. Now, am I willing to think that there should be guardrails that Congress imposes? I don't know. That's where I'm on the fence about it, because I don't know what that would necessarily look like. I know what the arguments have been for that I've heard, and I've had conversations with Democrats, what they've said. should what these guardrails should look like, but I don't know. I'm on the fence about it. I think that ultimately, if we're going to have a grievance about it, it can't. I think it should be principled, and it shouldn't be Trump just centered at Trump. I think it should be a principled position. Hey, this is wrong. President should not be allowed.
Let's go back to women what's that conflict of interest? I'm not curious.
Able to take money from taxpayers.
I don't even know what the, like, could you describe what the conflict of interest is with, I mean, just as a principle, a party suing another party.
What's the other party?
So you saying Trump is suing the IRS? Where's the conflict of interest?
Okay, so is Trump in control of the executive? Is he not the one that's gonna? Is he not in control of individuals that's going to be negotiating these things?
You talk about like him having an attorney within the IRS?
No. Okay. So if the IRS under Trump's spirit,
It's not a conflict of interest. He can sue personally. I have not studied him sitting in office as an executive, and 9 times out of 10, he has an attorney. He's not pro se suing the IRS.
What are you guys saying?
I don't understand what you're.
Well, that's actually not.
I guess what I'm confused about is like when, just as a general matter, like how does it become a conflict of interest? For example, if you are an employer, you sue your employee. If you're a superior, you sue an inferior. Just as a general matter, I'm just curious about what the conflict of interest would be, and how would a judge not resolve that conflict of interest?
We're putting Black Freedom, maybe you can get caught up with what's going on. So a judge has already ruled. Ben, can you explain it again?
I haven't been following this particular matter, so.
Wait, you're saying the sitting wait, you don't see it. Wait, I'm not confused. Do you know the IRS, Trump versus the IRS?
I haven't been following that litigation. I'm just curious about like the actual term of art, conflict of interest. Like what's the particular
The
conflict?
conflict of interest is that okay? So Trump is the plaintiff, right? So he is the person suing. The IRS is a part of the executive.
So we're talking about suing your own agency essentially within let's say the executive authority, right? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah. So the individuals that Trump is suing, right, are part of the executive branch, which Trump has control over, which means that the president he appoints all of the executive leadership. So that means the DOJ that's defending the government, like they're defending the government against the plaintiff, which is the person that put them in leadership. Do you not see the conflict of interest?
No, I was.
That's it.
So you saying that the government can't sue the government?
Wait, let me read this part, and then I'll put something for Black Freedom. So Trump is suing the IRS. He's trying to make a settlement. So the settlement is expected to stave off a concern raised by the judge overseeing his $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS, who has ordered Trump and the DOJ to justify by next week why the case should be able to proceed. In a ruling last month, U.S. District Judge Kathleen Williams questioned whether Trump and the defendants, the Treasury Department, and the IRS are sufficiently adverse for the case to proceed. This is her words. These are her words. Moreover, although President Trump avers that he is bringing this lawsuit in his personal capacity, he is the sitting president, and his named adversaries are entities whose decisions are subject to his direction. Indeed, President Trump's own remarks about this matter acknowledge the unique dynamic of this litigation. Trump's words were in October. It's interesting because I'm the one that makes the decision, right? And you know that decision would have to go across my desk. It's awfully strange to make a decision where I'm paying myself. So this is not theoretical. This is literally what's happening. But I'll put the article in the chat.
Okay, that's different. There's no adversarial party. I was thinking like as an actual technical legal term, conflict of interest. Like normally, so for example, if I have a conflict of interest, it's because, for example, like let's say I would have to if there was an employee of mine or an attorney of mine who was representing an adverse party, I would have to wall that person off.
So that's literally what's happening because the DOJ the DOJ lawyers are defending the government essentially, but he appoints them.
Yeah, I put the article in the chat, Black Freedom. If you're not familiar with it, it's actually a pretty big thing. Trump is actually suing, I think he has 3 cases. I think one was for, so one is for the IRS for the leak of his returns. The other one is when they went to Mar-a-Lago for the documents. I think he's suing that for 320 million. Does anybody remember the third one? I could pull it up in the article. Dan, do you remember? There's a third case that he's suing. I can't remember, but it's 3 cases. But the IRS settlement is the one that's at issue. I'm still reading about this, y'all, but yeah, Black Freedom, you may want to read up on it. Yeah.
Where he is pursuing the payment of a civil suit that was won against him, and he's suing to stop the payment on that lawsuit. Everyone that has really studied Trump knows that he is self-determined not to pay one dime, nor a blood nickel, not even a red cent in taxes. If he does happen to be entrapped and has to pay taxes, he will go after them to get the goddamn money back.
I think they already told that he doesn't have to. Carol, sorry for interrupting. Is that what you're talking about?
I know exactly. You know exactly.
I think that they already
the point is,
that.
yeah. Part of the question now, the pertinent cross-examination question again is contained in the statement. The judge who asks, "Why in the hell should I this matter to go forward?" That is the pertinent cross-examination question. You can't
I don't think that's so.
Reward yourself. You can't be in between you and the law that is put in place to bring justice. You cannot do justice by yourself. You will naturally, by human nature, rule in the favor of yourself, regardless of the witnesses, regardless of the evidence, regardless of the testimony that you will rule in yourself every time. Who goes down and say, "Well, I plead guilty and I'll sentence myself to 7 years in the penitentiary," which is thereabout what could be if there is a Justice Department at all. There's at least 7 years contained if it's discovered a scandal or means that he is the one being sued or he's the one that would suffer loss. So when it says identifiable meaning he is the accused and he turns around and becomes the accuser.
Yes, sir. I think
Corruption to justice. It's an impossibility and impossibility to derive it.
Right. I think we're.
I'll land my plane just saying.
Okay. I think we're just explaining it for Black Freedom. But anywho, yeah, I'm gonna look up the third reason. And I just want to point out what Amari said. I know leave the chat in the chat. But Amari, just because Black Freedom is not familiar with it, that does not mean that it's not a big deal, sir, respectfully. Just FYI. This is a very big deal. And the slush fund would be even more of a big deal, or whatever it is that he's trying to do. Big illegal, unethical deal. But Black Freedom said he was reading about the specifics. What are you talking about? It came up on the New York Times Google search. The creation of the settlement came up, sir. Yes, because I pay attention to this. We've heard about this. Like, are you serious right now? All of our information comes from the news. I don't think any of us are correspondents. And as much as you stay in Donald Trump's ass, you rarely bring any actual news to the table, except when it has to do with the subjugation of black men, because you forget that you're a nigga. So you want no? He's not gonna fit in the bed. I'm tired of him. Like, always got something to say. Like, what are you talking about? We're talking about this because it is news. Like, what is going on? what I don't understand. It's news. You should be happy that Donald Trump is getting a settlement. Your big daddy is actually going to settle with the IRS. Your fellow brethren, the J6ers, you're not going to praise the fact that 1,600 white people are going to get $1 million from Daddy Trump. Oh, you should be excited about it. Okay.
All it's okay, stop.
No.
This challenge of this.
Please, please, please. 1 second. Um. So, Amari, you said so. If I got this right, he was saying, well, Black Freedom doesn't know about it. That is not that important. Is that what he was saying?
Yeah, that's absolutely wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar with the lawsuit, but what I will say is that again, okay, damn, my bad. I didn't know.
Said he said it's a big deal, and he said a big deal on Clubhouse. He said outside of Clubhouse. I said yes, it's big in the federal courts, and for those that care about the constitutional order of the United States. And he said a Clubhouse real lawyer didn't even follow this case. So yeah, he was saying because that he didn't follow the case, then it could be a big deal. Of course, it is a big deal because it has everything to do with adversarial interests, adversarial parties in court around the president, something that hadn't been worked out before. It literally goes to the relationship between the branches. It goes to the core of the Constitution and order. But it's a January 6th thing. And you have to remember, his homegirl got shot down. And so he's always on Trump's side of January 6th if they shot his homegirl down. Remember, that was Omari's friend, the girl that got killed.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the good news again, it is in hands of we the people. If we the people decide to stop that goddamn case, it will be stopped. Just you don't have enough self-determination.
Ambassador, please.
Well, I'm just saying to you the truth. If you don't want me to say the truth, it's fine.
Well, don't say the truth. Don't say the truth.
It be stopped.
Well, it may not be a top story, but there wasn't a story that we wanted to talk about because we had already covered it. What are we doing? Chill back, chill out. Yeah, because right now, if we leave from this, there's nothing else to talk about. For real. So, I mean, I'm okay, First Lady. I forgot that I haven't eaten, so I'm gonna go eat. But Omari, I follow news about the IRS, sir. I suggest that you do as well. But anywho, thank y'all for having this discussion. I did not realize that. So he's maybe Dan, you look like you read a little bit more. So he's suggesting the settlement. Yeah, I saw that you want. He's suggesting the settlement. But the case itself is still being litigated.
Interesting. Well, the good news is this is not the evil of Kamala Harris. You know, she had an abortion policy. When people could have personal responsibility and not have abortions, or you have a better economy, which leads to fewer abortions. But even though we know this guy's evil and corrupt, he was still the lesser of two evils. So that's a good thing to know because we're in a war. 187 girls killed. Those girls don't matter, but they're Iranian. War all over the world. Prices through the roof got worse. Gas through the roof. But guess what? This is not as evil as Kamala Harris would have been because she would have had an abortion policy that I don't know what the policy would have been. The presidents don't really seem to set abortion policy because they're now at the state level. But hey, does it matter that Trump's abortions have gone up since the overturn of Roe? It's her policy that was evil. And that's the worst evil, right? Cutting food stamps and meals for Meals on Wheels or cutting Medicaid to take care of the poor, which actually comes directly from Jesus' Sermon on the Mount, for those of you who know the Beatitudes. That, of course, was more evil. So to show her policies, it's more life-giving. But she was the evil one. It's because she's a black woman. And because she's a woman. We all know it. Everything she was gonna do was more evil than this guy. Can't crash now. Got some more squats to get to. I'm done.
The way that MAGA substantiates any and everything that Donald Trump does literally has to be studied. So Omari's supposition is now that it is a quote unquote filler story. We literally have individuals come in here and talk about random counties all across the country that none of us live in, have been to, know a single person, and we talk about,
Well, let's talk about this part of it. Because the downplaying. I think it's very dangerous for them to continuously downplay stuff like that because it normalizes it. So I agree with you in regards to the downplaying. If in fact the thing is wrong, you gotta work on the thing that's wrong. You can't downplay it and say, "Oh well, it's just this." No, because then people think that you're accepting it, and then they do more, and then they do more and more and more. It just gets greater. So the more you ignore, the more you actually welcome it in this situation. So yeah, you gotta stop downplaying. It's not cool.
So, feminism. What do you think about feminism first? Let's go to the topic that's really gonna affect people's day-to-day lives. What do you think about that?
I don't know, child. I don't know. I don't. You know. I'm grateful that I didn't live in a time when feminism did not exist. I know they say they have several different waves of it, but I don't know.
How do you think Kamala Harris's policies are more evil than Trump's? Because remember, they were two evils. So, which one of her policies? Give us the, a few policies of hers that are evil. I got 7 seconds for the next set. Opponent, 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 opponent.
Yeah, I think it's irregardless. Irregardless. Oh, this guy's crazy. No, I don't focus on those. Yeah, yep. I don't know. That's my answer. I just know that it doesn't make sense for um somebody to have a conversation about abortion and then not care about what's happening to the numbers in the present time.
It's insane, isn't it?
It's pretty weird.
That's pretty weird. No, I get one that gets blamed for flattening nuance. So I'm talking about the material effects on the ground, which, if you're interested in abortion, as it should be, it's not a normative concern. It's an applied one, right? But I'm the one that's not into the nuance. It's exciting.
So since we're back to my view now, I'm going to jump in here. So again, there's a difference between the number of something that happened and the legality behind it. So one side advocates for federal protections for abortion. The other side advocates that it goes back to the state. Neither of both of those views to me are evil. Like Trump's view is evil. Kamala Harris's view is evil. Both of them are. Because in my opinion, the non-evil view is federal abortion ban. So, but because I deem both of them are evil, I have to see which one of those are the lesser of two evils. A person that says federal, federal legal protection for abortion, and the other one that says, hey, it should go back to the states. That was my position. What you did was double under Trump, it's still more abortions happening. When that's again my principle of why I voted was on the basis of not how many. It's not like I voted for Trump. Like, oh, abortion's going to go away now. The idea was where at least it's moving away from at least it being a legal right.
Yeah.
So that's why you removed the nuance. Hold on for a second. You did remove the nuance, and you actually just did it again.
You never mentioned just to be fair to you, I'll let you finish. Okay, we'll move you down. You never mentioned federal and state bans before. You never said that federal and state ban.
Yeah, he doesn't tell the truth. There's no need to have a conversation.
It's very ridiculous now. Wait a minute. If I legality, if Tommy, what am I talking?
No, you never said anything about.
First of all, if you was speaking policy, okay, but let me answer. Let me answer. If you were speaking to legalities,
I can't help it.
we tell you. You can't speak to legalities. If you're speaking to legalities, shut up. If you're speaking to legalities, you would actually be speaking about Dobbs. You didn't mention Dobbs. You didn't mention a federal ban. You didn't mention federal protections or state protections. Okay. Happened in 2022. The election was in 2024. Okay. Opponent. Regardless. He's another dummy. I gotta be honest with y'all. Why do Trump supporters lie? We just heard this man lie like 4 times in 20 minutes.
At
Did
least.
anybody hear him mention federal ban? Federal protection? He did not.
No.
Did you all hear him say he did not say that Congress could easily pass?
And then came right to this up.
Oh, man. I think replays are silly because people, do weird stuff with them and chop and screw and stuff. But I'm starting to reevaluate replays. He literally said Congress could easily pass X, Y, and Z. I didn't say that. Oh, I mentioned federal bans. He never mentioned federal bans, federal protections, or anything. He's an idiot. It's hard to have conversations with these people. They all lie. All of them lie. The only one that doesn't lie, who talks in the bag of it, is maybe Jamal. He might be the only one that doesn't regularly lie. They all lie. It's strange. It's really strange.
Well, I think the reason why he don't tell too many stories is because he's too busy bullcrap. So.
But he said he's a teacher. Oh, what? Kenny! Oh, I'm sorry. He says he teaches. He didn't say he was a teacher. Did you hear him? He said, I don't teach that. Didn't you hear that?
No. I heard you calling him a teacher, but I wasn't paying attention when he said it.
When I said the thing about submission, he was like, oh, I don't teach that. I didn't say that. People wanted to know what he taught. Yeah. He just wrote, you have to go back up. Because I don't lie. You can see it. That level of lying is insane. I never said Congress could easily pass something. And then he said, there's a bunch of conservatives who would call it a fourth branch of government. He ain't named one. I talked to Democrats, and Democrats have these guardrails, and I don't know about it. He ain't one guardrail, one Democrat. Kenny is a prime A1 bullshitter. That's all he is. He's a liar and a bullshitter. He lies and bullshits.
I thought he was a good guy. He had a nice.
He was too.
Did he have a little suit on, a little shirt, or tie?
And he was kind of cool. But then with a lot of this stuff online, I know y'all don't like when Brooke doesn't get a lot of this stuff. I'm telling you, Donald Trump would not have won if it wasn't this online gender stuff. It is this gender stuff. I'm telling you. And now he has to double and triple down. You heard him say, well, why wouldn't he do it when he's now? Huh? Did you hear him say that?
Yeah, but then he was sitting there fighting to tell Black freedom, why it's wrong and all. I'm like, where am I at? I said, I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm just gonna let him read.
So, look who's on the court. My self-esteem is not low today. But if I play these guys, I'm gonna come out of here feeling like Anthony Edwards.
You need help.
I'm about to go over there.
Not one in the YN. That's a
They playing full court. You gonna play with them? Is it the East Asian?
Yeah. I cannot confirm or deny, but I will say, if I brought my laptop in to be fixed, they could fix it.
That's nasty. You play too much.
You can't even have a honest convo. But that was an insane. That man said he mentioned federal protection. That man never mentioned federal protection. I don't understand it. Jamal is the only one. I was wrong. I don't understand. You know why? You know why it is, though, personally? You know why it is? I think what the problem is? They feel like it's racial betrayal. I think a lot of Black Trump supporters who said, let's try something different. I like Democrat. And they see the bad effects on them and their communities and Black people generally. I really think they feel like race traitors, and this is how they deal with it. That's what I really believe. I really believe know that Donald Trump is terrible and terrible for their communities, whatever that is, and they just can't bring themselves to admit it. Whatever that stage of grief is, and I don't know if that's the first stage, but they know it's bad, and so they get around people like me and you and others, and they're like, come on, man, and you want to actually, they just can't admit it. They feel like they're race traitors. I never heard a bunch of Black men going around talking about loving Donald Trump. This is the weirdest thing. What? Here's long wig, and you defended him like he's your daddy. You 50-year-old man in love with a president like that? That's crazy.
Well, okay, so I hear I hear you. Maybe that could be the case for some. I also think that a lot of them grew up telling stories. Some of them, yes,
Oh,
yes, yeah, yeah. I'm really I'm being super 100% honest on how I feel.
yeah, you say this all the time.
Every time I speak with them, it's always I gotta pull the truth out. I gotta go through there. I gotta go there. The only way I got to get him on track was by asking him about the opponent. I'm asking him, is it a game? And then it was like it started softening him up. And then all of a sudden he's like, oh, well, he's like, well, I didn't say it was. I'm not saying it is right. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, why don't we focus and do this? Now he coming up with all these creative ideas. Why weren't you there a few minutes ago? So I think it's just the ability to come up with these stories and be able to tell them, because all of them had the same talking points, and some are very creative with the talking points. Some can't sell it as well, but I think they didn't get corrected as a child in telling stories, or if they did get corrected, they just learned how to lie more. So that's my theory.
I don't think people supported Obama this much. That's what's crazy to me. And I've noticed that, like, they will double down on defense. Like, where is Notorious? Like, they will just it's like they are in love with Donald Trump. And I don't understand it. Like, they can't articulate or regurgitate any of his policies, any legislation. You're right, First Lady. It's like they all get the same YouTube channels or Fox News or X.
Download.
Right. It's like, but to hear them mimicking white MAGA because they're in this spaces because they're not welcome in white MAGA spaces. That's the crazy part.
No, that's not true.
I mean, if somebody's calling them the N word, a lot of them have come in these spaces because we've argued with these people for years on this app. And I'm like, why aren't
Well,
you
I
on
don't
your
want to get
resume?
the Facebook people are calling, that. But, you know, here's the truth coming out. Because I do believe that they created this, oh, let's come together and fight, these Democrats because they are just bad. They're trying to change the world and we don't want that. So they came together, they united under those premises, forgetting that a lot of these people are still racist. So then you're like, okay, well, I can't sit with them because, I still have some kind of dignity. Not all of them. I literally heard some of them sit there and kiki with it and be okay and find ways to continuously fit in. So I think there's something about how the acceptance of that side means a lot to them, and they also are addicted to the badass about Trump. Trump is badass. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I will y'all can hate me if you want, but the way he talk, all that, they love that. That they enjoy it, and that's what the Democrats hate. The Democrats don't like it, you know. So, but these people, they eat it up. They laugh at it. They find it funny. Um, so they like that macho kind of thing. I think that's the feeling that um, that they vibe off. So, um, and because they like that feeling, they'll do and they'll say anything that continues to keep it. That's my rant. I have nothing else.
I don't think that Trump is a badass. He is a privileged, wealthy, billionaire white man. There's a dime a dozen. They can Peter Thiel. They can like the CEO of Apple. They can like. I mean, there's hundreds to choose from. Um, he is a foul mouth, orange, diaper wearing. Like, do you literally look? I was looking
What about
from
us?
a non. Yeah, Musk is a racist. Have y'all seen him online railing against James Cameron because Lupita is in now if y'all want to see that, if y'all want to, yeah, oh thank you, Christopher Nolan. Have y'all seen that shit? Him literally losing his mind because Lupita is in the damn Odyssey movie. Elon Musk is a racist. I do agree. Trump just said it's anti-boule. It's anti-establishment. It's like anti. It's trendy to be pro-Trump first lady, which I don't understand. But I don't think that Trump is a badass. I don't. He falls asleep in meetings. I look at the man in his suits. Did y'all like? There is something back there, and I'm not hating on the elderly, right? Because Jesus be offense with incontinence. It could happen to any one of us. We don't know how we're gonna be in those elder years, but my God in heaven, that man, his the back of his suit, it hunches up like that. You can literally see it. That man is wearing a diaper. That is a big ass depends.
Okay.
And nobody can tell me otherwise. I'm just saying.
Okay. I mean, I'm not going to debate you.
Well, that's not a bad ass. He's wearing a big ass diaper. That was my point.
Okay. And your point is well taken, and I'm gonna pass right to you. The badass part, if you don't think that, fine. No, really, my husband is what think that he's badass. The fact that I can fall asleep and still have a fucking job on TV, yeah, I'm bad. Hello?
Reagan,
What you gonna do? Who gonna check? No, I'm bad. I can walk around with a diaper and shit like that. I don't have people respect. So again, I don't think I think they see power in it. I think there's other people that want to introduce some additional stuff. Go ahead, Ben.
Take that out on other people. Rupert Nyong'o is playing Helen of Troy. Helen of Troy is the daughter of Zeus. Like that. I'm actually got. This is my real life. Giant throwing it away because it's not mine. I have been.
It reminds me of I don't even think they read the Odyssey. I don't think they read the Iliad. I don't think they know who Odysseus is. Like that Kevin Sarbo, who y'all remember him, Hercules. I'm like, you're asking like Hercules. They're talking shit about like coke lines, things look out, you put like a resort picture that they could find it like they are melting. Have y'all seen this on X? Beach is not attractive. All kinds of crazy things.
You gotta come out of this. It's why I'm confused. This is your moment to get tweeted out or retweeted somebody. I didn't know that that was in response. Oh, Odysseus. I mean, so they must. So my name is first. I remember responded to people playing. Oh my god. I didn't know.
Evelyn, drop it. Drop it.
Find out the actual office of my
There was a I guess I cut back away and all the fish. So my wife just had her wisdom teeth. She is not allowed to eat
I want to look
for the next week. So to emphasize, we got some wax and king crab, and since the meat is still soft here, she's able to eat it. So we found a good middle ground for her.
I didn't like it. I told her.
To be able to still eat good,
it was
but not hurt her wisdom teeth. So enjoy your little crapsicle.
get after it.
You know, when
I'm not changing. I'm gonna say goodbye. Giant pile of foam in my backyard. I shoved it all out the door. I've been having to turn off my walls. It was in my workshop. I made a custom video. I'm moving out, so all my work has got to go. What's crazy is that when I cycle this, it will turn into carpet painting. So my art installation is going to get reinstalled. Putting all this foam into the recycler's truck. It's full of all the other stuff I'm recycling. Yeah, guys, I've seen. You want to receive a free Bible?
Yeah, that's what Dave was saying. Ryan Gosling said, Barack Obama. Yes, just so that. I agree that she is casting a knife on his head, right? No, to get a foundational work, it's no more about casting a white head. It's a foundational work of a white. Oh my God. Elon must be tweeting about Shaka Zulu. That shit is funny as hell.
Mannheim attack, and Afghan attacks and anti-Islam rally. And
Guys, Temu is absolutely insane. My first number, the one fourth, is that she's done. It's better shot. I don't think she'll be the Democratic nominee. I would love to say.
yeah, this is
Let me rephrase. The person who wrote Iliad and Odyssey was not Homer.
Since before I was born,
That was my literal statement, man.
No,
we were literally talking about.
was a collection of Greek bards. However, there was someone called Homer that scholars had found. That's what I said. We agree. We ultimately agree. That's cool. There was not one single person who wrote the Iliad. That's true. But there was a poet, although an obscure one, who was called Homer, who literally existed.
Yeah, Homer.
Cite papers.
We can't hear you. You keep going in and out. And I've read several different papers. This has been a lot of scholarship. And by the way, I actually just just to be clear, there's several Greek historians. They've been doing a ton of interviews since the Odyssey's been coming out. I don't know if you watched any of them. They all come out and say, "Well, yeah, Homer really didn't exist."
I'll have to watch them. I go to them. The classic department provides this. I know them. I studied Homer in graduate school.
You should know exactly what I'm talking about.
You said was correct. Well, you said was incorrect, which is fine. We now agree.
Oh, wait, what you saying? I'm saying it's incorrect.
That Homer did not exist.
No. Dan.
First statement.
No, ban.
Oh my God, bro.
Yeah, the person who they believe wrote the Odyssey, this person did not exist.
No one believes that.
Don't say no one.
People do got it.
We had this girl from Sudan here, and he said that their women are getting raped. What's wrong?
Yeah. I mean, how long was Castro been in power? Years, 80 years. He's been starving those people 4 years. And, they made not the Cuban people, but Castro, when he took over, they made their choice. They cozied up to the Soviets. Obviously, that didn't work out for them, right? I mean, but it got to a point to where they were allowing the Russian to, they didn't successfully do it, but they were going to allow the Russian or the Soviets to station nuclear ballistic missiles in Cuba. I remember the Cuban Missile Crisis, but that was all turned around through some agreements and secret agreements in exchange for Cuba not hosting or hosting Russian missiles. We would secretly take our missiles out of Turkey. I believe it was at the time, but it wasn't really well known. But anyway, so they cozied up to the Soviets. That didn't work out for them, and then they cozied up to the Venezuelans who were supplying their only source of oil. Obviously, that's not going so well. Maduro's out of the picture. So they're like, it's kind of crap. But there's a bunch of children and women and elderly who can't get hospital care because they don't have electricity. There's blackouts everywhere. It's a real shame. What's up, Pepe? Looks like Cuba's about to fall here soon, bro. But they're saying now this is Facebook. I gotta really be careful with what Facebook says, but I've seen a couple news outlets that are saying that Cuba is apparently building up 300 drones to attack the Guantanamo base. So I don't know if that's true. But it could be one of those things where, we were saying that Maduro was sending in drug boats from Venezuela to Trinidad, eventually making its way to America. We could, it'll be the same thing. We're charging them with something like that, posturing up. And, they're about to collapse. They just need something to really kick it off.
I don't think it's gonna be as hard as a battle or operation like in against the Islamic Republic of Iran. I think it's gonna be quite. I think it's gonna be a faster operation. Maybe not like in Venezuela, but a bit different, I would imagine. But I don't think it will take too long.
Here's the thing: is I've read quite a bit just because I like the movie A Few Good Men. The relationship between the soldiers in Guantanamo Bay and the Cubans that have to basically be their mere or sentries outside of the base. They have a pretty good relationship. It's all pretty professional. They haven't had anything.
Hey, what was that? Cocaine?
Y'all ever met somebody that lives off a pill?
No.
And so I'm gonna have her get her down and look at the fact. It's not hard to tell we do coke. No.
Oh, they out here just like.
I don't think the Cubans are willing. Most of them are willing to fight the Americans. They know that ain't gonna fucking last long. But maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
What are you listening to? Good job. What's Peter? Sounds like fucking North Korean propaganda or something.
I swear to God, that was what I said.
Yeah.
Because last time when we had a discussion, as soon as he found out that I was a monarchist, he attacked me and the other monarchists. Such a democratic person he is. And then
Glow, why are you a monarchist? Why do you think it's a better form of government?
moderator, now you will see what's gonna happen.
Hey, what's crazy about Cuba? I think now
It is not possible to be taken. The medal, I just have it on the stage.
what's sad about Cuba though, man, is that
What you're saying.
Vegas.
It is not possible to be bought by money like premium account. It is something by military factors.
I cannot understand what the fuck you're even saying, Mark.
Like,
You speak after that. Everybody else understand. People understand.
Hey, Glow, yeah, I got a question for you about your monarchy. Glow, why do you think monarchy is the best form of government?
Well, first of all, you have to look at the region you're in, and you have to look at what types of monarchies there are. When you have a republic, you have a parliament, you have parliamentarians. You can have parliamentarians in your republic. You can have parliamentarians in your monarchy. You can have a constitutional monarchy, or either a full-on monarchy. If you look back at before '79, you find that in a monarchy, usually a constitutional monarchy. So you don't have to be.
No,
Yeah, have you thought about just having a parliament but not having a king and a queen and a royal family? Doesn't that make more sense than to have a royal family? Hello?
And that they can take over anything. So that's why you see someone very powerful to keep people in focus.
like 100.
All right.
So you're saying that you need a you're saying you're saying you need a strong monarchy to kill other men or women. Till Lambert خیلی شده. Peter.
That is a voice sound right there. Can you hear that? What? Speak again, please. What was that again?
till Lambert خیلی تنگ شده. Peter.
Excellent. Yes, thank you. Anyway, Cuba about the fall. So I read they have not reviewed the. So I said this before. But they will be resolved. Fuel prices will go back down. Let's get it. It's fine.
Well, I don't know.
Kind of like with yes, the lower the vice president. I mean, I think a lot of people think that they were that's not they continue to have embraced you want America sentiment in the world. Yeah. You're working with it. Big song like that. Getting into a lot of us. So, how to get which bring out or something. We got in other countries. I imagine you have some sort of assets.
And is there already like
I like to the Cuban government.
yeah.
I don't know. I think like some sort of organized opposition. No, the Cuban government is really good about making people go to jail or disappear if you like the stuff. The stuff and stuff. He doesn't want to get there. He got a trespass. He went there and his shit was immediately seen by the Cuban government. And then they had spies watching the whole thing. He got interrogated by like a two-star general. And yeah, it was fucked up. He was interviewing these people and he had to blur their faces. And they were all saying, like, if you release these videos, I'm going to fucking jail. Like, I'll disappear if people see this video. And there was a woman spy watching him, and there was a Cuban. It was fucked up, man. Cubans, yeah, will make these people disappear. And but some people are willing to talk, other people won't. But you got to watch that video. It just released. I mean, like a week ago, and it's eye opening. Like these people can't speak out against the government, or you will fucking disappear. And like during the Cuban boat crisis, like when he released a bunch of people out of insane asylums and jails, and just political opposition, he sent them on boats to go to America in the 1980s and shit. And we a lot of them we granted amnesty, but if they were like convicted murderers, we sent them back to Cuba, and he killed them. Like he murdered all of those people that eventually got sent back. And so yeah, I mean Castro is a murderer, bro. I mean he'll make you disappear. He'll send you to a prison with no fucking air conditioning and stuff, and in the heat of Cuba, and he'll kill you. He's a crook, bro. It's really fucked up. But the literacy rate is about 98%, which who the fuck cares when you don't have any money or food? You know, it's fucked up.
Oh yeah, and it's been like this. I think for quite a long
For
time.
80 years. And what's sad is that they have a lot. It was a very prosperous country before. It had a lot of sugar cane and stuff, and they were known of making rum, and obviously Cuban cigars, and it was a destination people wanted to go. In fact, the mafia, that was what Vegas was supposed to be. They didn't want to set Vegas up in a fucking desert with no water. It was supposed to be Cuba, and it was going to be cool. Like my grandparents are conservative, religious people, and they say that Vegas was a lot better when the mafia ran it in the 60s and 70s. It was cheaper, it was safer, it was cleaner, more affordable. That was what Cuba was supposed to be. It was supposed to be a vacation destination. Those people were going to be doing well. Only 90 miles away from Florida, in a great place. It would have been. It shouldn't have happened this way. You know what I'm saying? But that's what communism gets you, dude. And then they just steal from these people that communism is a fucking lie, and they'll even say it on their communism is a lie on that Nick Chiller video, and because everybody starves except for the people that are in charge. It's a fucking shame, man.
That the regular people are just equally broke.
Yep.
So it's when you tell them that, they're like, no, but it hasn't been done right yet.
Right. Well, I just want to add to what Malin's saying. Communism is for the peoples, but in those communist countries, the leaders are living capitalist lives.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yep. Yep, that's the truth, man.
See, they have pure capitalism is really what America was founded on, and we've gone so far away from that because the separation of church and state and the separation of government or state and economics. Now that is where we can really all thrive because the government 9 out of 10 times makes bad decisions on behalf of we the people. And so, if we wanted more freedom, more abundance, more liberty, more prosperity, we wouldn't have an economic state government in the way that we do now that has plunged us into a financial catastrophe. Imagine if instead of 40 trillion down the hole for Medicare, Medicaid, and the military industrial complex, we were all to just issue ourselves checks for $400,000 20 years ago. I'm 100% sure that everybody here would rather have a check for 400,000 20 years ago than right now. Am I right? Am I wrong? Hello?
Why is he making up now?
No, you just gotta let him go.
What am I even talking about? What do you think I even just said? Hello? You don't speak English.
All right, so John, the richest country in the history of civilization, the richest country even currently, is the United States of America. has the highest GDP. And second place, China. And the difference between the two are trillions, not billions, 10 plus trillions. So it's a testament to how successful the capital, even with its flaws.
40 trillion in debt? 40 trillion in debt? The country's bankrupt. And it's the second GDP and the third GDP.
Sam.
Go ahead, go ahead. You want to be
The point that he's trying to make is while we have the highest GDP, the allocation of resources in individuals that contribute to that GDP are otherwise allocated in a way that is disanalogous to the point of meritocracy. I feel like this is a lot of what John is saying that people just want to ignore. So when he asks the follow-up question, I recognize that what he is saying sounds like trolling, but if you actually understood the person behind this troll and his certain level of business acumen, you could understand that this is not most definitely a troll. Like he's
I am
asking
an
a very
R word now.
pointed economic and financial conversation question.
Right. Would you tell us what his question is?
It's not a question, it's just a statement of information, meaning that separation of state and economics, that's true laissez-faire capitalism. That's what we need. That's the solution. Not more government spending, not more government intervention, not big government. Small government is the solution, ladies and gentlemen. Smaller government, smaller problems. Bigger government, bigger problems. Hello?
All right. Now, when you look at the U.S. real GDP per capita, if you take all the money in the USA and divide it by its citizens, the GDP per capita of the United States in 2017 is $70,000 per person. That is a very high standard of GDP per capita.
Where when you adjust that to actually the cost of living in major cities in America, you know, if you look at a city like Los Angeles, for example, a household income of two, you would actually, based on that sole income of $70,000, fall below the poverty line in that state. So I think why are you living? The man actually is making a very solid point.
There are 50 states.
Hold on.
There are 50 states. 70,000. You go to West Virginia, 70,000. You're living like a prince.
Okay, so when you look at the major, when you look at where the majority of our population is anchored, is the majority of our population anchored in West Virginia, or is it anchored in places? Okay, so we just hand back the majority of the land in the United States back to Spain and Mexico? Like, I mean, what are you talking about?
Now here's
There has to be a scaling effort towards economic affordability.
Oh, so you want to live at the best places of the country and not pay for it?
Who said that?
Well, you're living in LA, Los Angeles. What are you complaining about? Deliver, make the money.
Again, expenses. I'm not complaining about the cost of living. Again, I'm not complaining about the cost of living.
You just did.
His point is, again, people's perception in how we are engaging in capitalism, not taking into consideration the regulation that hinders, right, the fruits and the gains of what capitalism was intended for at the inception of this country is no longer possible due to overregulation. That is what he is saying. John, am I wrong? Is that not what you're saying? Like, I mean,
you're like, you left off everybody. You went gobble to
it's crazy to, well, maybe you just simply don't understand.
No, they don't money. You want to live in LA. Dude, I don't live in LA. I live in Jersey. I'm a multimillionaire. I can live in LA. But I choose not to because of the high cost of living. So you need to figure out. Yeah.
Which again, if you look at the actual economics behind the numbers and the cost of living between New Jersey and Los Angeles, you're not able to afford to live in Los Angeles, so you're struggling in New Jersey. So I don't care what you want to say.
Money wise. Listen, you want to live that sweet LA life. You got your gay community.
Listen,
you want the sun. You want the restaurants. You want the nightlife. Pay for it, dude.
Isn't that the American dream?
Pay for it.
Isn't that the American dream?
On the table.
Isn't that the American dream? So what you're asking for is
complain if you can't afford it.
But what you're asking for is feudalism. And this is Well, you actually need to listen to money.
But you want me to pay for it.
So what you actually need to listen to is what Kitover is saying, because what you're asking for is a feudalistic society. And the economic angles behind what Kitover is fighting against is moving us away from a feudalistic society into a capitalistic society. So
Let me just
You simply do not understand economics.
ladies and gentlemen, everyone understands economics because everyone knows how to buy low and sell high. It's not a complicated question, but let me just read to you what Ayn Rand wrote in her book Virtues of Selfishness. She wrote, "When I say capitalism, I mean a full, pure, uncontrolled, unregulated, laissez-faire capitalism with a separation of state and economics in the same way and for the same reasons as the separation of state and church. A pure system of capitalism has never yet existed, not even in America. Various degrees of government control had been undercutting and distorting it from the start. Capitalism is not the system of the past, it is the system of the future, if mankind in America is to have a future."
Ayn Rand, she's the ultimate capitalist, dude. She wouldn't tolerate any of this nonsense that doctor's saying. She's the ultimate fiercest capitalist. She doesn't even believe in altruism.
I wholeheartedly agree with Iron Man.
See, to say that she doesn't even believe in altruism, what she actually does when she says, I get it. I get it. But Sam, the question is really what's the best economic model for maximum productivity, maximum abundance, and maximum equity? So when I ask a girl on Hinge to go out on a date with me, she says, "Before I go out on a date with me, you have to tell me your politics." If my response is economics and equity, she says, "You have to explain more." And then I say, "Bitch, what more is there than economics and equity?" So Sam, what's your problem? Are you not having a good day?
Ranks of the top GDPs in the world. United States at 30 trillion. Number two, China at 19 trillion. Germany 5 trillion. Japan 4 trillion. The United States is number one at 30 trillion by 10, 11 trillion more than China. The proof is right there in the numbers. United States, baby, all the way.
I thought the proof was in the pudding.
No, that's different. Oh, now we got the counselor on board. Okay.
I'm on a train. I'm not gonna talk loud. But why the hell would someone choose Jersey? If you have money, just asking.
It's temporary, Abby. I'm just selling my properties because I'm moving down to South America.
Oh, you're gonna get kidnapped down there. Could you imagine unloading everything in America, becoming a passport bro in Colombia, then you end up dead in a closet because you're looking for a wife on Hinge or Bumble? Good luck, Sam.
I'm going to spend the next 10 years traveling South America because there's a lot of investment opportunity there and the good quality.
You're remembering of BP and the inherent nature of this conversation as it relates to the economic conditions that we're in America and how that translates into individual quality of life. You simply do not understand economics. When you look at the GDP, when you look at the GDP, it's an aggregate number. It is an aggregated number. You have people walking around in North America worth $700 billion.
Dude, when you get to the top 0.05 percentile, come to me.
When you get there, then let me know. Because you are in New Jersey.
Sam.
You're in New Jersey. You're in New Jersey.
Sam, it's never a flex to come on Clubhouse.
I'm rich too.
Yeah, it's never a flex to come on Clubhouse and say I'm rich and you're not. Ha ha. Like that can't possibly make you feel better inside, right?
How did you make your money? I did check you.
So you guys make my money?
Yeah, how did you make your money?
There are ways you can make your money. If you put in your time, you become a doctor, a lawyer, you can make six figures. But if you put in your extra time, you can learn investment.
If you're making just 6 years, you're not in the top.
No, I don't. You never said if you were saying something,
So this is what I'm talking about. Economics, and you definitely don't understand, simple basic numbers. And I'm questioning, do you even have? I'm not the one.
Wait, Dr. Adams. Gentlemen. Let's just ask. Gentlemen, please. Gentlemen, let's just ask Sam a quick diagnostic question. Sam, what is 600 times 300?
Add the 6 zeros.
That's not an answer. You failed the test. Second question. Explain inflation, if you will.
Ridiculous, man.
Can't do it? Okay, 0 for 2. Ladies and gentlemen, this millionaire's credibility in Jersey has gone to 0%.
The amount of money that you actually have.
Yeah.
Can I look you up or something?
Yeah. You can look me up. They know me on Clubhouse.
No. What did you do? What do you do for work?
I used to be a physician, but I retired in my 40s.
That's amazing. Voluntarily?
Yeah.
Voluntarily. You didn't have your medical license pulled?
Yeah. No, I don't have my medical license pulled. You can go to any medical board. There's nothing on me, no malpractice. What I realized is I did some simple math. I was like, dude, man, I'm seeing these hospital CEOs making $1 million or $2 million, and I'm like, you know what? I can do this. And so I made a decision. I'll make 10 years of my physician salary in 1 year, and that's what I started doing.
Where did you go to medical school?
I was an international medical graduate.
How do you see the link I posted up top of Yale discriminating against white and Asian applicants?
There is discrimination in medicine. What are you talking about? Like any other field?
Yeah, so how do you feel about the
I've experienced it myself.
Miss Hanson's old school?
Are you a white passing?
No, he said no thanks.
I've told my story many times on Clubhouse.
So, Sam, I mean, if you go down to South America and you make all the right investments, are you looking to get married and start a family with a beautiful Chiquita banana?
No.
Because,
Never mind.
You know what? I'll tell you about something. You go on YouTube.
Yeah.
I'll help you all. I'm a nomad capitalist. Go on YouTube. There's this guy, nomad capitalist. Look him up. And he'll open your eyes to opportunities that I keep talking about in Clubhouse where people are restricting themselves to the United States of America. Once you understand how big this world is, how many you could just look for this
Well,
opportunities.
Sam, everything's on the internet nowadays. There won't even be any roads in the future. Okay, nomad capitalist. I'm just saying that even if you take your millions that you scammed out of Medicare and you invested in South America for tax evasion, the point is, if you get married and then divorced, you could lose it. You could lose half of it and get set up on alimony and child support and a final consent decree to the divorce settlement. Talk to Abby here. She's a lawyer. Abby, how many men do you know that's lives been turned upside down because of divorce? Hello?
You call Counselor Abby, you pay her money, and she write you up a good prenup.
How much do those actually work though? 'Cause I don't think I've ever heard of anybody
They work.
not having it. Is it the money?
Have you ever had a girlfriend?
No, it's actually the money they make after.
But when you get
Leave Pepe alone. Leave Pepe alone.
married, though, isn't it?
Leave Pepe alone.
Thank you. And so, isn't all the money though that's made like around half of that's made during the marriage?
Pepe, are you a virgin? Yeah.
It's you live in a community property state. I think New Jersey regulates equitable distribution. It's a little different format, but it's what's what's earned during the community of the actual marriage. However, prenups do work, and when they don't work and they're not upheld, it's usually when there hasn't been proper disclosure. If there's proper disclosure and both sides have independent household, they usually are held up.
But anyone can make the claim.
Get yourself a good doctor, a lawyer, and an accountant. That's what they say.
So doctor, lawyer, and a DAO. Doctor, attorney, lawyer, a DAO.
Yeah.
I got it. So
Another thing is over and over again, guys.
what?
You gotta think out of the box. You gotta get
Really?
out of the States. You gotta go out there. There's so much opportunity, financial opportunity out there.
Yeah, even here on Clubhouse, I think. You know,
Capitalism in the United States. Because when I go to other parts of the country, they're not as capitalistic entrepreneurship as we are.
no way, you're right.
You know,
Sam, do you know what the word entrepreneur means in French? Risk taker. Risk taker. And entrepreneur.
that sounds like we to me. Go out there, guys. There's I'm out there. I'm seeing other Americans, and we're talking with each other when we're out. What do you mean?
Other Americans, you're Egyptian.
No, I'm American, dude. Born in
Sam, what do you think about Bukele's El Salvador?
You see your property taxes?
He is supporting Karen Bass in Los Angeles. I mean, oy vey. Dr. Adams, come on. We have to get you on the Spencer Pratt train. What's it going to take?
Advertisements are incredible.
Yes.
Pull my toenails off one by
Oh no. What if he gave you a check? What would be your number to get you on the Spencer Pratt train, Dr. Adams, and ditch Karen Bass? There has to be a number. Tell us your number. Ooh, we got an ideologue here. He's supporting a communist female traitor. Karen Bass is the epitome of evil, and Dr. Adams thinks that her job record is really her credentials and bona fide. She's a fucking communist agitator and organizer. How can you support this woman? She's a hardcore Soviet communist type. She's evil. The woman is evil.
Politics. Let me ask you this: if you're an expert on California politics, which it's definitely a smaller market than Illinois, why haven't you won a seat yet?
I'm fighting right now to be the mayor of Chicago. I'm trying to liberate my hometown, and I used to live in Los Angeles. I used to live in Century City in Beverly Hills, and I'll be back. I will come back to LA and clean up Karen fat ass Bass's mess.
My political decisions in a place that you don't even live in.
Used to live there, and I'm coming back. I'm going to clean up the communist Los Angeles mess that Karen Bass has had. The homeless crisis alone, that scam.
But you don't live in Los Angeles.
Have you been on Skid Row? Every American is ashamed of Skid Row. We need to clean it up. Get them all out of there. Put them in a prison.
Thank you, Pepe. Like, Skid Row, nothing new. Yes, has it gotten bigger? Absolutely. Have they put, a couple of tents and an open bar out there? 100%. But all of these problems have existed.
You admit that Karen Bass has opened a bar for Skid Row? Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I'm trying to understand, just because Spencer Pratt is saying things that you like, is there a pathway towards productivity that he's going to deliver?
100% he can deliver. This is the thing that so baffles the mind is liberals on this app, intellectual liberal elite Democrats. They say Trump didn't do what he promised to do the first time. It's the same type of nonsense.
This lacks critical thinking.
Really?
I can vote for Donald Trump and what makes sense for me on a national stage.
Oh. You're thinking local. You're like Marshall Rankin. I see.
Backyard.
What happened there? You got too close to the mic.
critical thinking decision as to who is the best.
Yeah,
candidate.
critically thinking,
My interest.
creatively thinking.
So if I'm complaining about the woes of Democrats and my house burned down, that is not going to give me confidence that this person is going to advocate for my best interests.
So Spencer Pratt isn't going to advocate for gay, bisexual,
Taken. That's what I'm hearing.
biracial, queer, liberal, elite, intellectual Democrats. Somebody's giving you the left eyes.
Got it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Dr. Adams, a man supporting Karen Bass over Spencer Pratt. How could he do this to us? Such a betrayal of who we thought you were. Shameful.
Who is that? He wants the handout.
Shameful. It's true. He probably wants to get something. Yeah, I understand. You want the money. I get it. But that's what I'm saying. That's why we wanted to know how much would it cost for Spencer Pratt to cut you a check. The consensus. The we the people.
Tell us how she's going to bring your rent down and your wages up.
The rent's already going down.
Okay,
So I mean, that's definitely my wheelhouse. I don't know anybody else that's spent over a decade through many different REITs, publicly traded REITs, in looking at the numbers and auditing files. So I mean, at the end of the day, the rent's already going down, and the election is still going on. So I mean, what are we talking
Come
about?
on, the rent isn't going down. What are you talking about?
Actually,
Rents don't go down; they only go up, sir.
So Sam, you live in who's complaining? Who's complaining? I just got pre-approved for 1.2 million. What am I complaining about?
all right, there you go.
Okay, so what am I complaining about? What am I complaining about? I can go to Santa Maria and get $3 an hour. What are we complaining about?
Money and you want more.
What are we complaining about?
You want the
You don't live here.
Oh,
Sam, you don't live here. And again,
I
you're
live
struggling.
there. That's
You're
why
young life. Again, it's why you don't want to live anywhere that you were struggling. You live in the country that was struggling. That's why you went to Central America. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I am going to.
What are you talking about? So again, I want to hear the opinions of somebody who has stamina to be able to compete and be able to keep up in a U.S. market without fleeing to a third world country just because they can't make it here. No, you don't get it. That's why you're fleeing.
No, I got.
That's why you're fleeing.
Understand?
That's why you're fleeing. You're a physician.
I'm not.
You can go set up a private pay facility tomorrow and be able to live with the guys on. Again, no, I don't understand weakness. That's what I don't understand.
No, you don't.
I don't understand weakness. You're right. I don't understand
where you're at.
You're right. I will stay where I'm at. Thank you.
Right there with Karen Bass at the bar. Who cares? Karen Bass has got a bar on Skid Row.
Other people in my same profession in other parts of the country. That's just what it is.
what are they fleeing over the border into Nevada like every month?
Yeah, they're mortgage in Nevada. The Californians coming here.
Same thing. Pepe has the same thing. And we have no tax.
They're just Americans fleeing despotism, seeking liberty, seeking freedom, seeking joy,
I can't speak for them. I know what it is.
seeking property tax relief.
In my state, I don't know, Abby. I feel like there's plenty of places where people that otherwise.
Mansion tax.
What do you mean a mansion tax? That's in the city limits of Los Angeles. I'm not buying a home in the city limits of Los Angeles.
I said, oh, so if you live in the city limits of Los Angeles, you have to pay a tax on the value of your house, additionally to your property tax.
Have you seen the traffic in the city of Los Angeles? A lot of homes are rented.
Same thing, correct? Seattle, the same thing.
Same thing about what? What mansion are you speaking to?
Mansion tax.
Okay. So, I mean, do people that hold the most wealth in Seattle, do they live in Seattle or do they live elsewhere?
They're moving to Nevada, a lot of them, and probably to Arizona too. They're getting out because of the tax. That's what's happening with the Californians.
So Mercer Island and Medina, Washington, those were not always enclaves for people that held the most wealth in those areas to otherwise move to get out of the city.
I was just telling you that we've gotten bombarded with people trying to buy homes out of that state now. Same with California.
And not making it up. You can look at and I hear where you're coming from. And there's plenty of real estate agents in Chatsworth and in Castaic and in Valencia that will say that they've been inundated from people from Texas and from people from Arizona and people from I mean, it's one of those things that goes down the street. Yeah, we're not domiciled. I'm again, they are having.
Can't hear you, Abby. You're in the Matrix. I just want to let everybody know that
That wasn't me. I thought it was the wind.
Spencer Pratt just said, I just want to feel safe again. Is it so wrong for Americans just to want to feel safe again, not to feel the victim of an ankle monitor and a no cash bail system and sucker punches in the streets 50 times to get released, back on the street again, committing another crime?
That's reality. It's in the Palisades.
I don't have a problem with the bail reform, because all bail is meant to do is to make sure that you come back to court and you're not allowed to commit crimes while you're out on street release. The problem is though is that the bail reform ended up being all about allowing people to just go in and out, in and out, in and out. And so then you have repeat offenders. That's the part that I think is absolute bullshit.
Yep. And they go out and they kill again. The guy that lit the girl on the train on fire here in Chicago, burned her to death, almost to death, severely burned the rest of her life, destroyed her body. Back out on the street. Guy killed a cop in the hospital. Back out on the street. Guy knifed a woman on the train. Back out on the street. Chicago.
Okay, so let's talk about Nancy Guthrie. How's Nancy Guthrie doing? Pepe, you want to talk about Nancy Guthrie?
It's not a random act of violence. That was
no, that what we don't know. We don't know. We don't know. And again, the mayor of the city where Nancy Guthrie,
listen, there was if you're gonna take if you're gonna hold somebody for ransom, obviously you're gonna take the target.
Ransom. We don't know that she's being held for ransom. We know that a bunch of internet trolls heard the media story and the attention that it's getting, and they made some comments, just like you made comments on the internet. I mean,
saying Arizona's kind of different. Like, to be a victim of a crime generally, it's generally criminals that are committing crimes against each other. I mean, yes, some people have their homes broken into or their cars stolen. There's that kind of shit will happen anywhere. We're a state that's always kind of had to deal with the car theft problem because you have the drug cartels and everything in Mexico.
So where do you have old ladies? Hold on, dude, in Los Angeles.
You have like the drug cartels, particularly like trucks, 4-wheel trucks, and so yes, they constantly steal them from here in the state. It's not necessarily a homegrown problem though. And you say, well, why don't they do it in California? I don't know why they would or wouldn't do it. But we have a pretty long border with Mexico, and it's a lot easier to get.
We do as well.
Come in.
We have a whole entire coast. Like, what are you talking about? We have a whole entire coast, Pepe. Laguna Beach, there's people in rafts that literally wash up on shore behind people's homes. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, you don't put a truck on a raft.
I mean, you could, depending on the capabilities of the raft. I mean, we don't know. We don't know. I mean, these coyotes, I mean, you can only speak to this because you are Mexican. I mean, we know how much Mexico spends on sending people into product over the border. So we don't know what type of capabilities they have. Well, I don't know. I can't speak to that. You're Mexican, so I'm not.
I'm not Mexican. I'll just throw people and say I'm Mexican. Because everybody called me Mexican for years on here, but no,
Credit of half the rules. Mexico is.
Who the fuck is this?
Peter.
Like, who the fuck is this? Like,
can we get a mod badge for Peter? Can we get a mod badge for Peter, please? Can you mod Peter, please?
Do you know, young man?
You don't have medal. I have medal.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to remind everyone here right now that Dr. Adams here, a supposed conservative Republican, is supporting Karen Bass.
Talking about the medal, he just got the Harper medal on his profile. He said, "You don't have medal. I have medal."
What I'm trying to tell you guys is that Dr. Adams is supporting Karen Bass, and we all have to take a step back and breathe and try to think rationally and creatively and know that Karen Bass is the problem. You got it. She doesn't separate state and economics. She is a communist. She's going to borrow and spend. LA is set up great. Every taxpayer only owes $1,500 in LA. In Chicago, we owe $50,000 to our local government. $50,000. Our city is totally debt ridden. It's completely bankrupt. Los Angeles is in a great financial position. Do not let Karen Bass destroy your city. You have to fight Karen Bass with all of your will, all of your power, all of your strength. Karen Bass must be destroyed.
No, I hope she's reelected the Black National Anthem. Look at that, figures that out.
You want that cost of living improved. You want a racial identity too. I mean, what's wrong with you? That's not. This is selfish.
You're going to South America.
Yeah, because I'm gonna go make a shitload of money down there.
Right, and you're not going to be paying them. You're not going to be paying American taxes, are you?
I'm not gonna be paying state. I'll be paying federal.
You know how many more women there are and how cheap they are to date in Latin America?
So, Pepe, let me ask you a question. You're in a place where, you know, and I'm not even being a hater. I'm not also trying to sound weird. You're a very attractive person. So why is it? And you know what? I'm going to give a 2-for-1. So are you, Beaver. So are you. Okay. So I'm trying to understand, if you're not having any luck in the United States, what makes you think that you're going to go to a plighted country and experience some type of luck there?
Oh, I didn't say. I'm just saying though, if you want it, I mean, you know, that is. Let's not kid ourselves. That's why the whole passport bros thing is real, is because there's a lot of women that let's just face it, they look at American men as meal tickets, and the cost of living is cheaper, and so.
But that's not true anymore.
Listen to the men like Sam, okay? And Sam is a physician. So if Sam is struggling, okay, as a physician, then we're talking. Okay, so if Sam is struggling as a quitter and a physician, why then do you think that you're going to attain a better level of success going to another country?
Have you heard of a foreign exclusion tax of $150,000? Do you know that if you go overseas and you make $150,000, you can get that excluded as taxes?
Well, you can live in Puerto Rico and pay no income tax in Puerto Rico.
It's paid in capital gains.
You know that you can get the gateway drug over the counter in Mexico?
Oh boy, here we go. See, Dr. Adams, you know. Oh, El Normo's here.
Pepe said that. Pepe.
I know you're Mexican. Rohypnol's actually really cheap drug too. Rohypnol, is that Quaalude? No, that's roofies.
So as we can tell, Pepe is gifted with love language, and love bombing and love poetry. Pepe, what's your
language is Rohypnol, chlorophyll, that kind of stuff.
Pepe, what's your go-to pickup line in the bar if you were to approach a woman at the bar?
Is that your drink?
Pepe Cosby. Pepe, have you thought of taking your fame on social media and maybe turning that into a Jello endorsement?
What endorsement?
A Jello endorsement.
Well, Dr. Adams, are you going to take your fame and support Karen Bass publicly? Are you publicly supporting Karen Bass?
Yes, absolutely.
Let me look at your Instagram to confirm. Please hold.
I don't think you can see my Instagram. You're blocked.
Oh, you can block 100 accounts?
You're blocked.
Well, you're not a traitor if you move to Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is the United States. No. I'm sorry. When you move to Puerto Rico and you identify, you register as IRS as a professional trader, meaning stocks and trading. Oh, a trader. Yeah, that. Not a trader. A trader. You can be a doctor.
You know that's not.
No, you get tax exemptions. You don't even have to pay on some of the capital gains. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Oh no, I went to because my friends just moved there. That's right. Yeah, that's right. There are people doing that. My New Yorker friends who are in real estate. Yeah, those are nomad capitalists. They're seeking opportunities around where they can get the best ROI on their money, on themselves, on what they're doing. Well, first of all, he left LA. There's two brothers. One of them left LA. They had a beautiful place above Bel Air, whatever you call that hill above Bel Air, Dr. Adams, above the Bel Air Hotel, right up that street, whatever that is. I forget the name of it. Beautiful mansion. They sold it. And his brother bought it like a chateau in the Cotswolds in England during the pandemic. But then when the Labour government came in England, they just spiked up the taxes. They wanted to charge him more taxes than he was making in income. Well, the Labor Party is the Democrat Party in the United States. That's a party doctors promote. The left of that. Although our Democratic Party is lurching to the left on its own.
Lurching? They're already far hard left. They want to spend trillions of dollars on Green New Deals, which is just spending scams. They're not letting that go. AOC and the Green Movement and these climatologists. 100% they do. AOC's positioning herself to run for president. She was just at University of Chicago. She's in the media nonstop creating propaganda pieces of her giggling and smiling like she's going to be our new mother and savior of America. She is one of the most dangerous people alive today. Well, that's part of the danger.
I look like a camel. She kind of looks like a camel.
She's hot. Come on. She's a hot, beautiful Latina. Come on.
Well, she's a hardcore fraud. She's a hardcore liar. She doesn't tell the truth. She doesn't talk about the truth. She just creates lies and propaganda. She is literally one of the most dangerous, sexy femme fatales that this country's ever created.
So, well, it's a bunch of baloney out of her mouth. Yeah, I know about that. But she knows how to. Politics is a popularity contest and how well you market yourself. What are you guys talking about? AOC, Alexandria, Ocasio.
We're talking about you, Pepe.
You're
I mean,
mentioning
the thing is, she's not. I mean, she's conventionally attractive, but it's the fact that she's a congresswoman, which is kind of there's not many that are good looking. So
right, it's not like Hollywood, right? What they say, Washington is Hollywood for ugly people.
yeah, and Hollywood would not stand out.
Right. But she's a very pretty human being.
And she's huge, but it's just her. I don't know what it is. It's like her nostrils. It's something about them. I just.
Now you're just
hard to get over.
You're picking her nostrils.
She does have black or something. I'm not seeing.
No, girl. Speaking of the blackness of the black, where's Paycheck?
But
Paycheck. Where is? Yeah, I know. Said he was in treatment, I guess, for his leg. There you go. Tell him to come back. We forgive him.
You got Joe. You got Joe Hero down there. And Joe Hero was saying that we have so much land in this country.
What topic? Well, he wanted to speak so very candidly on that. It's kind of like George of the Jungle. Watch out for that tree. That.
So, the other day you guys had this reparations room, and I'm reading this, Ayn Rand book about the virtue of selfishness. Beaver and Pepe and Cool and Joe and so I know.
Different from a lot of the. That's where I'm different from a lot of conservatives. I'm not like completely against like social safety nets and all of that shit, which like they are, but
Okay, but the point is the separation of state and economics.
What the fuck is he talking about?
Social Security, Medicare.
I want to hear his specific.
like I don't like seeing people go without health care or like not have food and that kind of shit. You know?
Okay, so the problem with
That's just me personally.
see the No Kings protesters put graffiti up that says Medicare, Medicaid is a human right. Now, profit making at insurance corporations and big pharmaceutical corporations is not a human right. These corporations could not make the quarterly revenue growth and profits that they do without taxpayer dollars through Medicare and Medicaid. And it's a budget. So how are we giving corporations quarterly budgets to make profits? That's not pay as you go on demand. That's not efficiency. That's bureaucracy and just quarterly spend. That has to change. We can't keep operating this way. Country's 40 trillion in debt. We take in we spend 7 trillion, we take in 5 trillion. Instead of buying low, selling high, we're buying high, selling low. We're fucking ourselves.
Fucking states like California, they tax so much, but where the fuck does money go? It's just rampant fraud and abuse and
Pockets of corrupt politicians. That's where it goes.
I mean, seriously, that has to be. I don't know how easily how easily it can be gotten rid of, but it is way over the top. Like it as far as all of the people skimming, all of the fraudsters out there in different communities, like I don't know. I mean, you almost have to just start throwing a lot of people in prison. I mean, it's just at the end of the day, people are never going to be able to have to get the help with healthcare or anything like that if the constantly if the funds are constantly siphoned off by a bunch of scam artists.
You know how much it costs per prisoner? $40,000 to $50,000 per taxpayer per prisoner. Guards, food. It's expensive too. It's not cheap. It's not a third world prison where you fit 20 people in a room and feed them like soup, a bowl of soup and a piece of bread.
Those prisons are either the best or the worst to be in, depending on how much money you have.
Well, we need capital punishment, and we got to clear the books. That means anybody on death row in this country should face immediate firing squad to cut down on the spend. That's ruthless capitalism. That's laissez-faire capitalism. Because if we don't believe in paying down the debt and we only believe in expanding the debt, we are a society of low virtue, low value criminals. And all I can say is Hillary Clinton should be in prison. Bill Clinton should be in prison.
Will be
There's a lot of other criminals that should be in prison, like Mayor Brandon Johnson, Lori Lightfoot, even Rahm Emanuel, all criminals, all traitors. They sold us out. They sold our streets. You can't park in the city of Chicago without $20.
Sold us out too. Like, you don't think that
sold you out? Who do you think fought the Democrats in the Civil War and died by the hundreds of thousands? Republicans. The Republicans destroyed the Democrats in the Civil War, fought them to the death. That was the real divide and separation of this country, the Republicans and the Democrats in the Civil War.
For a while, now the Republicans were like the party of big business and free markets, and they really, the Democrats were far more protectionist when it comes to the I guess you'd say the average American worker. That has changed quite a bit. Now they're now the Democrats for the last.
Who owned the slaves? The Democrats. Who founded the KKK? The Democrats. Who enforced Jim Crow segregation laws? The Democrats. The Indian Removal Act. Democrats. Trail of Tears, Democrats. Japanese internment, Democrats.
Okay, that case. Got it. So going back down to the loony bin. I mean, the Democrats had turned into they were the more or less the party of the American work, kind of looking out for the everyday guy or worker. And then they switched to being basically they served, urban elitists and minorities, and they basically said fuck the average American worker, and that's been their messaging.
They will never be able to deliver. And when they make these false promises, and they will, and they're going to be a feel good party, you pay, they're going to do that, and they're going to get it, and they're just going to mess things up. You need to give things out. You got to get it from somewhere. You can't give something of value without taking a value from somewhere else.
Yeah, it's true. I'm gonna let him back up from the money bin. See if he's medicated.
We're not even dogs.
Okay, I just had an apple, so I'm feeling hydrated and fully medicated. I just wanted to say the Democrats are responsible for slavery, defending slavery, funding and founding the KKK, perpetrating lynchings, enforcing segregation, creating Jim Crow laws, filibustering civil rights legislation, opposing the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, the Indian Removal Act, the Trail of Tears, and Japanese internment, all brought to you by the Democrat, racist, Nazi Democrat, abortion murdering party from hell, known as Clown World Democrats with their purple wigs. Every time a Democrat always annoys you, they always look like the clown emoji. Every single time. How is that possible? That every single time you see a Democrat like Maxine Waters, say, shut that man up. Shut that man up. Shut him up. Well, they always look like a clown. Every single time. Hello?
I have no idea what you said.
Well, what I'm trying to tell you is that we've got a big problem in this country because every $1 trillion that we borrow and spend is one more trillion towards complete and total Marxism. And that means the unification of the banking industrial complex with the government.
Marxist.
100%. They can't even explain to you what inflation is. They can't explain to you what inflation. It's affordability. We got an affordability crisis here. It's because of the inflation. It's because of the borrowing. It's because of the spending. Hello?
You don't think that if California was different, somebody like Gavin Newsom singing a completely different tune?
There you go. The ultimate another one of those opportunists.
He's perhaps one of the savvier ones. And he's a handsome, charming guy. Not savvy. He's not afraid to debate and talk to people. Like he actually walked into the Republican National Committee's convention, and while Sean Hannity was on air, just walked up to him. And that dude. And how many people would do that from either side?
Yeah, he's gonna sell that feel good. He's handsome. He just knows how to talk like a car salesman type of thing. Referred to as.
Yeah, it's not a reason to vote for him. It kind of shows that he's a snake. But
he's a snake. Yeah. And what's amazing is that they all seem to act a similar way. When you look at Gavin and Kamala and Hillary and Bill and Obama, you'd think they went to the same training molding program. They're cut from the same cloth.
Well, they're expert at communication and they take all the right photos, say all the right words, they position themselves and reframe Donald Trump in every single sentence. Our politicians in Chicago create puff pieces, 15 to 30-second reels every single day, uh, essentially talking about Donald Trump. They have Trump derangement syndrome to the max and they know it works because by talking about nothing, which is just talking about Donald Trump all the time, and never about your property taxes, never about your state income tax or your federal income tax, no real issue that impacts you, and just talking about Donald Trump, that alone is an effective communication strategy. And they've proven it statistically that it works. So that's the challenge of the Republicans to try to overcome that hurdle. The best way to do that is by buying advertisements on Google and on YouTube, attacking the liberal intellectual elites for hypocrisy and fraud and stupidity and R word and lack of intelligence. It's the best way to fight them, but they're not really doing that. And a lot of the billionaires have just left and gone to Florida and they're never coming back. So the Democrat blue states are just going to become hardcore, indebted, insolvent, unserviceable, communist run Democrat shitholes. Hello?
Hello.
No.
J-Lo, what are you up to in your neck of the woods?
You don't really care, so don't ask.
Why are you being rude?
Because you're rude.
I asked you how you were doing today.
No, that's not what you said.
I said, what are you up to in your neck of the woods? That's like, what are you doing today?
Yeah, no.
Did you
You know when you know, but
very hot,
you know.
very hot? You're very hostile, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Anything else you want to add to that?
No, that's it.
Love is in the air.
See, what's interesting is,
Someone broke take off his neck.
yeah, that's interesting. Oh my goodness. That came out. Slant, where did you come from?
Also, Afghanistan.
That was some real ghetto gutter talk right there. That was interesting. Couldn't quite identify the race based on the intonations, but what's interesting is that a lot of times when Pepe hosts a room is it's really, I call it Pepe's emotional processing zone, meaning that for hours Pepe will sit there and fight with his emotions. And eventually you realize it's just a Pepe show, but really it's the same thing that's going on in the politically correct room, which is Ban, aka Goat. Pepe and Goat are technically like the same people. They do the same show. And I just want to salute all the Pepes and all the bands in the world because without them, it would be really boring. We need these people who can't shut up and just want to talk all the time and really bring no real value and just complain at the layaway section and, waste all their time. Well, John Kitover, same thing. Steve is a screamer. You guys are the Al Pacinos of Clubhouse. Not today, Mr. Judge, because I'm gonna get there, man. It's just the screaming show. And it creates an emotional response in the central nervous system of the listeners. It's purely neurolinguistic. And the problem is the Democrats will sit on their couch and on their recliner, and then they'll say, hello, hello. It's just, see, the problem really is censorship. If we had a way to allow people at real time to say yes, 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 let that person speak, we would eventually, you wouldn't hear about Pepe anymore. You wouldn't even hear from Ben. They'd be so low in the totem pole, no one would vote for them because there is a force which is like a part of the equation, which is the unseen component of what people want to listen to, which is truly the truth or intelligence. People that can accurately describe the crisis and the lack of intelligence. Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, is that people let me speak, and then of course I would make rooms people would actually go to. You have rooms that nobody goes to, and nobody will allow you on stage. Given the opportunity, I don't know. I think you're a little chatty Cathy yourself. Hey Soren, what's up, bud? Do you have anything? Do you have anything to say about the genocidal apartheid state of Israel today and their war on the brown children in Palestine? Where'd he go? God damn it! I wanted to hear what he had to say.
I'm sure you do.
He'll spurg out. I mean, he's funny. Well, I can't do his voice even. I'm not gonna try. I don't know. I saw on the internet today. I don't know how true it is that apparently they're going to resume some military operation in Iran. I don't know what that's going to entail, but it's going to start this week. Hey, folks! Any more speakers? Anybody? Somebody? Please? Well, I invited Soren up here and then he left. I tried to make it entertaining. What do you call it? So, okay, so somebody's talking. What do you call slut? What do you call it? Do you know what a slut is?
Yes, a slut.
What is a slut in Farsi?
A slut is a place, right? For example,
What?
you know, a slut, you or O.
You.
O. Means or
Yeah.
gender.
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 So if I call so if I call a Persian girl a gender, she'll say what?
Exactly. Well,
Oh, okay, cool. I have that. I'll make mental note of it.
thanks.
I do know a coworker told me that like on or and is shit. It's like the only other.
Pepe, what happened to you and Lon?
I have been, I used to make rooms and I was like, you had like like back when they had like a lot of those bigger creators on the app, they would always want me on their stages and shit. So like I was always like in black circles, I guess you could say, on Clubhouse, but like most of them left, and I just kind of don't really talk about the same shit as a lot of that side of Clubhouse. So she kind of hangs out more over there, and so we're never like really in the same rooms as each other. So in short, she went back to fucking black men. Is that the real time? She went back to the flying yard. That train is never late. No, she texted me last night. We're still buddies. Yeah. What is it? I don't know what Whack does in his rooms because I never really go in there. But then you have the other ones like what the fuck is look, Bella. I mean, she makes bigger rooms now, which is interesting. But what do they do besides talk about gossip? Or like they gossip about each other's like personal lives, and somebody spills the tea on somebody that basically they ended up linking up in real life, or they hooked up and or had a relationship, and then
Are you talking about politically correct?
the same shit.
No, it's one upping. They have straight black men who are conservative Christians come in that dunk on Ban and basically cause him to have crash outs. That's the whole show. The whole show is Ban. Without show, First Lady and Patty, there would be no show. It would be so boring.
The dark side of the app, not politically correct. I don't even consider the dark side. I mean, it may have mostly black people, but
The
it's not.
trenches is just yes. Listen, you could if you were creative and you were I sold a website called blackpeoplepodcast.com because recording trench conversations on Clown House is shocking. And it's actually like Cray, that Cray, his bang rooms. To me, those are some of the most like insane content I've ever heard, just audio, in terms of like audio. There's no video.
Sure.
Well, anyways, it's such a waste of time and pathetic. But this is in a way how you actually make value and make money by providing alternative content that is so shocking that it's basically like jerky. It's like Jerky Boys, or prank calls. But anyways, there's nothing quite like it. And it's really because it's a conference call and because you have all these nodes inputting into a network. And so the output is, rather remarkable. But if you suffer from brain rot, like Dr. Peepee here and Dr. Adams and other people on this app people are sending me money. See, look, capitalism in action. This is the separation of state and economics, which is true laissez-faire capitalism. And I'm being rewarded for my values. Oh my God! More money! My value is increasing because of my value! Rabono Shalom! Rabono Shalom! Rabono Shalom! Rabono Shalom! Oh my God! Even more money! Woo! 40 cents in the bag. I could maybe tip at the bar. You ever tip too much and then you didn't really get the thank you that you thought you were going to get, and you're like, I kind of gave you extra there. Yeah.
You're losing your
Ah, thanks, Jane, for all the money. Love the money, honey.
I mean, he says that when people like me speak, it's low IQ, but I mean, this is actually like really fascinating. It's really. But he's more productive than you are. Oh, how so?
Oh yeah, explain that one.
Well, right now you're live on my podcast. I've got 20 phones pointing at my face. That's value creation. You guys are just on the plantation. I'm in the house with my cell phone pointed out the windows, recording you all on your plantation. See you at the country club. Call the caddy and tell him to bring my golf bag around back. Rabboni Shalom. I'm reading Ayn Rand live here on Clown House. The virtue of selfishness. I'm also playing a harmonica.
Did you do a talent show when you were in school, John?
Yes, actually, I played Franklin Delano Roosevelt in Annie in the 8th grade play. I was FDR in the 8th grade. Tomorrow, I'll love ya. Tomorrow, you're only a day away. Tomorrow, I'll love ya. Tomorrow, you're only a day away.
Do you have names?
Very nice.
Did she become crazy though? Like, was it high school, college?
It was embryonic stage.
Well, he would have been admitted.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was an officer, so he would have gone in. I don't know that how people troll about him being mentally ill, which I mean, it's definitely I question that, but if he was an officer, he would have gone in around like what 22 or 23, and then at that various mental illnesses have already set in. So,
We're Boy Scouts?
on the army,
No way.
Yes, no,
No way. No way we talk.
decorated. Service.
he went through
Are you kidding? You're not you reach officer rank?
John, what's your pedigree? Everyone doesn't know. I tried. I think he went to a war. These are his two numbers.
I'm sorry, I was refreshing my beverage. Was there a question?
There was an inquiry about your military service history.
Oh, I understand. Well, I'm a graduate of one of the most prestigious Southern military schools ever created and conceived in America, the Citadel, where they originally kept the slaves at bay and made them work. And the military at my college enforced the laws of the slaves. And so, after I graduated from Army and ROTC, I was commissioned as an intelligence officer. But then, upon going into the military, I quickly discovered there was no intelligence. So, I decided to form my own counterintelligence army unit, a top secret CIA program known as Clown House. And here I am, ladies and gentlemen, unveiling myself to you, a CIA spy, here at Cloudhouse, a counterintelligence army officer fighting to liberate America from the traitors, the treasonous Democrats, the former slave masters, and rebellious civil war.
I started.
Do you remember like years ago when there was like several rooms going on about me? They all thought I was like a CIA asset or some stupid shit. Like I'd be wasting my fucking time. We still think that you are. What the fuck are we talking about? You know, but we all still think that you are. What would I be? What useful information would I be collecting on this fucking app as working for the CIA? It's asinine. I don't know. You guys did a lot just to deplatform Roger. You know, so it's like what? Everybody knows he's coming from your free entertainment. Why would they be doing that much? He deplatformed, he deplatformed himself. All I did was put his picture in my PTR. I didn't say. That was the very nice thing I've ever seen, Pepe, when you did that. That asshole came on here with his real name, real picture.
Peter. Yeah, we all knew his name. It's true. Sorry to interrupt you, Pepe. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. It's not Jane. I have not done any. Hello, Jane.
Well,
How are you?
I like the drama, and I have to compliment him.
The Karen Bass protest.
Oh, no.
You know, to support Karen Bass.
I stay in New York. I try not to.
Oh.
I just want to say that Roger Mayhem was the best campaign fundraiser Congressman Kitover ever had. Roger Mayhem raised us $600, Rabono Shalom, and we enjoyed every penny of it.
Oh wow, where did you go?
I didn't do it.
Oh, he's not
I don't do it. Oh, he's down there.
going with our agent, you know.
Yeah, he quit. I didn't. No, lose his account. He Michelle.
There's more to it.
He was bullied. He was bullied off of this app.
Pepe just did a PPR and then the dude.
No, he was definitely bullied.
How so?
Because they called me. What? I get called out all the time. Not really a reason to quit.
I mean, what was really funny is he was body shaming so many fucking people, including women. When
So do you.
amazing. So I don't go out of my way. So let's get my way. Now shoot out of my way.
Pepe,
No, I don't.
Pepe, listen, Pepe.
Where?
You do too. Come on.
Pepe, no, like you're doing more than me. I listened it. I own the fuck are you talking about?
I own it. I'm building a brand.
I rarely talk about
I'm building a brand. I'm getting big back water bottles. Okay, I'm getting big back T-shirts made. You guys don't understand how much water bottles. Okay, is actually going to take over. Like, I get it.
Big bag.
I spent my time. Oh my, it's all right.
All right. Just Madison's. Go on mute. You interrupted me when I was speaking. Jesus Christ. No, but he was purposely like being pretty harsh on a bunch of women, fat shaming him, all of this stuff. Just commenting on people's looks, period. And I was like, wait a minute. I remember that fucking podcast he did with lunatic libertarian. Oh shit. So I went and it was a few years ago I saw it and I took a screenshot and I didn't even say a word. I just went on a screenshot with this fucking photo and then he left. And he's like, I need to focus on other things and like brand, protect my brand or whatever the fuck that is. And it's just like, okay, dude. I mean, whatever. I mean, he was a fucking asshole. He acted like he was. He never had anything intelligent to say, but would act like. But he was really quick to call other people stupid or to say that or point out how they could. I don't know. I don't know how to put it. It's almost like he used this as an opportunity not to actually talk, but it's like he just liked being the fucking moderator or having the people coming to his room. It was weird.
Yeah, that dude was mean. Like him and Kelly, everyone always thinks so. I was always just so confused by that because they were such assholes. They were just so mean and vile with people.
I mean, to be fair, I think Kelly had like health stuff going on, and she was. I would say I would just put her as irritable. She didn't seem like you never really heard her say mean things. She would just because you never heard her really insult people. At least that I remembered, but it was always like, "Excuse me, if you don't know how to shut the fuck up, I'm gonna put you in the audience, okay? I'm sick of this shit." And it's like it was like that kind of mean, which is like, shut up. In many
So Pepe, my tagline is "Big Back Athleisure." Drop the weight and own the brand. So you have shower caps?
Don't in the black community.
I'm discussing a bonnet line. Yeah.
But don't they like back generally? Like they would call women long backed. I mean,
Okay, that's enough retardation for one day.
Identity behind being fit. So this is actually meant to directly compete with Lululemon. What about a smoke detector shaped like a shower cap?
I watched the whole thing. I've been rocked the whole the temple prostitutes and things like that. He says he's not gonna punish their daughters when they commit like when they cheat on them and they commit whoredom and stuff like that. He's not gonna consider like they did anything. He's not gonna punish them. It is that like over history, like the Democrats have benefited more, right, and gerrymandered more, right? But that including a historical land that
I don't see how that. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. The PR seems pretty bad on that one. I don't really see he's liking it, but
and men as well. Men as well. So there's actually a larger representation of men that actually, especially the novelty items, the branded T-shirts and whatnot. We're not just talking about the athletic attire, the tumblers, and the yoga mats and whatnot. Like there's a product representation for the men as well.
Just get us back. My niece, a couple of weeks ago, she went to the store. I think it was at a beach or somewhere, and she was like, "I couldn't find anything my size," but she's very slim. They're all bigger than me. This is crazy, man. We got loose.
Was this in the South?
Yeah, this is like in Florida, Panama, in the South. Yeah, it's crazy.
feel like there's like parts of the country that are where people are on. Yeah, I could be totally wrong, but I feel like in the South and maybe the Midwest, it's more common to see like larger people.
Oh yeah, the great one. When you're closer to the beach, there's slimmer people. I know this, but the further you go away from the beach, the bigger the shit gets. People don't want to live. Like, well, you know, that's what I noticed. A shocking statistic to me is that the average black woman weighs more than the average black man.
Yeah,
20 pounds more than the average.
yeah,
You're right about that. Fat people are
to be fair though, aren't like black people over really concentrated? What is this shit? Right? Aren't they overly concentrated?
like 40 something because again, you have to include twice married, 3-time marriage. That's what brings the rate up. If you're looking at just first time marriages, it's way lower. Because I'm saying like a lot of the shit you're talking about it's just with everybody just talk about this, like what you did, like your marriages, like that isn't true. That isn't true. You saying isn't true. Let me check real quick. So newer marriages, you're saying that the rate of divorce is more than is it lower? It's lower. Yeah. When you look up divorce stats, it only goes over 50 when you're talking about second and third marriage. It's never first marriage. But why y'all only focus on the percentage that's divorced when we talk about marriage? We only focus on the divorce rate. But when we start talking about vegetables, your diet is very important. Maintaining a good body mass index within normal range is very important. You gotta take your weight and your height, your BMI calculator online. You always should be doing that. Normal BMI is 25 and below. But we got a lot of Americans in the overly obese, 30 plus, because of the diet. We got a it's diet. Carb. You know the rate of die shit out of our food. You know, that shit make a lot of sense. We just need to and sadly, we need to start to elect politicians that's going to take it to another level because it doesn't matter who you think black, white. You want to? We're here in New York City with like James Rock, man. Board it, but it's your mom, brother, sister, whatever. Everyone for tuning in. Quality food. Here's the catch. It's the catch 22. The quality food costs more. My name is Michael Corion. Yes, yeah, I'm Miguel Corleone. I will pay a lot of money for that information. My name is Michael Corion. Yes, yeah, I'm Miguel Corleone. I make. It's a lot of fresh fruit at these. Friend. Anything. Bro. But when you go to the stores, it's very car accident. That probably would be right. Those out. You get your million views or you can pay if you make. Cost. When you go to other countries, you know, with lower costs of living, you know, but if you're going to be in the U.S., you gotta be selective with your food. You really have to put effort in.
And my sister that was slain, she not for the in her room, flying from the temple.
Name it.
Friends. I mean, he is good for some friends.
It's always like why they call us goyim. I used to think like
I know, I've known for years.
this is why they call us goyim. I used to think low IQ anti-Semitism is something that they said.
Like they were trying to.
Danny's brain dead low IQ. Dan is brain dead low IQ.
What I said was, well, Jesus would never marry a 9-year-old.
This is why that.
What is you would never marry a 9-year-old?
Civilization. What I'd like to do is help solve some important problems in a small way. Help build the internet, and then with respect to like the global warming problem, the transition from away from oil and other to something which is clean and sustainable, to have an impact there. And then with respect to space, I hope to have an impact in helping make humanity a multiple species.
President Trump's house, always.
Got it.
Is where is Matt?
He's on a date with my sister.
Pepe, come on, man.
What is your hope?
Growth. If it's true, that's wonderful. Happy for Matt. But she shouldn't say things like that. It's not true.
That's a get a white bad bitch. Tortas.
That's what
Yeah,
what's his name?
come up with one fast enough. I see you. I see you, Pepe.
I don't have any sisters.
Right.
As an aspiring entrepreneur, decided to.
I'm here at my parents' house and I really like rock bar. There's my reality came to me attention. When
Sounds like a very homosexual song.
Sounds like sounds like Pepe's becoming a family man. Not you
probably like a little household, Pepe. What's going on? That dog sounds a little light in his bark.
It's a chihuahua.
Her bark. Her bark.
Oh my.
My bad.
Where's Beema?
First off, Pepe says on a date with his sister, I'm gonna punch him.
Pepe's on a date with his sister?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I thought he was gonna say you were alive. But that's even more weird.
You're a good boy, huh? You good with your dog? There's an old dog, and he has like really. So, my stepmom's cousin passed away a couple years ago, and she had their dogs. One of them passed away, so they're old dogs, but this one's pretty fragile, and he has like really bad separation anxiety. So like, you have to go out, and I said I'd watch it this afternoon.
So you got a fridge good boy dog.
Snorty,
So you got a frigid ass dog?
fragile.
No, I said frigid.
The just divorced wife whose ex-husband won $273 million in the lottery.
Mike personally never had a steady job in their 15-year marriage. And when they divorced 5 months ago, she was ordered to pay him alimony. Now, at age 53, this regular Joe is mega rich. He doesn't want a penny of his winnings. Your ex-husband won over $270 million. You were the breadwinner when you were married. You think you're entitled to any of that?
The only thing that I would like to see is obviously termination of spousal support.
Eileen says the lottery jackpot doesn't change the way she feels about Mike. The marriage did not end on a happy note.
Now that you have money, it doesn't mean that I would want to come back.
Mike reacted this way. This is not how you made me feel. That's what she said in the New York Post. Did you believe her? I don't care.
Take turns raping you.
Okay. Check this out. Oh, it's just the board of Michael's ex-husband won 270.
I don't put on a show here. I don't. Yeah, but you. If you have to Pepe in his golden years, I'm gonna call this the golden.
You have to spend if you have to spend day in day out and like you're like putting on a fucking show. It's like yeah, you're always like in. I don't know how to put it. It is kind of a perishable skill. You learn to
Jennifer Lopez, just divorced wife, whose ex-husband won two.
I don't care about that. Fuck that old bitch.
She has the energy to, controlling the audience.
What audience?
Exactly. That's what
She was talentless. She was nothing. She was just a good-looking person when she was younger. She was a mediocre singer and a shitty actress.
masses come onto this app for entertainment, not giving the people what.
Or your religion was lying to you all this time, and you have a set of empty commandments that don't actually allow you to serve God in any way.
You have to admit that Jesus literally changed the world. He's right. Either Jesus is the Messiah, or Judaism is just a lie. It's just completely a lie. It's false.
What the Radak says on Yirmiyahu 31:31. Behold, days are coming, ... new covenant. Its newness is that it will be kept and not broken, like the covenant that Bnei Israel kept with God at Mount Sinai. Regarding this, and it says, for the prophet Yirmiyahu prophesies about a new Torah, which will in the future come to be. This isn't like a new Torah which was given at Mount Sinai, since it says, not according to the covenant. That it won't be a newness of the covenant, but rather its fulfillment keeping. Kiyuma. Fulfillment. And behold, it says, Malachi sealed the prophets with the seal of his words. Remember the Torah of Moshe, my servant, which I commanded him in Horeb for all those statutes and judgments. That whole section will be in the future, just like it seals. Behold, I will send you Eliab the prophet. Behold, you see that there will never be a new Torah, but for the one which was given at Mount Sinai, like it says, which I commanded him. Horeb.
Out MSB or is the
John was Eli, and Jesus came to.
I'll just let you know the person you're reading from, Radak, what existed after Jesus. He knew of Jesus' story. He wrote this after the Christians were already alive and killed.
Yeah, but he's quoting. He's quoting scripture. He's quoting Old Testament scripture. So that's fine.
That
there's no new covenant. The newness of the covenant is that the Jews will no longer violate it because it's now inscribed on their hearts.
Yeah, but you agreed with me, right? That the establishment of a lot of the covenant, the Old Testament, the covenant between God and Israel, is to establish a nation, right? These are rules for a nation.
See, I knew this was going to happen because when McZed agreed with you at that point, he gave a lot of qualifications,
right?
And I knew at the time that people are going to forget all the qualifications.
Right.
And just stick to their original point.
Which I told you, don't minimize what the Torah is down to like the Constitution. That's wrong.
Yeah, the Christians completely conveniently begin lawless in a way. They are not lawless. No. So the law was somehow breaking the rules. Right. He's like
Let me explain. Let me explain. There's a reason the covenant was given to Moses at that time to establish Israel. He didn't give it to anybody else, right? That it was not he didn't give it to Jacob, Isaac. He could have. It's not like he like he didn't know about it. Like he just thought of it just right then and there. He gave it to them at that specific time because they're establishing a country in which they're able to fulfill these laws. It's more possible in that nation. Now, what would happen if you're not in a country like that anymore? You need to establish something new. Something more achievable. Hold on. Yeah, something more achievable that the believer can believe it, can follow, and that is what happened with Jesus Christ. And he gave it out to the Gentiles too, so the world can have God in their life. They can have the name with them. That's why you guys don't like this idea. And you guys you try to fight this and you try to run around it and you resist it. You resist the Holy Spirit just like your ancestors.
We're not fighting you when I tell you the correct interpretation of our texts.
The Bible interprets. It says that you are a stiff-necked people, right? Even in Samuel, it states that when they wanted a king,
We're gonna move
wanted a king.
We're gonna move on. Let's move on.
why he's calling them out. And you guys are also being called out.
You guys feed them. You don't. You guys feed them. You let them keep going. You gotta cut them. You gotta really.
Hey, but can I ask you something? Logic.
No, they. What do you mean?
No, I was listening.
What do you mean? They didn't like
down on the core of your theology of your justifications for disregarding the law. You're not actively interested whether or not the prophets want you to follow the law. You're only curious whether Jesus gave you permission to violate it. Like, think that through for a second.
Can I ask you real quick, right? Can I ask you a question? Exactly. Have you read through the New
Not the whole thing, no.
Okay, so if you actually did read through the New Testament, if you read in Romans chapter 3, verse 31, where Paul was talking about the relationship between Christian ethics and the law, he says, let me even read it so I don't misquote it. He says, let me start from verse 30. Since God is one, who will justify the circumcised by faith and the uncircumcised with grace? Do we then overthrow the law by this faith? By no means. On the contrary, we uphold the law. So Paul is saying that the ability to be in the new covenant even allows you to do what the Mosaic law requires in the first place. This is why, again, the whole abrogation idea that people accuse Christians of is not really something that's justified by our theology, because we don't believe that we're operating contrary to Mosaic law, but we're actually fulfilling Mosaic law. Meaning Christ has the two commandments: love God and love your neighbor as yourself. The Jews
How you fulfilling Mosaic law when you're not taking the first whatever 3/4 of the law or half the law? Half the law isn't doing the law. The other half is in keeping the spirit. Kept the spirit, gave up the law. They kept the law, gave up the spirit. So what would want to carry? When the way Jesus was teaching, right?
Yeah. So that the Bible.
No, yeah, I agree.
prophets.
Why is it that? Yeah, I apologize for that. What Jesus is doing is the Gentiles, the downtrodden, they too must be included. You did not like that. They were like, oh, no, they didn't like the law too much. So something had to happen. A middle ground had to be set. For that, Muhammad was sent. Neither both of you didn't agree with that. Yeah, you don't like it? This is why you both are fighting. He doesn't like yours, you don't like his. But there's something has to be done in the middle, and this is what I think. Historically, this would have to have been the
Yeah.
But then, yeah.
Yeah, can I say?
I would argue that even the law means that you are keeping the spirit.
No, so I would say this, right?
Yeah,
so
I'm with you on that. You're right. I agree.
but see, so the two most important commandments of the law, right, is number one, love the Lord your God with all your heart, all your soul, and all your mind. The second most important command is love your neighbor as yourself. The reason for why the Jews did not follow the spiritual laws is because they ignored these two commandments, especially the second one. They thought they were loving God by being an ethno-nationalist cult and hating their neighbors and letting person their enemies, such as the Burkhat Hamini. They were therefore abandoning the commandment of the law, which is to love their neighbors.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know what a
meaning
meaning
is?
is?
Meaning means
Yeah, you know what the meaning are?
Divided one in Jewish principle, the one God. Okay.
I mean, you're right that it's a type of a heretic, but it's a very specific type. Specifically, a type. It is an objection against sectarianism. Min literally means type. It's cursing those who deviate from Judaism. That's what the curse, the blessing of the meaning is. May God stop those trying to cover up the Torah, the sects.
No, that's not all you pray for. You also pray for them to be blotted out. And you pray for them to be blotted out of the book of life. That is not that is not love whatsoever.
That's not what the blessing says.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
I can read you what the blessing says.
No, it was after.
Always with the with love. What?
Yeah, Chad, he knows the blessing better than you do.
No, I say it 3 times a day. What do you think?
You know it very well.
So if you look at the
supposed to go with hate,
if you look at the heart,
it's emotion.
bruh. Okay. Look at the Burkhat Hamini, the original text. It did say that may the Nostri be blotted out of the book of life. But this was added under later Jewish text so that they would avoid direct suspicion out of the majority Christian society to avoid persecution. Let me post a link to this.
Are you talking about the songs or David says maybe you know?
No, this is their own. Like, this is like Jewish liturgy.
Yeah, but saying love doesn't add to your argument anything. Like you saying I love you, I don't. I'm saying
what? No. We're listening. We're listening. That's the main command. That's the main.
What removes inclusivity. Love is what unites the good and you. Love is what
Also, all
that God and that this is not that.
Even that is conditional. God doesn't love the disbelievers. Like that's conditional.
That's not just love.
Oh no, it's not based on classification.
It's not that God. According to the Bible, it's not that God doesn't love them, but he can't save them. Whatever. He has to because he can't do anything for them. So he loved them. So he loved them. So he condemned them forever. Love is crazy.
No, if you look at Ezekiel 33 verse 11, it says, "I take no pleasure in the death of the wicked, but rather that the wicked may turn from their way and live." That's literally what Scripture says. There's no like a lot of what you're going to argue is ex post facto nonsense that the Bible doesn't actually.
So the 2 commandments that Jesus cites are both found in the Torah, and he starts it by saying from the Shema, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord."
Correct.
Okay. That's
What does one mean in the Hebrew when they use it? What
Give you the permission to use the three distinct.
Hold on, guys.
Three distinct words.
This doesn't help you though. This argument doesn't help you because the word that's used for one is akkad, and akkad can mean together as one.
But we gotta get more messy.
Yes, it can. Yes, it can. It does. It does.
Yes.
If Euro is a G, he would know.
It's literally
If Euro is a Jew, he would know. He knows the Hebrew, he would know.
Yeah,
This is true. So, would you say that you understand the religion of Jew better than them?
It literally says,
I didn't say that.
Adonai Eloheinu.
So,
that is basically what he's claiming, yeah.
Asking him, is that not true? He would have to lie and say no. I'm not saying I know it. I'm just saying if somebody
then how did How did I understand it then?
You're understanding it from the basis of your. Yeah, you're understanding.
Islam. I'm saying how they understand it. What their understanding of it.
I mean, the Bible says they don't really understand it. I mean, they know it by the letter, but they don't really understand it. No.
Even the prophets, especially Jeremiah, which is known notoriously for being the weeping prophet, making correct judgments of the Jews do not know God. This is really what Jeremiah says. Hence why he promises that they will know God in the future after that exile.
They did not know God because they did not accept Jesus. That would be the reason. Not Jesus is God, but Jesus who taught them what it is to love thy neighbor as thyself. That was violated by the Jews.
I agree, and that's why I made the conclusion based on that they do not follow the spirit of the law because the spirit of the law requires them to do that. That was the only argument I'm making. I'm not making like a whole like I'm not making a emotional sermon like we should all live in sure, but you can't.
It's Muhammad the violation of the oneness, the nafs wahid was what was happening. For this, Jesus was a necessity. So that there would be unity, so that the Gentile would not be oppressed, so that there would not be this exclusivity based on race, color, whatever. They just came to clean that up.
And what are the main requirements for that's not true. I can make the argument for Noah. Like Noah came for all the people also. But there's no people for him to minister to.
Everybody else died. People, he basically like built a boat, hit out on it, let all the people die. Yeah.
I was just going to say, his chorus point, he came from people.
Exactly.
Like, there was no people from both his family. But that's the argument. That's the argument you're making. You're saying not Jesus come for all the people.
When a prophet is sent, it's sent to correct things. This would be like a logical way to look at it. There's some imbalance in that godly system, for example. But there is
but if I accept that premise and I have no problem with that premise, you have to provide evidence of the correction. Would you accept or not? And also, I want to correct it.
Yes.
Then if you believe something that they don't believe, you have to have an evidence for it. Real quick, right? I want to correct something.
They're making distinction. It was a cultural, social problem that they're facing because of the entrenchment in laws, because of drowning in the laws, and just keeping without the spirit. They forgot their fellow Gentiles. They forgot the God.
Yeah, can I say that real quick? So what? You didn't answer my question. I said I accept the premise that they can do correct. Like I have no problem with that. But for you to make that claim, you have to provide evidence of the correction.
Of the divine law.
Of the correction.
The correction is the one which he read. The Gentiles and the what did you read? Love thy neighbor as thyself.
Okay, then if that's the correction, what law is previously was wrong?
There was no law that was wrong. I agree with you. That was the crime of the Christian. The Christian didn't keep the law, right? The law was not the thing. One second, I can iron out that wrinkle. That's
okay,
not the
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I understand your point. Then Megzet have the right to everything he said. Because his claim is the law doesn't change. Yeah.
That's why
then what we are
that. Agree?
Yeah, then what we're arguing. We're arguing the law wasn't kept. That's it.
Yeah, well, for who?
For everybody, even the Gentiles.
The Gentiles didn't have the law. They were separated. They were made. The Gentiles were not supposed to follow the law. They were separated. This was their crime.
But you said the correction came with Jesus. He said, I came to fulfill the law. And you said in the same time, Jesus was from the Gentile also.
But take out the law, that's
It's a permissive correction. It's not it's a permissive and instructive correction. It's not like a correction because of what they weren't doing. It's saying, hey, you guys haven't followed the law so far because you've been excluded from it, but I'm giving you permission to do so.
Yeah, now do it. They don't want to this is the practice.
Real quick. Yeah, I'm not gonna respond to that, but real quick, I don't respond to something that exists. Right? So he said that he said the only commandment of the prophet was to make Jews obey the Torah. And that is absolutely not true. If you consider how in rabbinic tradition, I think even going up to the Tanakh, Balaam is considered a prophet. But Balaam was a Gentile prophet who cursed the Israel, or who wanted to curse the Israelites until was told by God not to. And he actually was accused of leading the Israelites away from God. So how is he a prophet if he was disobeying the major requirements for prophet according to the Zed?
Yeah, I'm correct in the first place. Like when I asked him about obligation, he said that depends on things that they do at their time. That's it. He didn't say he disobeyed the law. He said, I think you heard him, or I have to repeat his answer.
Please go ahead, because I don't recall.
Yeah, I don't know the specific that you mentioned, but he mentioned many other examples, like David, like Ibrahim, like even the children of Adam when they marry from each other. He would say the law didn't come for them. So what they say, like they acknowledge what they did as wrong. For example, if they break the law, but the law didn't exist in their time. The final and the message that the law can complete was at Musa. This is his argument.
Yeah, that's not exactly what he said. Yeah. What he said was that there is no abrogation, that the law it applies all the time. It is not that the law didn't exist at the time they did these things. He said they didn't know the law. So there were people,
the law,
there were people that broke the law because of, what you did. Yeah. Right, which is definitely, yeah.
Yeah, I said didn't exist. I said I should be clarifying. It exists on their knowledge, so the law always exists. You're right. You're right.
They but they could have included them, taught them, been one of them. They didn't do it. This was their crime.
Hey, but how do that is how do we break that down? Yeah, I can't explain.
Yes, Christians break the law. Period.
They break the law, they didn't keep it.
Such as like
They didn't keep the law.
I think the particular.
The particular, yeah.
I can give you an example, like the law of
They're gonna say pork, right?
not pork, not pork. The law of the one who leads the religion. What is called?
Apostasy.
Yeah, apostasy. Apostasy.
That's the best you come up with. Like a.
I just remember it. That was in the top of my head.
Yeah, and dietary laws were huge during the.
Wait, so we're saying that Christians are heretics for not killing people who believe the faith?
Yeah,
no, I didn't say that. You asked me where they don't keep the law. I give you a law that they don't do.
Yeah, but Jesus came to like.
What laws do you think Christians have to keep? I think that's what law? According to their Bible, the law of what God tells them to do. But what does God tell them to do? One of the things. The Torah is very clear. It's addressed to the Jewish people. Yeah, we talked about that earlier.
Yeah, that's correctly.
Yeah. The Jewish people. Then what is the law, Michael, that Christians or Gentiles, according to your understanding, must keep based on the New Testament? Yeah, the law of the Jewish people to love the God. That's the Christian answer. To love the Lord your God with all your heart. So all the Jewish people, they have to keep the law. They have to keep the law. They have to keep the law of the Jewish people. No, he's saying no. He's saying it's why. The Lord, your God, and love your fellow man, right?
Bro, bullshit. This is their crime. They didn't keep the law.
But I'm not asking what Coed think. I'm asking what Michael. Can you repeat what you said, please, Jesus, because so many talk, I didn't hear you. Yeah, no, I could repeat it again. It's not over. Me too. The laws you have seen, if you thought you said, by the way, I think I answer you mental podcast. The laws we have to keep are to love the Lord our God with all our heart, all our soul, all our to love our neighbors. So it's like, okay. Okay, if I accept that, let's say, like you repeating it multiple times, give me the verse that's the only law that you have to keep. It's not the only law we have to keep. Okay, those are the stuff. Okay, the whole world is just real quick. That's the summary of the law we have to do. Like, if you do those, then you do the. It says this is the summary.
No, how? This is a simple question. How do you do those things? It's those two laws.
I think you should do them by predication, right? What does it mean to love? If you understand that, then you understand what it means to love God and the neighbor. No, that's not how it's
The point is that Jesus says that this is the summary of the law, and he's talking about the Jewish law.
Hold on. The Torah talks about Shabbat. How do you do that in a way that expresses love for God? How do you do that? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean to keep yourself?
We don't think that.
All right. So again, that's the Shabbat.
No, we don't do Shabbat. It's a fragment of a Jewish Christian dialogue called the Dialogue of Jason and Pipiscus, which is written probably by Aristotle from Jordan. But this is like a Jewish Christian dialogue written by a Jew that explains like the Christian perspective of Sabbath, like this early second century. It sums up our conversation like perfectly. I can say.
Meanwhile, but my question. The reason I asked about child.
Why don't we keep Shabbat as Christians? Why not?
Because Jesus is our Sabbath.
But so all right. But so what? No. The Sabbath is another question. Asking if we keep Shabbat as a Christian.
Do because Jesus is our Sabbath. Jesus is the Sabbath.
So where does it say? Can you tell Muhammad where it says that we have to keep Shabbat? Because we don't. We don't have to keep Shabbat. Do you keep Shabbat? Because this is a trickle on you. Maybe you have to tell us that we have to. This is your opportunity. Did Muhammad say we have to keep Shabbat?
But I'm asking a more basic question. The commandments to love God and to love people, right? That's the issue. Now the question is, how do you accomplish that? And if you don't have the laws, as they were talked about before, then it's essentially up to every individual to decide what that means.
Yeah, and when Jesus mentions these two laws, he specifically references the entire law. He's not saying that these two commandments replace the law. He's saying that this is a summary of them. He says these are the greatest commandments, these two, which are both from the Torah. So he's not, in that instance, he's not rejecting the law or the Torah. And he even starts that sermon by citing the Shabbat. That's how he does it.
So there.
Look, in the Jesus, even in the Sermon on the Mount.
Wait. Don't let this slip away. So did Jesus go and tell the Gentiles, like how Muhammad is saying, now the Gentiles have to keep Shabbat as non-Jews? Did Jesus ever say that? Because I don't remember him ever saying that. No, of course not. It's for Jewish people. It is not for Gentiles, and it never was. So I know why people get confused.
But not just for Jewish.
Muhammad is so confused. Where's the go?
Because it is clarified by St. Peter in Colossians chapter 2, verse 16. Therefore, do not let anyone judge you by what you eat or drink, or with regards to religious festivals, a new moon celebration, or a Sabbath day. These are a shadow of the things that were to come. The reality, however, is found in Christ. That's why.
Yeah. And so, and let's clear things up because somebody made a reference to the daily blessing. if you read this blessing, it is not anti-Christian. It's very specifically cites people that are in error of the law. So it's a reference to Jewish people that have committed some type of apostasy.
This ignorance at all, bro. Those three, bro. Do you not understand what it means? No, let me put it in the chat if you can. Do what I'm saying.
Yeah, so Nissan, if I can just get this out, right? You were saying it wasn't just it wasn't just to the Jewish people per se, but to the nation of Israel. That's what who the law was given to, the nation of Israel. And that nation that was founded under God does not exist in that way anymore today. Where those laws are implemented. So it wasn't just laws implemented for a religion. It was implemented for a nation because those laws aren't being implemented in Israel today.
Oh, the point I was making. It's not. I'm not disagreeing with you. My point was this law does not apply to Gentiles. So this argument that people are making,
doesn't apply to Jews today either.
Well, that's a different argument. But I'm just sticking to the point about whether it applies to Gentiles. It doesn't apply to Gentiles, and it never applied to Gentiles.
I don't understand what the
There's nothing wrong with it.
The Jews have been applying the laws.
Do they? They never kept the laws.
There's 600.
That's why they got kicked out of there. That's why they got kicked out of their nation.
No, there's very specific ones that's about. That's true, but that's not relevant to whether you keep the law or not. Just because you a law-abiding citizen and once in a while you don't report taxes, it doesn't mean the people as
God understands that. That's why that's why there's forgiveness of sins. They were not keeping the laws at all. That's why they got kicked out. It wasn't.
Listen. As a practicing Jew, we are keeping the laws. There's no. Is everybody individually doing it? No, of course not. But that's true of all legal systems.
So, bro,
I'm a practicing Christian, and I'm not following those laws because it's been fulfilled through Christ Jesus.
If God is true, then you're lying right now. They never kept the laws. That's what the Bible. Nobody, not one single person kept those laws.
We're just reminding ourselves.
This whole thing doesn't make sense. Not one single person could. Doesn't make sense. There's 613 categories of laws. Never mind laws. Categories of laws. So some apply to Kohanim, some apply to women, some apply to men, some apply to owners of slaves, some apply to people who lend, people who have business, some apply to people that travel on the sea, some apply to. Nobody could keep all of them. That's clear. Even those that apply to me, let's say, I am not 100% following them because it's difficult, because I'm tired, because of God knows what. Okay?
Because you're not in a nation of Israel.
As a society, like laws for given a nation of real people, not a nation of angels, a nation of real people.
I understand that, right? But within the nation, it's more possible, I guess. I'm sure.
Like that, the real
law better than any
I think the more positive.
as long as you're because they had a that was implemented on. Now you live in a Gentile nation, or you live in Israel today. They are not abiding by those laws. They have their they have a holy innocent law.
You know he doesn't have charisma.
That in outside Israel, there were limitations on what could be applied. But the whole purpose of return of the people to the land of Israel, according to the Bible itself, is to now apply it on a national scale.
But if they just gonna keep repeating over and over, they don't follow the law, they don't follow the law, they don't follow the law.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying, dude. That's not what I'm saying.
Or you said it, you're gonna say
I'm saying it, but that's not all. I'm not saying what you said. I think it's boring. I'm following him. I mean, you guys are boring. You're boring. That's not what I'm trying to say. If you pay attention, that's not what I'm trying to say. You go over there, start telling them to keep the law. I don't know what I'm not saying that, dude. Pay attention.
Megatron,
Goodness gracious.
believers are called saints. So I would rather be called a saint if they don't want to call me a Christian instead of just a Gentile. Okay?
So real quick, man, if you go to if you go to Isaiah chapter 59, right, and this is like very prominent in the works of the prophet, right? The prophets often mention very polemical claims about majority Jewish people saying that they do not follow God. This is very clear in Isaiah chapter 59, verse 7 to verse 8. Their feet run to evil, and their swift to shed innocent blood. Their thoughts are thoughts of iniquity, desolation, destruction of their ways. The way of peace they do not know. There is no justice in the past. They have made the roads crooked. No one who knows peace. Therefore, justice is far from us, and righteousness does not overtake us. We hope for light and behold darkness. So, right? So, it's no.
It's 3,000, hold on, it's 3,800 years of history. So there, if you open the Bible, all of it, you will see there are periods when the Jews are keeping the blended, et cetera, and there are periods when they're horrendous and terrible and not keeping the laws and they're being nasty people. So what?
This is not about the everyday citizen. You do those 5 things, bro. It don't even matter if you don't have oil in your country. America will go there and fuck you, bro. So sorry, for real. Oh my God, right? Not all these prices don't work. I think prices work in the US. Nah, bro. Listen, I'm gonna post a giveaway in 5.
They still control the CF.
As an imperial force, France is historically worse.
They still, well,
France has itself.
they had an empire for longer than America, so obviously, and then also like America's charged with like, accused of sort of neo-colonial.
We do it clandestine.
But yeah, as in America,
There's nothing they can do.
America supported a lot of the independence of a lot of these African states because obviously they had kind of more sort of neo-colonialist designs on Africa, like military bases and whatever else, rather than actually having colonies. But it's not, some of the resources are really frivolous, like not necessarily frivolous, like bauxite, sugar. Just recently, those like pistachio lobbyists that were basically, hawkish on Iran, basically trying to lobby the president. Iran's like one of their. It's like it's real, bro. Really frivolous commodity.
CR concrete and this is a French design or Polish design. Real weapon.
What the hell is that? That was big nice. That lobbyist, bro. This nigga.
Hey, don't try to ingratiate yourself with the crew by, funny jokes because nigga, you are with the you are feminist. You're on the outs.
Oh yeah.
You don't like the crew. You want the crew to fucking
What the fuck?
That's my baby daddy.
Right there, they are.
Right. But they didn't fulfill it. Why? They couldn't have enough fatty part of your stomach, Megatron.
This was the problem. They couldn't unify.
They just do it here after all.
What they're chosen for. What they're chosen for is to be a light to the nations.
Right. I could have been followed, by the way. Completely different.
Yeah, the Christians fulfill that prophecy because it's to the Jews who are Christian, not most Jews, but the Jews who are Christian, that the knowledge of God spread throughout the world. The Jews at this time period were very exclusive and did not want to essentially Gentile.
The Jew also gave away with the laws. I mean, the Jew was very
The point of making right. One of our greatest rabbis and philosophers, Rambam, Maimonides, agrees with you, Michael, that Christianity served that purpose. He also considers it idolatry. That's not a contradiction.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they still like conflict with
so what they do with it, right?
This inside is really good.
Bro, we just did our homework.
Think I'm idolatry.
Well, my mom also believe that black people are naturally inferior, bro.
That's a genetic fallacy. That's a genetic fallacy. I know that's a genetic fallacy. So I might use it as an argument. This thing.
What Palestinian did was part of the one God. It's the same that the Jew same way with Jew for God.
We did our homework in understanding God's mind and His spirit. That's all. That's all.
This is what the Jew is going to tell you.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Man, God, check it out. I can use that book to show you. Yeah. So if you go to Idaho,
Get chapter there.
all right,
Flags, city.
¿Saben para de Muslims out to this? I did after the news. My friend para de Muslims.
read the chat, bro. This is what I think about.
Yeah, in May,
I explained to you that is the very honest time.
Yeah, we're not even. Yeah, exactly. I know.
Oh, but
But that's okay. I still love Mexet. But listen, in Acts, yeah, he is. In Acts 15, it says certain people came down from Judea and Antioch and were teaching the believers, unless you're circumcised according to the customs taught by Moses, you cannot be saved. This was brought to Paul and Barnabas to sharp dispute and debate with them. So Paul and Barnabas were appointed along with some other believers to go up to Jerusalem to see the apostles about this question. The church sent them on their way as they traveled to Phoenicia and Samaria. They told how Gentiles had been converted. The news made all believers very glad. When they came to Jerusalem, they were welcomed by the church and the apostles and elders to whom they reported everything God had done through them. Then some of the believers who belonged to the party of the Pharisees stood up and said, the Gentiles must be circumcised and required to keep the law of Moses. The apostles and the elders considered this question. After much discussion, Peter got up and addressed them. Brothers, you know that some time ago God made a choice among you that the Gentiles must hear from my lips the message of the gospel and believe. God, who knows the heart, showed that that He accepted them by giving them the Holy Spirit to them, just as He did to us. And He did not discriminate between us and them, for He purified their hearts by faith. Now then, why don't you try to test God by putting up the next to the Gentile the yoke that neither we nor our ancestors have been able to bear? No, we believe it is through the grace of our Lord Jesus that we are saved, just as they are.
This will take 5 seconds. Stop. Okay, I'm going to drop off the taste of tears for a few days, so I just want to say bye. I'll be back probably later in the week.
Okay.
I love you. Love you. Love you tomorrow.
Sister, I have never heard the full context. Great, thank you. I now am fully convinced that that story is apocryphal and never been played.
Wait, could you just just a clarifying question. Can you just summarize the story because I missed it?
Why you see doing this shot?
He did stop with the exclusivity. I especially saying to keep going.
Well,
I don't make
let me finish this point. The only reason I asked is I lost the train and I'm not sure which story he's referring to. So.
Well, it would be unfair of me to try to summarize what
is the king there.
No, but can you just make a reference to the story itself at least?
Can you give the source maybe? Eddie?
It's in chapter 15. Book of Acts. I will. I'll put it in the chat. It's in chapter 15 in the book of Acts. He's talking to Peter and Barnabas. So they went to Jerusalem and they said, hey, all these Gentiles are saying that they're getting saved. How in the world can they be saved? They haven't followed the laws of Moses, man. If they're not following all the laws of Moses, getting circumcised, and they have to follow all dietary supplication, if they're not doing that, then they can't be saved. And what Peter and Barnabas came up with is they said, hey, listen, all of us sinners should not deserve grace, the salvation of grace, but only by Jesus will they be saved. So that is why Christians do not follow these Mosaic laws. Yes, we did.
Now,
that's not great. So, so when these time finishes, I have something to say about it.
right. So what I never heard the full text. That was great. However, as you heard the full text, I am now fully convinced that that's story never took place. And it's apocryphal, or it's a much later invention. The reason is because we don't have a concept of that, of being saved eternally. That is completely a Christian concept, not in Judaism. It's not in the Torah. It's not in Tanakh. It's nowhere. The idea that you are condemned and you must be saved. That's not tradition.
And there's another problem on the story. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you by talking first. There's another problem that is related to what Nissan's saying. It is not the Jewish position, and it's never been the Jewish position that to merit the world to come, you have to be Jewish, or that you have to follow the Jewish law. So this is simply not a Jewish concept at all. Or it's other people and merit the world to come that are outside of Judaism. That those people do not have to follow the law. And not only that, the Christians, they're getting and non-Jews specifically, non-Jews specifically, not only are not required to follow the law, it's actually discouraged. So it's just simply not true that there was some sort of discussion amongst Jews that, oh my God, what are we going to do with all these Gentiles not following the law? That would have been normal.
No, there was what I'm saying is that there was coming Christians.
Real quick, right? Yes, you're onto something, right? But these were just Jews talking about following the law. You'd be right. But these were Jews who, for some reason, believe in Jesus Christ as their Lord. So they're part of this proselyte movement. And at the same time, they wanted other people to follow the law. So this actually did happen. And we have reference of this based on the letters of Apostle Paul himself, and also the early apostolic fathers who were living alongside Jews, which is why they dedicate are just able to avoid Jewish customs. So this didn't happen. Well, you're right. You didn't refer to the Jews believe you have to follow. Like you didn't believe you have to follow the laws to be saved, to be redeemed by Jesus. Correct. But it's the group of Jews who were Christians. So you are complaining.
Yeah. I agree with you, and I'm familiar with what you're talking about. I'm just making this distinction between this idea that Gentiles have to follow the law. That's not a Jewish concept. Now, if you're talking about Jews, the normal conception is yes, they do have to follow the law.
I understand. Hold on, wait. I'm learning something here. So, Michael, if I understand you correctly, you're saying that a certain group of early Christians thought they had to convert to Judaism first in order to be.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Unless you follow the Mosaic law, is what they were saying. And so what happened? Paul was writing these 13 letters, one of which being to the Colossians, but yeah, to the Colossian church. He said, "Listen, man, you are Christian. Doesn't matter that you're Jewish. You can be a Christian, but you can only be a Christian not because you follow these Mosaic laws. That's not going to bring grace and salvation." Only through the blood of Jesus Christ. Yeah, you're doing exactly what the Jew was doing. You're not kidding? He's saying no. Only and only if you follow these laws, you become a Jew. You're saying only if you follow Jesus. I thought you become you're saying no, there's no contention there, Marius. There is no contention there whatsoever. I am 100% doubling down and saying that I don't know. And the girl's right. I'm not following Mosaic law, just like Megatron explained. I am not following all of the. It doesn't mean that I don't follow the Ten Commandments.
But there's no reason. It doesn't apply to you.
There's no.
No, I know that, but I just want to be clear to people. It's like me saying, I don't follow the laws of India. Well, of course not. I don't live in India. It doesn't apply to me. So, yeah, there's no reason why people need to follow laws that don't apply to them. Jewish laws apply to Jews.
Exactly.
If I were an atheist and I said, hey, listen, I eat barter, I don't steal, I honor my mother and father. I mean, I'm an atheist. That's wonderful. As an atheist, you can do those things. But unless you accept the blood of Jesus Christ being the only way to salvation for grace and grace alone, you're not saved and you're not going to heaven. That's what Christians believe. Not what Jewish people believe, not what atheists believe, not what Muslims believe, but Christians believe that. Yeah, God, the Muslims exclusive, even more than Jews.
No, we're not.
Jews are not exclusivists.
Well, I'm uniting with you.
And we're having opposites.
Yeah.
We figure out what laws actually apply to the Goyim. Can we figure that out first? What laws actually apply to the Goyim?
No high laws. The laws to stop, so the laws to avoid idolatry, the laws to not consume blood, the laws to avoid sexual immorality, and the laws to not consume with a strike. Which is funny enough, the same laws that James actually prescribed for the Gentiles who were becoming
Acts 15, right?
Yes.
That would correlate with 1 Corinthians 5, right? Where Paul gives someone to the destruction of their flesh because they slept their food. Or their father's wife. Right. But that's sexual immorality, right? That's yes. So they can what? You thought what Leviticus is sexual morality? Is it 18?
I'm not sure. No, Paul even doubles down by saying that he doesn't that not even the Gentiles do, meaning that it was something commonly known amongst them not to do, which means that it was a severe abomination due to even in Gentile common law itself.
Yeah, but there's like the sexual immorality laws are explicit in multiple ways, not just sleeping with your father's wife. It's like don't sleep with animals. It's like don't sleep with your sister, your brother. There's a lot, right? There's not just like one law.
Correct.
So Act 15 expands.
Dogs or brothers or cats or anything like that either.
No,
not sexual immorality.
It's more than that because we see Lot messing it up. We see Abraham messing it up. The law comes after them, right? And the law says you shall not even be with your first cousin. So let's just look at it that way. The law is transformative. It is becoming stricter. It's becoming more understanding. Like if you went to a Muslim country like Pakistan, they're still sleeping with their first cousins. It's not healthy. It is not producing good fruit from the womb. It is not beautiful in the essence of productivity for the purpose of fruit from the womb of a woman.
Yeah, not everyone marries their cousins. Stop it.
How do you start? Everything Pakistan.
Okay, that's culture. They've been doing it for like years and years. This is not what Islam preaches, right?
Okay.
It's something you have to marry your cousin. I would have done it.
Say that. I just said. Filipinos and Filipinas, Nargis, I'll go that way. They have a huge incest issue, and they're mostly probably Catholic or some kind of Protestant. Okay, does that make you feel healthy?
It's not good. I'm not saying that. Who's ever doing safe in public marriages? No, I'm not mandatory to do it within Islam. It's a very good day today, being extremely honest, transparent, unbiased, for Euro and me. Okay? Christine and Pula, to see through it from the outside, hello. What is listening to an unbiased law?
I need to abide its law. And this should be like we should accept the truth. The only time you accept the truth in your life is reality. And in that there is success.
How many beer? How many beer? How many after you can we back to that conversation, please?
Yeah, sorry, look at that.
How many cousins did you have sex with? Have agreement here.
I don't know
Anyway,
if you're
anyway,
funny or
you have sex with all your cousins. Anyways.
I don't know what it is, you're freaking organized how it's structured, bro.
Yeah, so the whole point about Acts chapter 15, right, is that these were not like this is like if you're these were not just regular Jews who were like Gentiles who must follow the law. Like that would be insane because there would be no proselytizing reason for the average Jew to even associate with a Gentile.
Background. And you never heard the mom. Oh, he was a stay-at-home dad, though. Yes. Well, I mean, I ended up figuring it out because, of course, he used to come on here with his real name, and then I would see like, oh, your wife's family has some money, and the wife works, and you're the stay-at-home dad. Amazing, but here you are trying to act like you are this guy who worked yourself up in corporate America, and you work for a pharmaceutical company, and you're a scientist, and no, he's just full of shit.
Well,
But
that
that
if I see that.
Yeah, he's a trust fund baby.
No, he's not. You married him.
He's from a single mother.
Yeah, no, he did. I ended up talking to him. Yeah, he did seem to have like a grudge again. Not a grudge. I didn't want to know, but he's very sensitive. But he ended up telling me he went to like he's not a dumb guy, but he told me that like he went to this school for like I guess the more gifted
On the lottery, right?
And he was one of the.
Listen.
What?
This the Metco program, which voluntarily bused black students from the inner city into the suburban schools so that they could get a better education.
No, that's what we're saying, Alan. No, I was wrong because I thought he went to the magnets.
No.
But wasn't from the area. He like from
He's from the hood. Yeah, he's from the hood. Okay, that's right. But here's the thing: not all the whatever city he went to, not all the parents liked it. So he felt unjustly targeted or whatever.
But he admitted that to me. The crux of it was he asked them if they were white kids were racist to him, and he said yes. Everyone in Boston is racist. Like, cut it out. They're really racist.
He won the lottery to go to the high school.
Yeah, and that's good for him. But he just wasn't what I was all cracked up to be.
We had my school also participated in that program, and we had no issue with any of the kids. I remember.
You're lying.
Well,
You're from like the 50s.
Yeah, no,
I'm joking.
Get it right.
Yeah, love that.
Yeah. But the thing is
The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father. The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father. The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father.
a certain amount. But yeah, I mean, he's just a self-hating individual. Whether it's because he's black or white or whatever it is, he just doesn't like himself very much. And so it's probably a good thing he's off the gap.
Maybe he went back to work. Because he really just disappeared.
He owed some people money. But he was obsessed with wealth and money and class. That's all he talked about. My daughter's tuition is this. You guys can't afford it.
Well, I have no doubt in my mind. Usually people that project, like I had a guy the other day was talking about how, oh, I'm like, what? Like, you know my financial situation? It's like, yeah, you're broke. I'm like, bro, like usually when people say that shit, they're projecting like that. They're actually broke, you know? Yeah, it's not what you're.
No, I don't think that he was lying about. I think that he like is financially like wealthy, but I think that he's missing, but he's missing out in like his personal life. You know what I mean? Where like he tries to compensate by saying he has a lot of money because of course avoid the personal stuff.
Well, the thing is though, is like I grew up around people with money. Like I just find it so. It's just.
What's that other person that they said used to Black Debo? What's his name? Death Row type person. Good night.
And I called them some of the wrong names.
Elliot. I called that man Julie. Like he's the white Suge Knight or something. But okay, well, shout out to them. This is also random since we're talking about rappers. I did not realize that Lil Wayne espoused white people so. I know this is sounding incredibly tone deaf for me. I have European blood. Don't come for me. At least 5 generations back, so I can talk about white people. Why is he always praising white people? I'm like, I get it, Wayne. Wow, a white person helped you out when you were young and you couldn't
Work on it.
Annoying. Okay, that's it. Like shot? And the guy saved him? The police officer? Always praising somebody. I don't know if it was the police officer or somebody. It's like, and then he married Toya, and then he just like lost his mind. It's like he became less New Orleans, if that makes sense. Like, I don't know. Every time I hear a story about him, he's just really disappointing because I love Wayne Down, right? He's a New Orleans rapper, 504, you know. But I'm just like, bro, I don't know. Something is. He's just gotten the older that he gets. I don't know if it's that lean or whatever he been smoking or drinking. I'm like, Wayne. Everybody's against him.
And like how many of you were born upper class? Nobody raises their hand. And like how many of you were born middle class? Everybody raises. And get this. I don't want to look like privileged brats to their peers, so they do like kind of hide the fact that they have money, and just like you have people who are embarrassed about growing up poor, and they hide it, and it's why I just think it's when I hear people talk like that. First of all, the type of person that generally makes it in whether it's in corporate America, generally the first thing that comes out of their mouth is not going to be how much money they make, and then asking you. It's just not. I never witnessed it. No, that's true. No, that's not what they did. It's them are low class. No, most doctors are by and large, but no, by it's say no. Corporate. Most doctors are not absolutely not low class because it takes a person who's pretty studious and intelligent to become a medical doctor, right? And they're literally not going to just mean that they're not low class. And that's a little bit. Class means you're like fucking dumb, lazy, dysfunctional, that kind of shit.
Bro. Once again,
Paid a little bit.
most of these people being smart and all that stuff, unfortunately, it doesn't give you a class. Like you're just smart. It's your job. So they are assholes. They're dickheads. They're jocks. They're bullies. Right? And then they make it. And then they bully other people. What? This is not new. This is not uncommon.
It's not. Maybe if they're like a cheesy salesman or some shit like that. But
Holy fuck.
But to have a professional job, definitely not,
Bro, can we have a conversation?
Mountain. I've been quiet for the last couple of fucking hours. I said thinking like 15 minutes ago.
That's crazy. Really, you've been quiet the whole time. Fuck.
Literally.
Okay. Like I have a buddy who just got new wealth, and man, he wanted to like rub it in all of our fucking faces, man. I mean,
It's white trash.
well, I mean,
I
whatever.
feel like white trash doesn't make it to the top, and that's what I'm trying to say.
There's a difference between you can be somebody who opens up a business and you can be rather successful. You can be a salesman and make a lot of money. It's not. I'm talking about somebody who tried to make it sound like this master's degree and big farming and at the executive level. Like in other words, somebody that would not be low class, somebody that would have status. It's entirely different.
Because you're a podcaster, right? So I think at the end,
I'm not a podcaster. I don't have a podcast.
I don't know what
You should,
you
bro.
don't go to work.
Yeah, you don't
But
work.
long story short, I think that
Talk during the day on the weekdays most of the time.
oh, you work from your home, okay? But listen, I'm just trying to make
Not really as much anymore. So I don't talk it anymore during the day, really.
you don't do what he does or what any of these other people like Goat does. Goat has access to the National Archives, and I'm not trying to professor. I'm not trying to take up to them. What I'm trying to tell you is once they get around people that don't have these credentials, they feel better. I'm not agreeing with it. I'm just telling you what happens. You got people.
I don't
know. Not done. We're in Clubhouse, right? A lot of us came out talking. A lot of people working in fields, so they look down on us, right? There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing new to it. Just like Dr. Copeland, right? We weren't allowed to say anything about COVID around him because he was going to correct us. So I'm just saying, like, this is Isaiah. But to call them low class, sure. But it doesn't negate the fact that they have money, right? So you can say that, but they have money.
Well, I would say I read Goats a lot differently. Perhaps maybe he does like to be the smarter one in the room. It could be, I don't know, but I have felt his pain. Look, Goat is prepared to, and I'm just going to speak specifically to the black people. He is probably the smartest black person that remains on this app by a long shot.
You are
no, I'm dead serious. And you do get a lot of stupid people that are overly confident that think they're arguing a decent point, but they do not realize like how fucking low IQ and just dumb they are, and they often act very desperate. And then like, what is you talk about he dropping the hard R? What does he do? What does he do? He drops it all the time when he's having to deal with the low class blacks.
He's a well-spoken black person, not this.
I said the smartest on the app today.
Not the smartest on the app.
Oh, who's smarter? What black person is smarter?
There's a lot of smarter black.
Which black person? I think should be easily. The black person must be smarter.
I ain't gonna lie.
No, actually, listen to him. He is a. App at this time.
You're wrong.
He wasn't the smartest person on the app, 3-4 years ago, but I would say today he's definitely the smartest one.
But you're not that smart, so it doesn't really surprise me.
Amazing. You're the smartest, Jazzy. You're the smartest. Might have been.
Not me either, but it should be him. And enough about Isaiah.
We're at $38 trillion in debt. So if you have to look at that as the unit. Wait, 38.
Mostly good performance art.
An aspiring entrepreneur. Deciding to normally, but it's very performant.
But Pepe doesn't know that yet. I hope he sees it soon.
I've talked to him for years. He is somebody that would directly come into my rooms if I could be. There is.
You're easy. Don't he cut you up?
But yeah, well, not necessarily. The thing is, though, is that what I would do is, those topics that I would have in my rooms, those were all things that I either had experience talking about, and I would make sure I looked up all of the points I wanted to make up, what the rebuttals would be, and the counters to those rebuttals, and all of that shit. And I generally picked things that were
rather easy to defend, and so I would not. If I ever made a room about a topic where it was like a more in the form of a value judgment or an opinion, I always made sure to preface that and to say that I could be wrong. If you use this sound, making a falsifiable claim, I can't be proven false. But the things I would debate, generally, it was falsifiable, and it was possible to falsify at least the claim I would make. So it's how do you win a debate against somebody who would use that tactic? You're saying made outrageous claims. It can be a force to reckon with.
So Isaiah has a master's in racial studies. Is what you're saying?
I think he has a master. Sure. Not sure.
Yes, theater.
I want Palmer's hands with reading, and so he'll read this headline and get like 150 black people that are listening to, performance art, and then if you try to talk to him, he will definitely try to use strongman arguments or try to put words in your mouth. It's really, and like, for instance, me and Brad have had issues or Viking. Whenever I come in, he lets everyone know before I talk that, I did certain things to Brad, you know what I mean? So basically, I'm unqualified to even be heard, but it's just, he's weird, man. He's weird, but I've definitely gone through all the time.
He likes to humiliate people. He like gets off punching down.
He's a pro. I mean, nobody told him I said this. I don't really care, but I think he preys on black people who value education. He's postures himself up by being a professor.
Like, he's the only voice that matters, right?
I know. Stupid people with degrees who value what he's saying. He has a cult over there, and they've been friends for like 5 years.
Yeah, they worship him. Fucking worship him. He's like the only informed voice, but not really informed. He's propagandist. It's fucked up, bro. Right. What do you think?
For women, he stands up for women all the time.
Yeah, I'm here now, guys. So you can mind me up.
What's up, Augustus?
What's up, Daz?
How's the baby? Good.
Yeah, all good.
Hey, yo, Prashant. Say it, Augustus.
My point Prashant. The man, though, I really don't want to talk about him, especially when they're not here.
Well, I mean, because you're here and you're a man. The person that we're talking about is not.
That's right.
That's why.
Well, sometimes, man, you just gotta call things out as it is. And so if we're afraid to call things out, then we're just gonna, people live in ignorance. I'm not afraid to call that shit out. Especially on a fucking audio app, bro.
Calling things out for what? For what? Because a man has an opinion that you don't like.
Yeah. If I have a different opinion, so he'll call me out. That's what I'm saying. So who cares? It's not fighting.
This is what I find very weird on this app. People can't have conversations on this app and in these rooms and leave the shit there. Like, I mean, what the fuck are we doing?
What are you talking about, bro? We're just talking about a leftist, man, propagandist, man. What are you talking about? We're calling out the left. What the fuck are you doing? With your fucking moral fucking compass here, your morality.
As a man,
Yeah, because all in politics out on the internet does anything aside from make yourself feel better. You see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? See, this is why it's chat you out with the internet, y'all. The internet. Wait, the point I'm making is you don't do it because of any greater thing. Jazzy, did you hear Marshall talked about his how he found out his family had slaves? So what? He's already admitted that like 3 years ago. Well, he's from a fan. I'm asking if she heard how she was living with me 3 years ago.
I'm the one who researched and found his. I'm not gonna say their last name, but I found him in entire county, a whole county after his family.
So yeah, so I asked him how old he was. Said he was 12 and went to the family reunion. Yeah, on the family reunion. Yes, he called me.
Okay, wait.
Why there were black people there?
Well, Marshall's a liar. I'll tell you why. He told me and Oscar that and Adams give up. He didn't know that he owned slaves. That's what he told us in his room.
No, I asked my mother about it, Jazzy.
Okay, Marshall.
So I see that
You're the person who told me about the rest of my family, but I asked my mom about that as a kid.
So, Father, I see that you're here today. I saw that you had a nice room about me last night, like way to go, Pepe. You have the Pepe hour.
Just
Very nice.
I just created it. Yeah. I like it.
I don't know about America, but do you guys in America also have a lot of people sharing the same last name but you don't even know each other?
Yeah.
Make it a more common surname.
Yeah, and people got to choose their surnames because they didn't have one. Because only noble people really had it.
Do you have
I'm not gonna go against it. Their nobles the last name.
you have a system of how like for example, the like for example, you'll see like son SON will be at the end of a name. It's pretty common. It will be like it's somebody's son, or it could be like an occupational last name, like goldsmith, or shoemaker, that kind of stuff. But do you have anything? Do you have like a? Do you have any? The Persian last names work the same way? Do Persian last names today? Like for example, here, like if in English, you'll have like son at the end of both body names. It would,
Oh yeah, we do.
or some.
I shall not chosen face that hearts of infinite space. Prince priest the bee, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows serpent. 19, oh, as your fitted woman bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, I saw in space, is the prince priest, the and in his woman called the scarlet woman is all power given. They shall gather my children to their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is the first son, and she the moon. But to his secret prayer, and to her the see. Chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, oh skin. 19 eyes, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto. These are thoughts that both their gods and their men of food. 12 coming forth, oh children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13 animal and you, my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. Take your splendor, in ecstasy, just receive. Through the starry blue and mine wake of Nakonso. These are fools, that men will do, both their gods and their men of food. 12 come forth, oh children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13 in you, my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the gem and azure is the naked splendor of my wit. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret arms of starry blue. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the gem azures, the naked splendor of the air. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of her. The winged of the starry blue. Oh, doth not so my joy is to see your joy.
The unfailing of the company of heaven. For every fact, there's love. For the children of the it is within my eyes. My servants be few and secret. Then shall and the night manifested. Of the company every man is a star. Infinite. Five help me, O warrior lord of kings. It is written where I was the minister of that is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. Only begotten child of my father, father is dead. Me with by my body I invoke thee. About this so by the brightness I invoke thee. By the Lamb I invoke thee. I invoke by the Son. By the song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father, My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By thy body I invoke thee. Diamonds of Virginia's white and pure. It's the red God, reverse the sun, on, fade the gods, I invoke thee. Of double powering the heights. So sweet. Strengthen us. Draw the flaming sword. My hand is thy sword of reef. Surfaces. This beam was the hawks by my head. I invoke. I am not the is dead. My mother when about me dying and diamonds on swine and pure. Find out by their sunny and both. I'm the red, right on the river, the sun. Stay out, oh Lord. I don't know, man. You know, scream. So with board.
When you run the tails and sucks, you the Lord keeps on Muslims around.
I'm talking about our fucking lives.
It's a religious book.
Yes, so should we in America be allowed? Okay, is there anything wrong with a movie like The Passion of the Christ being made?
What?
Is there anything wrong about The Passion of the Christ being made as a movie?
I don't know the movie. I don't know Pepper.
It's wrong for us to make a movie about the Bible.
Listen, making a movie about the Bible and the way it depicts another group.
We depict it as it is depicted in the Bible.
I don't know about that because that could go for all religious books, and there are some you have to admit that we have. I don't know.
Why? I do not want to depict it. I do not want to spread that is never started. By the way, if you
within their soul.
Why is everyone dogpiling except? We're giving some space for
they're all trying to reject the existence of historical figures. I don't know why.
Yeah, we're not.
Yes, they are. Yeah, so they just like that shit. They're just dumb. You're not a historical figure, see?
Yeah, I'm not. What exists? You're AI.
Well, who else do I have that reference to in antiquity?
I mean, if someone referenced me in antiquity, that would be quite.
The oxide style is like how you
Contemporary to me, yeah, several people would.
You know how you read it the other day. Exam was in the room. Getting flustered also there. Is right? But you don't take like the creative method of the message. Instead, you want to hold on to the messenger so much. So my identity is tied. Identities are tied. This is like worldviews.
Yeah. Fine.
I'm just saying, like.
No, you're not saying
it's not come right. We're not just saying. We're getting something. That Jesus' exclusivity would have gone. Is it we're fucking politics? You have a clear thought. Yeah, this is what the Christian is telling you. Jesus too was necessary. And yeah, you denied him. He came to pull out blind neighbor because he wanted to eradicate. Be quiet. You don't understand anything.
I don't know. I love this. So we're saying Moses never existed and Islam is true? Or is that even possible?
Yeah. No, none of it. I just didn't understand what you're reason for developing roughly 50 years ago.
Because I'm gonna.
The non-existence of an archetype doesn't mean that it this is Benny, can you tell me?
Why is the Exodus story in that book then?
Yeah, so there are several church fathers, specifically from the Alexandrian. Yeah, specifically.
But I don't know why you're using church fathers.
I'll tell you why. Okay, that's fine. I'll tell you why. There are several church fathers, specifically from the Alexandrian school, who took the Old Testament stories, specifically the Genesis, like first 5 book stories, and Joshua as like metaphor. That's my thing over there. Yeah, both are acceptable within Christianity. So you can have my position and still be a Christian. It's not problematic.
It's an honest position for Benny.
Exactly.
Wait,
Muslims are probably gonna have a hard time. Muslims never had a full about
I did.
it's like so they're done. According to you,
Because of the
prove them.
yeah, of course. Benny and I did it the other day, like in a room, back and forth. Funny, you can't deny it. But you can't deny it. If you don't think it's a rape, Islam doesn't collapse. If you think it's the way Benny is taking it, that Christianity doesn't collapse, but Judaism doesn't collapse. If you take them physically, see that these have to have been there for this to be true. Yeah, they're not collapsed.
to be.
You're also motivated.
I want to do a heretic for a second.
We're gonna say
He's definitely irony anyway. There's no way that the church fathers of Alexandria allow him to deny the historicity of the Exodus. That's actually
That the story, the person doesn't have to exist, but the moral needs to exist, right? They need to show some sort of continuum from this truth principle. There are archetypes such as Moses that existed. We just don't have any evidence of Moses' existence as of now, right? We have enough of Jesus, we have enough of Muhammad. This doesn't mean all three are true or either one is.
That was fun. Well, it lasted.
This doesn't mean Judaism works.
This now. And not existing was just for what? Why did you do all that?
We don't have evidence of it. There were archetypes such as him who came with this very similar message. Like, read it out. Dude, child.
No, he didn't.
Bring out your doctor. You
Nargis.
I'm sure
very impressed when Daniel read a long list of different. Well, you felt because you didn't actually care to listen to what he was saying. But you never checked when the story started. You're lazy, Nargis. You accepted it as proven. All right, whatever. You're those public.
I didn't put him in the audience. He moved himself.
Okay, yeah, that's not me. You me to the audience, and by the way, I didn't listen to what we did. I love it down there.
That's fine. Oh yeah, apologize for doing that. That was an.
I'm just saying, like, whenever I'm in the audience, I don't listen to what you guys are talking.
It's not a collaborative. This is to see through the truth of it and cherish it and value it for what it is. Yeah, some of the stories have been circulating from time immemorial, and these stories repeat themselves in different geographies. Euro's well aware of this, what I'm about to say. With the same moral of the story, people traveled, these stories kept circulating, names were different, storylines remained the same. This was interesting to the human psyche, and archetypes who came to change the state of their people often held to these stories and said, remember when this happened to this and that happened to that. This doesn't demolish the great value that the messenger, the archetype, whatever the Lord was trying to do. It doesn't take away the principles of religion.
Yeah, I mean, stories, and to Maria's point, like stories have certain values in terms of the underlying truths they are inheriting to one. So getting overly stressed about the historical accuracy, you're sort of missing the point. So when you read the story of the three bears, right, or Goldilocks and the three bears, the question isn't, what year did this happen, and what really these two bears. Hopefully, you're able to.
Okay, what would you say is the most challenging question to understand the origin of that story, Euro?
What's that?
What? Okay, I'll tell you. Like, if you wanted to know the meaning and origin and like true sense of the story of the three bears, you would first look at the date it was first published. You would then look at who is publishing it and who is accepting and reading it. Now, in the case of the Goldilocks and the Three Bears, I believe that was part of Grimm's, although I might be mistaken. But if it was Grimm's, then that means it was an oral tradition held down by German language and codified by the Grimm's brothers when they were grabbing the fairy tales of the locals of Germany and sort of carving German identity. That is the origin of the story, and you can then go into the folklore era and go further back. Again, just as an I don't know if Goldilocks is one of them.
No, I totally agree with you, but my point is, all I'm saying is, it's part of the historical analysis to look at, what's the history, what's the origins, etc.
And the publishing date.
Right. But what I'm saying is, you can get a lot of the story irrespective of its historical origins, because there's something to the story. So what the
story is, but in fact, with the history of a story, you need a publisher.
Yeah, exactly. That's something that it really is. See, and I get a lot out of it without having to know, like, that this is.
But it is what kind of building it is, and on anything and just.
I don't even know.
They make it sound like they've never done anything wrong throughout fucking history. Nobody would ever say Christians have always been this pious group of fucking people who were always good throughout. Never gonna fucking happen. Jews are no fucking different. They thought, what was it, with the Maccabees and whatever, they fucking slaughter each other even. Okay? These people are not fucking perfect. You can criticize these assholes as much as you fucking want, just like you can criticize anybody else. If they cry and bitch and say it's anti-Semitic, who gives a fuck? These people have to live by the same fucking rules as everybody else. Their ethnic group and their religion does not, and that's that. And so don't even use World War II and the fucking Holocaust as a part of your fucking part of how you even try to process this shit that Jews do. It's fucking stupid. We live in America. We're Americans. We weren't American ones contemporarily. Did not buy into it. Well, okay, that did not know.
Well, Brian, I wanted to ask you, what was the name of the series? I forget.
It's called The Chosen.
Yeah, are there any gay rabbis or black rabbis? I'm wondering if they're following the DEI dictates of Hollywood.
I am fucking my cock right now.
Yeah.
No, it's 5 seasons. I think they have 2 more seasons yet to go. They're about to release the 6th season, which I believe will spend on the crucifixion, a couple of days leading up to it, maybe a day or two. I don't know exactly how far they're going to go, but
How many episodes a season? Usually 10, 8 or 10, I believe. Jeez, how long is the scourging scene gonna go for?
Yeah.
4 episodes? They ought to get the, I'm sure the S&M crowd will be watching from now on.
Yeah, I just wanted to say this too. We are the country that Jews have been the most successful in ever. In fact, they do better than other groups in the United States. And we are ultimately the ones who defeated the fucking Nazis. So, dude, we are the last people. You just got to call it out. Whenever they try to pull this victim card or try to use up, tie somehow you to the evil things the Nazis or other groups of people did, do not fall for it. In fact, you should be offended and you should call it out. Say, no, how fucking dare you? You don't project that fucking bullshit on me. Wasn't me who did it. We have been the greatest country to Jews, like ever. Literally.
Did you see the attack on Jews in the past? So internationally, not just in America, but did you see?
That's not, and which country is literally doing the most for Israel right now? America. So once again, Americans should not be guilty. And if they want to make a movie like Passion of the Christ, they should just shut their fucking mouths. I mean, really, if it's biblically accurate, I mean, that was fucked up. They crossed the line back then. I'm surprised anybody would even like, and I guess it's even too low. But nobody should have to tolerate that.
And it's kind of the Barbara Streisand effect. I mean, if they had said nothing, it wouldn't have been controversial. It really wouldn't. Especially, having seen the movie, it's you're watching it, and nobody equates rabbis of Jesus' time with anyone today. We all understand it was over 1,000 years ago. Those people have nothing to do with anyone today. And yet, it's like said, oh my gosh, we are exactly those people. Therefore, people are going to think that people today are those people from 2,000 years ago. I mean, I don't think, first of all, it was the idea of it. Second of all, they didn't watch the movie. I'm sure they didn't. I'm absolutely sure. Because now I'm remembering, and the guy, I don't know, whoever it was who said it, a fraternity broad was showing deep throat on my college campus. Somehow they got permission to do that. So I'm standing in line with my girlfriend. We're standing in line, and of course the feminists are all prodding and bitching and moaning. And one of them gets in an argument with a guy, and they're going back and forth. And finally the guy says, "Have you seen it?" And she says, "Yes, I have." And he says, "Well, I haven't seen it. Let me decide for myself." And that shut up her pie hole. And that was the end of it. She walked off. I think all of us can decide for ourselves how Jewish people were portrayed in the Passion of the Christ. And if they trusted people just a little, they would come out of the other end of it, and it would not do anything and create any anti-Semitism.
I agree.
Yeah, it was their response that made people, I think, if anything, anti-Semitic. What the fuck did that movie show that you were not taught in a fucking church? I mean, this is fucking retarded. That's why it was so retarded.
Oh, I don't know about that story. You know, as a person that has to look it up, he explained to me why it says that Jesus was crucified by the Roman authorities under Pontius Pilate. I'm not trying to be rude, I swear to God.
So sure. He was crucified. Yeah, he was crucified by the Romans. So the head rabbis there, well, of course he was. They said he was leading a revolt. He was falsely declaring, in their eyes, he definitely was falsely declaring himself to be a god. And, to them it was punishable by death. And, they're like, no, it can't have this fucking behavior. However, they wanted to do that. So they ended up detaining him basically. And however, they had decided, well, we have to go by the law of the land. The Romans are in charge here. And so what they did is they ended up going to Pontius Pilate and pleaded the case to him and stated how, like, yes, he's going around saying he's God. He wants to lead a revolt and, super serious. And basically he ended up getting talked into to prosecuting Jesus. And then the Romans, of course, because it was the Romans that have found him guilty of those charges. They were the ones who put him to death. But it all was spurred by the rabbis that had said, "Oh, look, you're trying to lead a revolt and you're a false god and all of this other shit." And so that they're the ones who kind of initiated it.
So some local religious leaders were involved in it.
They're the ones who lit it. The local leaders were the ones who did it.
Yeah, Pepe, I think it's a little unclear what you said. What happened is the Romans, what Jesus was saying, the Romans viewed as potentially him trying to overthrow or go against the rule of Rome. So he was brought in initially for that, but and that's what he was charged with. But then the Jewish leaders were like, no. He needs to be put to death. And Pontius Pilate said, I don't see anything that this guy is guilty of, other than what we charged him with. And it was their insistence that he be killed, which is why Pontius Pilate said, okay. And he was condemned to death.
And all Christian denominations agree on this?
I've never heard of of Christians having a difference, that story being different, but I could say that is the Catholic story, which, as you know, the other denominations are largely offshoots of Catholicism, and Catholicism is the largest one. So it's not like this isn't something that people would never have really known, at least regularly, or went to like a Christian school when they were younger. We were never taught it in like the lens that it was the Jews who killed Jesus. It was I don't know how to put it. Like I never got the sense that the Jews were ever to blame for the death of Jesus. I mean, Jesus was, yes, like the Pharisees at the time, right?
They were the ones that that's the group he was in the church, but that's also Jesus. People like the original Christians belonged to it. So it wasn't really about blaming an ethnic group. I mean, you had basically this was like a religious and ethnic dispute amongst people from the same ethnic, same of the same. I'll just say same tribe. So there's not. I never got the sense that they were trying to pit Gentiles against Jews. Since it was like not the I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain.
No, I get it because I do remember when I was younger. Of course I had most of my friends are Christian. That's why I asked because I do remember now when I was younger that they never mentioned that the Jews were behind it. Rather, they would say that it was the Romans. But
The Romans didn't like what he was doing, and as far as like rabble rousing, they just looked at him like he was an annoyance, like he was, just getting people stirred up. It was the Jewish rabbis who were, I think, religiously offended and threatened. So I think they leveraged the Romans' um, dislike of Jesus and his followers to really ignite the the end, the arrest and the crucifixion. I think the Romans just kind of looked at him like he was, just this weird guy that caused trouble and made speeches and things like that. But it was the Jewish rabbis that really, I think, accelerated and emphasized uh, the violence and the arrest and all the end.
right, so they whispered in the ears, you say. So some people whisper in bad things in the ear another group of people about them. And these things that they whisper about this group of people to the other group causes them eventually to attack and kill.
Well, he was tried. So like,
yeah, to the rabbis, he was a blasphemer. I mean, he was, he was committing a mortal sin of claiming to be God, Son of God, and that was a whole different level of just this guy who goes around, getting people stirred up and having fights, and you know, getting the commoners, if you will, agitated and all that. The the religious aspect of it was, I think, what led the Jews to really um, light the match.
Yeah, and you have to for the times you have to like look even early Christians. If you were to say that you were like the new son of God or some shit, you'd probably get put to death. The Muslims would have put you to death. Look, this is like during this fucking Stone Age. These people are barbaric in comparison to people today. It's not. I guess. I'll say this. So when it comes to if it wasn't for those rabbis, it's questionable whether or not historically that's if you believe if this is coming from a Christian perspective, obviously Jesus planned. He knew he was going to be put to death, but at least with the events as they're told, without the Jews basically approaching Pontius Pilate, had they not done that, there's no other indication he was going to be put to death. But the one thing though about Catholicism, the main branch of Christianity in the West, was historically they did blame Jews for the death of Jesus. That was sent for centuries and centuries and centuries. So that was a commonly held belief by Catholics, and amongst other things, they kind of walked some of the stuff back, but they were like a supersessionist. In other words, which Catholicism largely kind of still is. They just I can get into that, but it's well, they basically said their covenant was fulfilled with God, and the new covenant is now with the Christian people and the church, and so therefore, basically saying, however, the Catholic Church will still say to this day that their religion technically died, um, you know, almost 2,000 years ago. So they still don't really. They think it's a dead religion.
You know, I was going to say the irony of blaming the Jews. It's not that, you know, it's everybody played their. The point was that Jesus needed to die on the cross so that our sins in this world would be forgiven. He died on the cross so that we may all be saved. And with that in mind, Jews needed to play their part. Judas needed to play his part. Pilate needed to play his part. The Romans needed to play their part. Everyone did what they needed to do so that we could all be saved. His sacrifice. So to say, well, yeah, Jews killed Jesus. You know, they did. But that was what was supposed to happen. And so that any animosity, and this is the way I always felt, any animosity towards Jewish people over the crucifixion is really misplaced. You know, there's a theory, which is not widely held, that Judas is always seen as the great betrayer of Jesus. And there's a belief that Judas was actually his most trusted disciple and was the only one that Jesus could trust with the act of betrayal. Now it's kind of a stretch to get there, but it's still, again, when you view it as everybody needed to play their part, then no. It's the idea of blaming anybody for what happened to Jesus is kind of ridiculous.
Exactly.
It had to happen. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been saved.
Yeah, you have to remember, Jesus orchestrated all of it. I mean, he was intentional. He was deliberate. He was pulling the strings all along the way. He knew where it would end. So, in the ways that the people kind of filled those roles, as Alan was saying, it was not unknown. It was not a surprise. It was not unscripted, if you will.
Correct.
Exactly. And as a Catholic, I have to completely disagree with Pepe because I mean,
I'd love to hear what I said that was wrong. Tell me.
You said that the Catholics blamed on Jews.
Historically, they absolutely did. Yes, yes, they did. Are you serious?
As harsh as
No, that was actually the church itself, the Vatican itself. Yes, did basically blame the Jews for the crucifixion of Jesus. Like that's why Jews are so when they talk of. If you talk about the original like Christian anti-Semitism, that's largely coming from Catholics.
Okay, so like I put my faith and trust in God. Like if, whatever the Vatican says, like I trust in God and God's word, and like everything that Alan said, I second that. And anything that I've ever learned in the Catholic Church, I've never heard that.
Do you know what happened in 1965?
Go ahead.
No, I mean, do you know what happened?
Well, I guess not, unless you inform me. And
do you know what the Second Vatican is?
Okay, yeah, but that under which pope?
Off the top of my head. Pope Paul. That was before. I know it was one of the Pope Pauls, but when it comes to the Second Vatican, that is where they explicitly stated that they were not going to hold Jews responsible for the death of Jesus, and they also made a change regarding where they used to say that their covenant was fulfilled with God, and then that the new covenant is with us. They changed it and said, well, the Jews still have their own like relationship and covenant with God, and we have ours. So they really backpedaled. But no, they like the Catholic Church was hella anti-Semitic. Like they thought Jews were wicked and needed to become Catholic. That was their actual fucking stance.
Don't Catholics want all other religions to become Christian?
Yeah, they were definitely intolerant of them. I mean, I can promise you that. Just like they were intolerant of a lot of Protestants and other Christians.
Right, but the main point is that what happened was supposed to happen. God, Jesus had a hand in all of it. So it was supposed to happen that way. So to place blame is just completely ignorant.
Well, I mean, you can say it's ignorant, but like it's the Vatican and the Catholic Church is blaming the Jews, and these wicked people with their wicked religion that are not accepting Jesus were responsible for that. You're at the end of the day, and you have to understand a lot of the population was left illiterate because the fucking Vatican didn't want these people to be literate. Just because it'd be easier to control. They absolutely ate up everything the church said, and they blamed the Jews for it. I mean, you can look at the history in Catholic countries, what they thought of Jews. They never really I think they got emancipation from Napoleon, but for the most part, they were treated as absolute filled. They're just dirty people, and so they get dirty jobs, and they don't never get the same rights as us. And they're just disliked, and religion played like Christianity played a large role in that.
I'm a Catholic. Ask me what I feel about the Jews.
But you weren't born but you were not born in the 1600s, so it's irrelevant.
Well, right, but what you're saying, you literally just said the Catholic did not like the Jews.
Yes, that was the official Catholic. That was literally. But why are you trying to ignore? You're trying to say a Catholic today is the same as a Catholic for over 1,000 years, up through the medieval times. It's not the case.
I have a question about the Vatican. And so the Vatican, is obviously a important religious tool, you could say, where people get their interpretation from, you could say, and their way of thinking and their way of life. But those are still people, and people are not perfect, and people, can. Anyway, people are not perfect. So my question is, do you follow the word of God and God Himself, or would you follow what the interpretation of some people at that time ruling, saying something, saying their interpretation at that time?
So that's kind of the thing. So there's been a break with some of the Protestants. Were they? Hold on. No, she was asking.
I was asking Anna actually.
Yeah, because Sunday.
Doesn't know shit. But go ahead.
But Sunday, remember you always say that you're not religious. So like, what do you?
Yeah, I know, but I know more about your. I went to Catholic school. I know more about your own religion. I went to Catholic school and all of that shit. You didn't.
No, you don't, because I have faith in God. You do not.
That does not mean that's like saying I have faith in Allah. Therefore, a non-practicing Muslim who went to a madrasa knows less than me. That is so stupid.
Blow to answer.
Okay. No, she doesn't know the answer to your question. So she would, like, for example, I'll tell you this. You have sola scriptura, right? Which some of the Protestants have. If I asked Anne what that is, she will. Well, actually, I'll invite her up. Let's see if she knows what sola scriptura is. Where is she? She raised her hand. She doesn't know what it is, but we'll go ahead and watch this. Because that's very relevant to your question.
It's faith alone.
No, it's not. It's not what it is. No, it's not a solo scriptura. No, what does solo scriptura mean? That is essential to that is essential. It means reading the. It means reading the. It means going. Yes, reading the Bible or what it says.
The word of God.
Okay, but that's not. That is where the. Okay, why is that a problem? Why is that a problem? If you're a Catholic, you do not believe in solo scriptura.
What do you mean?
This is exactly why you are not prepared. Why can solo script? Why can you not? Why Catholics do not believe in solo scriptura?
So what is the Catholic Mass? What is our Catholic Mass? I know that you've been to multiple like Catholic masses.
Mm-hmm.
What is Catholic Mass? It's all from the what?
From the Bible, but then
exactly.
They tell you how. Yeah, but they teach. Yeah, they tell you the lesson. But hold on.
Thank you.
No, okay. So you're gonna go back down the audience because you're stupid. See, she's fumbling.
Hey, you're not letting her talk.
Yes, but I have like
What the hell? What's going on?
But hold on a second. Shut up, Monica. You kicked me from the room earlier, and I was just in the audience. So you know what I'm thinking you today? You know what I'm gonna do to you today? I'm gonna remove from room by Monica. You don't get to contribute today. See, I never move people out of the room, but
What do
you
you
get
mean? You just moved me.
I moved you down because I was in the middle of answering the fucking question and you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, solo scriptura. No, you don't know what you're talking about, Anne. You don't know what you're talking about.
Can I answer Glow's question?
Jesus Christ. Will you just shut the fuck up until I'm done? For fuck's sake.
JC.
Now, when it comes to throughout, especially through, like I said earlier, a lot of kind of illiterate by the. Okay, I'll just remove you from the fucking room if you don't stop. Like seriously, shut up.
Don't do that.
Now you're gonna go in the fucking goo. Okay, now when it comes to like how I said, they were kept illiterate deliberately in the past. Okay, now they would go to mass. By the way, a lot of the masses were in Latin. They were told what moral they should take from the story. It was basically interpreted for them. There was the whole solo scriptura, just reading the fucking Bible. That was not practical throughout most of Christianity's times, especially in the Catholic Church. When it comes to even today, where almost all Catholics are literate, the Catholic Church does tell you the message that you're essentially supposed to take from each part of the Bible. It's not meant for you to interpret yourself whatsoever. And so that is kind of where it's if that makes sense. Like you don't, when I say they don't do the sola scriptura, they don't just read the Bible and people interpret it how they wish to interpret it. It's interpreted by the church for them.
Hi, this sounds very familiar because in Iraq, that also goes the same way. So the Ayatollah's word and the way he interprets things is the way that everyone should. And if you don't, that'll be a problem. I don't agree with that way of life. But you know, everyone has their own opinion, of course.
You can come back up, and you were just interrupting way too much. Like this is so rude. And how can you prove what I said was wrong? That this is like the most basic. This is the most basic difference between, for example, Catholicism and some of the Protestant religions. We don't just get to read our Bible and interpret it how we want. That's not even. Nobody debates that.
Okay, do not touch my PTR. Okay? Do not touch my PTR. Do not touch my PTR, or we'll have a problem. And I don't want to have a problem. And I don't want to have a problem with you, okay? But all right, I'll put you anymore. Right, you're interrupting. You're interrupting. You were the don't talk to me. Just touch the favorite to say. So, Flo, to answer, what was your question again? And I'm sorry, I was kind of being ping ponged.
Sure, sure. I mean, I asked if the Vatican at a certain time has a certain interpretation, and do you then go for the interpretation that is being taught at that time by that Vatican, or would you follow the word of God? Um, and would you have your own? You know, can you still rationally make your own opinion?
Yes,
And you're allowed to do that.
right, right. No, no, no. I know your phone. I go by the word of God. I worship at the Catholic Church. That's where I go to worship. But I go by the word of God. And so I can't speak on what the Vatican did in back then. I guess I would have to study that, I guess. But as far as I'm concerned, it's my place of worship is the Catholic Church. But I go by God's word. It's not that hard.
Thank you. I totally agree with your way of life and your way of worship. Definitely, because I know what comes from the other way, unfortunately.
Well, God bless you.
God bless you.
To be fair, the Bible's been translated in like a bunch. It's been translated a bunch of times. And even when the Bible was compiled, to think that it was not meant to have this, a specific message. Like the amount of history and fun to be like really expert on something like Christianity or the Bible. I mean, these people, you have to have with Greek, Aramaic, some Hebrew. It's then you have to look at the historicity surrounding the times. Like there's so much shit. It's like so fucking complicated. That is where even somebody like myself who's not religious, I don't trust people to just read this book compiled by people that was meant to get put across a message and think that you're going to be able to then somehow preserve this knowledge and pass it down generation by generation without having the context explained to you by for example a church. That's where I don't. That's my only issue with just quote unquote reading the word going by the words of the Bible. There's so many things we can read in the Bible, and people will come to different conclusions. And I tell you, I'm not smart enough or knowledgeable enough to know how I am supposed to interpret a good chunk of the fucking Bible. That's why I don't know. Just to ever read the Bible word for word and take my own interpretation seriously.
Well, what's really, and I find this what's so amazing about the Bible is that is many times I've read it, every time I learn new things every time. Because there's something that I saw that I didn't see that now I so that's what's so amazing about the Bible. And Bible studies, they have Bible studies, and if you have a trusted friend group, like when you can do Bible studies and kind of just run your ideas and through each other, and then your discernment and that God gives you. I mean, God will speak to you. And sometimes we can get it wrong. We're not perfect, and we're all a work in progress.
But you think the Bible is something that, because obviously this is your holy book, and it comes with the message from God. Do you think that it should be something that should, under any circumstances, be misinterpreted? I mean, if I was a religious person and really believed in Christianity, I would not want to guess what I'm supposed to interpret from the Bible. And the amount of knowledge, just for example, a priest will have, they will be able to put things into context and know what the message is supposed to be in the Bible in ways that you or I would simply not be able to do. And that's why I don't think people should just read the fucking Bible. I think they should actually, I can read the Quran and the Hadiths back to back a bunch of times,
there's not one Muslim that would say I'm expert on Islam. Like there's so much more education that goes into it.
Yeah, but like so anytime that I like have a question again, like I can go to my Bible study group or I do ask the priest. So like anytime during the week I can just pop in and talk with Father Roman or after Mass, I can say, hey, I have a question. I'm kind of confused about this. And run it.
My question for you, and do you take what the priest or the father tells you as gospel, or do you kind of just allow it to inform how you're evaluating whatever the text is?
Yeah, I mean, I hear what Father Roman has to say to me, and then and then I let it all process, and then I come up with my own.
Your confusion about a text to the Holy Spirit to reveal it to you.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. So obviously, so like when something is like, no, I don't want to even expose.
So let me ask you this: do you believe that the Bible is the inerrant, infallible Word of God, or do you believe that it is not?
Yeah, it's the infallible Word of God.
You don't allow for the possibility that it might have been mistranslated or misinterpreted by the various people who are translating it.
I guess I would have to learn Hebrew, and then I would be able to read the Hebrew Bible, to answer that. But to be honest, because I don't think that any of us know the language of what the original Bible was, and even that in itself. So back in Jesus' time, they spoke Aramaic.
Aramaic.
Yeah.
So what's been revealed to me is that the Bible is the word from God and not the word of God. Meaning, God definitely inspired the men who wrote the words down, but I think through time it's been mistranslated. So that's for us, the readers, to take it to the Holy Spirit to illuminate whatever the truth is. But it's not the word of God; it's the word
God
from God.
created all things. God created all things. So all of those people that did the different translations, God created those people that wrote those books.
Right, divinely inspired. You got this, Sam.
Yeah. So that itself. So we see when we have other books that are not Jesus is God. Like we have the Holy Spirit and that sermon that says that it's not right, right?
But everybody has different discernment, though. That's
right.
It is because different people are at different levels of spiritual maturity. Some are just just beginning their walk with Christ. Some are years into it. Some are not. But yeah, as you read that, you can read the same text, and based on your spiritual maturity and your life experiences, you might read it differently, and that's okay. All our personal journeys in life are personal. There is no one particular way of interpreting any particular thing, and I know that makes it difficult to have consensus on various things, but that's how God wanted it to be. So rather than, you can question it, but don't doubt his plan. His plan is perfect, but we have to recognize that there is no one interpretation of the Bible. Because
well, I know there isn't, and but this is where somebody who's not religious like myself kind of it's really funny. It's because you have Eastern Orthodox who think that the Catholics are heretical and the Catholics think they're heretical. Then you have all the schisms between the fucking Protestants and the Catholics, and they have some pretty different. They read a very similar Bible, if not the same, and come up with very different conclusions.
Right.
And I guess, okay, well, obviously, which one is the true Christianity? I mean,
that's not
at
right.
the end of the day, I don't.
We're not going to know that here in this existence. Whatever the truth is going to be revealed to us in the hereafter. Whatever the actual truth is on what these various schisms are. Oh, I believe it this way, you believe it that way. That's not going to be resolved here on earth. It's not.
But the Catholics would say that they have the one true way.
That's fine.
And I'm gonna think that everybody's asking people are the chosen ones.
I'm sorry, you can't have many people talking at the same time. What did you say, Bree?
You know, I mean, I'm agreeing with both of you. Like Calvinists also believe that there's only like 440,000 like chosen people. Like, you know, everybody's got their own. Your belief system's gonna be your belief system.
Right. Right. That's why it's called the belief system. So Pepe, even though the Catholics assert, domain over this, oh, we know best. That's their prerogative to do that. I don't know how God's going to judge that at the end of the day. I don't walk around with this pious mentality that I have it all figured out.
I don't either, but I'm basically just having a conversation about the this is more just like a debate because logically this doesn't make sense to me because the Catholic Church is either wholly right or wholly wrong. Either you have to be Catholic in order to go to heaven, or you they're wrong and you don't have to be Catholic to go to heaven, or it could just be there's no heaven or any of that shit. If you really want to go there,
As an individual who's been exposed to various faiths, you said that you've researched. How did you end up with not having a faith at all?
I wouldn't say I don't have faith at all. I'm a very skeptical person in general. I would say it's just a lot of things don't add up, and I think that it's I was somebody who was like indoctrinated, and so like a good part of me is like I say I still feel a connection to Catholicism, but I don't I just I don't know when I look at it just like the totality of circumstances just regarding religion in general I and even just Christianity, a lot of it seems like it would take a lot of blind faith to believe it, and I find a lot of it to be logically implausible.
So what do you, well, yeah, faith and logic almost live on opposite ends of the spectrum. So logic is something that you can see and kind of think through. Faith is a suspension of logic, and it's like a belief on steroids. It's like you believe something, but you believe it to the point of faith. It's like it's how it informs your life, how you operate. What I'm trying to understand is you've been exposed to all of this, yet you you do have a faith, and you're skeptical. And I encourage. I think even God, or might have presumed what God would think, but I'm just saying I think even God would encourage you to have questions, but not to the point of doubt. I think I have questions too. Like, why did He put the knowledge of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil in the garden to begin with? I have a lot of questions that just like, why did you do this, God? I don't understand. Wait a minute, but I default to the position of He knows best. He's an over. He knows it all. Whatever doesn't make sense in my finite viewpoint, He has an infinite view of the world from beginning to end. He lives outside of time. So what doesn't make sense to me, it probably should make sense to me. I have a very different outlook than the creator of the universe. So to try to take the creator of the universe and pack him into your viewpoint, which is very, finite, that's not logical in and of itself.
He's talking.
So the question, Pepe, why not question him instead of doubting his? I don't know if you doubt his existence. I don't know where you stand, but I'm saying, why not just have that healthy level of skepticism, and why let it descend into whatever? I don't know. Can you explain where your faith stands?
I'm sure. Somebody he wants to believe it more. I want to believe it's true. Like a large chunk of my world, my most formidable years was believing in Christianity, and it's like, oh, you'll get to go to heaven one day, see my family again, that kind of stuff. When it comes to the logical part, it's and I think everybody's different. I do think that, like with me, I look at just like how religions have been put like everywhere on the planet. Because it seemed everybody had their own religion, whether it's like animism or paganism, Christianity. It's people are just. I think that's a part of human nature. Could be. I don't know what it is. Could be that there's a God, all that. But then we just kind of. I could get into how I find a lot of the stories, even like I mean, what do you have? You have like these canon, uh, Canaanite fucking religions, and then Zoroastrianism, and then it kind of evolves and somewhat similar to Judaism, and then there's another guy who claims he's a Messiah, and now we have Christianity. You have, I mean, there's like even in like Mormonism, for example, which I don't think it's a real religion. You had Warren Jeffs. Now you have a new guy out there in Colorado City, Arizona, who has convinced the people that he is now the successor to Warren Jeffs, and they married off their some of their extra wives and daughters to him. It's just like I almost feel like this is something that there's a high likelihood that this has happened throughout time, and a lot of the people that we revere could very likely have just been cult leaders. If I'm being honest, this is this skepticism part. I'm not saying I want to believe this, but this is where my mind will naturally go. And I just, I think about the war against teaching evolution in school because it goes against the biblical narrative. And I surely don't think that we were on the planet at the same time as the dinosaurs, so I don't even entertain that. And then I just look at the fucking book.
Have you had a personal relationship? Like, has God personally revealed himself to you?
No, I don't even know that.
For instance, have you had an experience that can't be explained through coincidence? Like,
no,
something that happened to you that's like, this is way too coincidental for it to be a coincidence. This is someone's hand is in this.
No,
so that's so either you're sensitive, either you're sensitive to God having his hand in your life. You get the perception for God working in your life is off, like you can't sense it when it happens, or you have yet to have that experience. And if you have yet to have an experience where God has revealed himself to you, whether it's some people, I know someone on this app who had a near death experience, accident, or something like that, something that just can't be explained. Like if you ever look at the readings of the writings of George Washington, for instance, there's something about him fighting an Indian, and they shot multiple things, and he made every bullet miss or something like that, and he completely made it through. And even the Indian who was trying to kill him said, God is involved here because we tried to kill him, we threw everything at him, and he somehow made it through. So what I'm saying is, until you have an experience where God reveals himself to you, or maybe like I said, your ability to sense it is off.
Well, I would say my brain would maybe process an event like that differently. I would perhaps process it in a way where anomalous events happen, and to
what was that word you said?
Anomalous, like it's an anomaly.
Okay. Yes.
Like a really rare event. Things can happen, and so I don't. My mind wouldn't necessarily go to the belief thing, but even okay, for example, this one I've always thought was weird. So like, I'm somebody who believes in evolution for the most part, and if you believe in evolution, like with, for example, Homo sapiens, you had non-anatomically modern Homo sapiens, you had archaic hominids that were like, I guess you could say, somewhat like cavemen, or like somewhat of a hybrid between a monkey and or I should say like I mean, we're part of the great ape species, but in other words, let's just say like an ape man type of person. Now, at what point in this evolution does this religion start to be applied to quote unquote humans, when we were like literally cavemen and we were 60 IQ and just brutes, not although markedly more intelligent than chimpanzees, not, still a far ways away from being what we are today as modern humans. When does that religion start to kick in? I don't even know that anybody could begin to answer that. And it's just, to me, it just seems all of this just seems logically plausible. And I'm somebody who, my brain doesn't work well with in particular, just having faith or I'm somebody who finds safety in something that I can reliably predict or count on.
Can you be accurately described as godless?
No, I don't see how things could have just been created. I've tried to listen to these people, so I've never been a person who really debated atheism or any of that shit. But I've never heard a satisfactory answer to the question like how is everything created? Where did it come from? To me, it could just be that we as humans, or just me myself, cannot conceptualize what even nothing is. We're like, who knows what nothing is? I don't think anybody can explain what nothing is. And how did things come to exist? What does that look like? Does it look black? What does it look like? Is it solid? Is it water? What is it?
But even if it's
what does that look like? You couldn't answer that. Nobody can.
well, consider one bottle, I guess.
Nobody knows what nothing looks like.
Well, nothing doesn't look like anything because it's nothing.
But if someone can't give you a satisfactory answer to that, which I don't think anyone can, because only God can reveal that to you, why does that kind of keep you separate from the belief and faith in God? Or do you have a faith in faith in God?
I mean, I'll pray, and I still do some of, I'll pray occasionally, like, to be honest.
So when you hear certain testimonies, how do certain testimonies that simply can't be explained by mere coincidence, how do you,
Like
how did that sit? Okay. Have you ever heard of the testimony of a person by the name of Patrick Bet David?
I know who he is.
I want you to listen to this. It's only a few minutes. It's like 2 minutes, not even 2 minutes. He didn't explain how God revealed himself. So this is just an example. And he was like you, very doubtful believer. Listen. I don't read the Bible, but I sit there starting praying 3 times a day. My prayers starting like this: God, I don't believe in you. I think it's fake. I think it's for weak people. But if you're out there, great. I want to know something. One of the nights, my girl and I went to car. We get into a big fight, and we break it off. And she leaves. I'm in the car. It's finishes 1:30 in the morning. And I say, God, I haven't spoken to my mom for 5 years. But if you exist, I would love to talk to you. 30 seconds later, my next call, I get a call from a block that would let me. This is like I told the story. It's a very weird moment, my scariest moment for me. I don't want to answer the phone, and it's my mom crying. She said, "Why are you crying?" She said, "I got the feeling you were in pain." I said, "It's a number." He says, I just got it 6 months ago. I said, "But you know what I'm going through right now? What are you going?" I said, "No, nothing. But I don't know how to talk to her." I hang up the phone. I send them hard up. It goes, chills all over my body. I'm like, oh God, either this is ironic or this is real, but the level of coincidence is a little too real. I could have chosen if it's ironic. I chose to believe it was God, and He has my back. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in God. So he made a decision. But it seems like even if you were in Patrick Bet David's position, where you've gotten you ask God, mother, I've not speaking to her for 5 years. 30 seconds later, your phone rings. It's your mother after not speaking to her for 5 years. And something tells me that based on what I've heard from you today, that even if you were in that role position, you would have chalked it up to coincidence and continue to live your life. But the difference with Patrick Bet David, he chose to believe at that point that this was God attempting to communicate with him. And he accepted it, and his life has been forever enriched by that. But you have to make a decision to invite God into your life. But if you continue to where it seems like you have a high level of skepticism and doubt. It's beyond questioning God. We all question. I have questions for God, as I sit here today as a firm believer. But you're questioning leads into doubt and an unhealthy level of skepticism, which is keeping your back turned to God. If you would just turn around and accept that these coincidences that you have dismissed in the past are really God attempted to reach out to you.
I think and I would say like if that exact thing happened to me, you know, obviously if you're the one experiencing it and you're the one who was praying and you're in an intense mood and it feels like it, God reached out to you. I mean, perhaps that would could have been convincing to me. You know,
Let me ask you as an
I
outsider,
had a similar experience, so I just don't.
as an outsider, as just someone who's hearing Patrick Bet David, unless you think he's lying, then we can just throw it away. But if you believe he's telling the truth, you think that that's a coincidence?
Well, I there's no way, as I'm sure you know, there's no way to tell for sure. It's not. He's making he's not making a falsifiable claim, so it's totally possible it was a coincidence. But like I said, if that happened to me, uh, perhaps that would be like I would feel I would feel something like he did.
Now, have you ever scanned your life, scanned your experiences in retrospect and said, this experience probably was something that I kind of just overlooked? Do you think that there might have been some experiences that really can't explain their coincidence if you take a closer look at your past?
I'm trying to think of a miracle. There's only one weird thing that I had, but once again, I can like chalk it up to possibly that it's just that like I was my grandmother died in like 2000 and I for whatever reason I was like turn on the radio, it's gonna be about grandma. Turn on the radio, it's gonna be about grandma. And I turn on the radio and it was like Spirit in the Sky was playing. I was like, that's fucking weird.
Oh, she was reaching out to you, bro. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh my god, that's beautiful.
Shut up, dude.
I'm dead serious. No, bro, I have a similar story. That's real.
And so like I thought that was like I think the only thing I can really think of where I was just like, huh. Odd. And I like because it happened and it's like such a good omen. I like a strong part of me refuses to believe. In fact, I won't even try to question whether or not it was real because, or whether or not it was a sign because I don't want to jinx that, you know.
No, bro, that was 1,000% real. 1,000%. I relate a lot because I used to be an atheist and like what shook me out of what opened my door to spiritual beliefs was my grandfather passed away when I was 12, and the whole house was awake at like 2 a.m. It's the whole thing, and my mom's super spiritual. She's like, "Well, let's light a candle. I think Grandpa's passing away. I want to say goodbye." Mind you, there was no reason for us to think he was passing away, and I used to make fun of her for her spirituality, but she was like really distraught. So I said, "Okay, I'll do it for you." But in the back of my head, I'm like, "This is ridiculous." We go out to the backyard, we light a candle, we see a bunch of crazy shit in the night sky. That's a whole thing. My mom's jumping up and down, like, you see it? You see what I'm seeing? You see it? And I'm just like, am I fucking crazy? But she's reacting at the same time I'm seeing shit. We're describing the same thing. I go back to my room later. I can't sleep. I sit on my bed till the sun comes up. I come back downstairs, like, I guess I'm not sleeping. I'm like, my mom's getting off the phone with my uncle, and like right as I hit the bottom landing case, I look at her in the kitchen, and she's getting up the phone. Okay, thanks, love you too. Okay, bye. Click, looks at me, makes eye contact. Grandpa passed away last night. I'm like, what the fuck? But the way, so how I first internalized it, I was like, ironically, my same scientific materialist mind was still present, where I was like, well, look, to be honest, humans have been talking about shit like this for thousands of years. And to be fair, you're probably not going to believe shit like this until you experience it. And this is some spooky thing. This is, Yahweh or Buddha, I don't know. But it means something going on. And maybe spooky shit is real to whatever extent that means. And then over my life, I got closer and closer to Jesus because I kept searching for it. It's only truth is because after that, I was forever changed. But what I would do is just invite you to open your heart, not your mind,
Don't question. Just because the thing that connects you to your grandma is not reason. It's not logic. It's not what she could do for you. It was just love. You just loved her. You just had a connection with her. And that's why God created us. And that's what gets us closest to the veil, if that makes sense. Or at least from whatever I know. So that's what I take away from it all.
So thank you for sharing. I would just say, Pepe, it seems like you may have experienced some things that because you need to understand how things work, that need is overwhelming your need for faith. Your need for faith will bring you more peace, will bring you, but you shouldn't do it for that reason. You shouldn't do it because it's going to bring you more peace. You should do it because you see it as the right thing to do. You know, but, God is waiting at the door, but you have to turn around and open your arms to him. And he will, once you invite him into your world, you already have an amazing foundation of an understanding of life. You've been through a number of experiences. I've heard you on this app. It can be very wild at times, but you've been informed by a number of amazing life experiences that you would let God into your life. So I believe that will take you to the next level of living. But man, tell me, where is this door? Where is this door? Describe describe this door that you're talking about. I'm talking to Mando. That's proverbial. That's not like literal. It's figurative. Yeah. Okay. For me to tell you what it looks like would be lie the truth because it's not an actual door. So I can't tell you what it looks like. That's a talking at one time. Yeah, thank you. I was talking, but so that door would be the same as. Say that one more time, sir. So that door would be the same as your God. Say again. I said that door would be like you with God. You can't see it. You would only want to believe in it. You want to say it's somewhere. Because I'm kind of like Pepe. Born Baptist church, Baptist. I've done the rosary beads. This is that faith don't live in no more. So now I don't knock no one else's belief. I'm too over that. I'm too over that. All that ain't trying to make you. The reason.
Is that like a thing that's prevalent in the married community where people don't be doing it like that? I don't know. I literally my girlfriend is married and she cheated on her husband several times discreetly. She's married to a wife. How are you going to cheat? Go ahead. Y'all.
I said, cool. We're good.
Y'all just ping me back. I'm following y'all. Ping me back.
Yeah, bye. I say, cool. Bye. I ain't here.
See how you bring irritation to everybody's present?
Yeah.
What's your problem? You're supposed to. I don't know. You're supposed to enjoy your gas. You burn the fucking people away, stupid ass nigga.
Yeah, nigga.
I got you shower at the chosen views. That's all infinite space. Is the prince, priest, the being, and in his woman called the scarlet moon is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16 For he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. A tear born upon their brows, or spent the serpent. 19, oh, as your lidded woman bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him.
Include summarize your position in one or two sentences. Okay, which is just this one right here. This so-called believing in God, all buys in. Yeah. That those numbers actually reflect the terror tactic. Those don't even reflect the war yet. That's why it's okay. We'll play it if it's still coming. Yeah, the other thing like oh, it's not great. Yeah, great. Faith, it doesn't require knowledge.
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, I saw in space, is the prince priest, the and in his woman, called the scarlet woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children to their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into hearts of men. The metal people we go out there, everything to be ready. So you need to talk about one that fucking thing. Sorry, what's in my soul? And the show, y'all know what for I mean, it's less than meaning of being See, we are not so chosen. Painting burn upon their brows, or splendorous 20 The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto the These are thoughts that adore both their gods and their men. 12 come forth, oh children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13 and the book and my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. Take your skin, depends in ecstasy. Just receive. Glow the starry blue are mine when could not once. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men of fools. To come forth, oh children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13 my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. Walking above the gem azure is the naked splendor of your wit. She bends to see to kiss the secret of starry blue. My joy is to see your joy. Fourteen above, the gemmed endurance, the naked splendor of the she bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of the winged of the starry blue. My joy is to see your joy. Station of glory, the unfailing of the comfort of heaven, every man is a star, for every number is in faith, is in love, is and for what is for the children of man. Start is in the I the cats and on my night shadow. So I'll be still on stop the Lord. See everything's going for me. So we have to find signs, foundation, all my God. That's why we got to speak. Anyway, like I said, I'm trying to get you that, but I hope y'all get the most very lay out.
We got eight killed.
We thought that we were in line to have the Epstein files released. Thought that was important. But apparently it was like, no, it's not really on par. Sorry, the hour. Just it was wild to see how like fun. On the outside. Was that during the was that was okay, this we have to go outside the box about San Antonio. Maybe Vegas. Hey, we got who's in? Just toss your life. Everything else. Sincerely, calling it Soldier Boy, Father of God. All the fastest rides you guys are there, like maybe a ticket to the bread. And my sight is my head. Maybe not full road. Yeah. Well, I think sure. So I want to have fun. What? Okay. Back. Back together. You never use it. I shit. All of the rules. God, what? I don't need that. By the Stop saying that. But the reason the way that I the reason I whoa. Small. What times to train?
Like a song I invoke. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother, the temple being in darkness, and the speaker ascended into his place. Let him begin by a ritual as followeth. HB O proculeste profani, Bachlasti, Pedal. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitation. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth. Oh, wisdom from Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe. Oh, the eyes. Thou who wield the storm, double power. Thou who bearest in thy left hand thorns and crosses. Thou whose head is as a man, and thy lens is the night sky blue. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange, as glowing earth. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Mine is the unseen force, where gods are strong, which is life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the earth.
birth is from the heart.